Well, this should be fine. Under the dim light, Chun-Jun meticulously trimmed the cheat sheet printed on A4 paper, exhibiting an unusual caution. He exhibited a certain laziness in matters, such as this. Even crafting a cheat sheet required printing. Tomorrow is the monthly exam, and I absolutely cannot afford any mistakes, Chun-Jin murmured to himself, placing the neatly cut slips of paper into his stationery box. He also tucked a backup into the inner sleeve of his clothing and concealed another beneath the sole of his shoe, feeling somewhat reassured. For a student like him, examinations were the most daunting ordeal. Having completed this task, Chun-Jun sprawled out on his bed, staring at the ceiling, envisioning his performance for the following day. In the next moment, a vast darkness enveloped him. I haven't turned off the light yet, have I? Welcome, Blue Star inhabitants, to the world of alien wasteland. A mechanical, cold voice resonated around Chun-Jun's ears. Everything had happened far too swiftly. You're all chosen lucky ones. Seek vitality on this desolate alien terrain. Search for hope on the planet known as Balaton. Survival, destruction, combat, exploration, competition. All shall unfold on this planet. Do you wish to leave? Then survive first. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chun-Jun gasped for breath, as if he had been holding it for an eternity, the prior voice still echoing in his mind. Have I arrived on an alien planet? Surveying his surroundings, he realized everything was unlike his small bedroom. The previously blue and white striped bedspread had been replaced with a plain white one. The ceiling glimmered with a metallic sheen, and his study desk, computer, and wardrobe had vanished. Before him lay only a single bed, surrounded by walls constructed of metal. In that case, I won't have to take the exam tomorrow. Chun-Jun felt a surge of excitement. Gazing at the thick stack of study materials that had vanished into thin air, he could hardly contain his satisfaction. Yet, after the initial thrill, Chun-Jun began to ascertain his current situation. According to the earlier mechanical voice, he had arrived on an alien planet called Balaton. Moreover, he must strive to survive here. He could hardly believe that such occurrences, typically confined in novels, were indeed real. He had traversed into another world. Rising to his feet, Chun-Jun walked across the metallic floor, the sound echoing crisply beneath his steps. In his line of sight, diagonally opposite the single bed, there was a metallic door. This door bore faint blue stripes, distinguishing it from the black-gray metal of the ceiling and walls, making it easily recognizable. Thus, it appeared there was more than one room. Standing before the door adorned with blue stripes, a red beam swiftly scanned him from top to bottom, as if assessing his entire being. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. The mechanical voice resonated once more. Chun-Jun had initially thought it originated from within his mind, only to realize it emanated from the metallic wall. Hiss like the sound of steam escaping from an old locomotive, the striped door slowly opened to one side, integrating seamlessly into the metallic wall. Chun-Jun stepped through the doorway into another room, which was markedly brighter than the previous one. A table affixed to the metallic wall, a matching chair, a bathroom, a kitchen, and what appeared to be robust glass windows surrounded him. The prior room had functioned as a bedroom, while this was clearly a living area. Without inspecting the living facilities, Chun-Jun was immediately captivated by the view outside the window. He yearned to understand the nature of the place he had arrived at. He dashed to the glass window, pressing one hand against the cool surface. The stark reality outside was far more shocking than the icy touch. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but desolation. Barren, yellowed land and swirling particles filled the air. To claim this resembled a desert on Blue Star would not be entirely accurate. Chun-Jun recalled a series of photographs depicting the surface of Mars he had previously encountered online. This place bore a striking resemblance to the Martian landscape. A wave of loneliness washed over him. How would he survive here? This land was devoid of life. Lacking greenery, everywhere he looked was a wasteland. Stepping away from the window, faint fingerprints lingered on the glass as he began to explore other areas. Sighing, filled with uncertainty and anxiety, he knew that lamentation would serve no purpose. Having arrived here, he must strive to endure. In addition to the doorway he had just entered, another striped door was located at the opposite end of the living area. Chun-Jun hurriedly made his way there, as familiarizing himself with this place was of utmost importance. Once again, a red beam swiftly scanned his body. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. The second door opened, revealing a scene entirely different from the living area. The most striking feature was a large circular metallic door resembling a bank vault. In his memory, crime syndicates and films would often pry open such vault doors to seize the riches within. Conversely, this door seemed to connect him to the outside world, as though it served to protect him within. Aside from the peculiar door, a suit resembling that of an astronaut hung on one side. Could it be real? A glass helmet, a dark suit adorned with blue stripes. Chen reached out to touch it, feeling a material he had never encountered before. Would he have to wear this outside? Chen pondered this question, then shifted his gaze to the tablet affixed to the metallic wall, eager to uncover what information it contained. Gently tapping the black screen, a series of notifications immediately appeared. Welcome, Blue Star inhabitants. You are in the Wasteland world, NGC 302 Galaxy, Bulletin Planet. This area contains a significant amount of radioactive materials. Ensure you wear protective gear and carry an oxygen tank when venturing outside. However, within the container, you need not worry. The container is constructed from special materials that can shield against radiation. You can exit the container through the hatch to open the hatch. Simply rotate it clockwise 3 times. It is advisable to don protective clothing before opening the hatch for added safety. Food, fresh water, power, advanced protective gear. Most of the supplies you require can be purchased in the marketplace. The currency in the marketplace is alien insects, which you will come to understand. It is not recommended to explore at night, as the alien insects become more ferocious after dark. A swarm of insects will arrive in 7 days. Finally, good luck. Is that all? The resources necessary for survival must be exchanged in the marketplace, accumulating alien insects to serve as currency. Moreover, regarding the environment here, Chen glanced at the protective gear for venturing outside and the surrounding metallic walls. The informational prompt indicated that it was the container that shielded him from external radiation. Fascinating. This felt akin to stepping into a space station. Chen continued to examine the tablet in his hand, discovering additional functionalities. Chapter 2. Countdown to the Insect Tide. The tablet displayed a plethora of sections and functionalities, including the Marketplace, Box Manager, Personal Information Inquiry, Regional Channel, Free Trading Market, Alien Insect Carcass Recycling Station, Weather Log, and Information Bulletin Board. Each section was represented by different icons. For instance, the information bulletin resembled a piece of paper adorned with 4 horizontal lines. The pop-up notification belonged to the information bulletin, and upon reopening it, the previous message remained visible. The marketplace was denoted by a shopping cart icon, reminiscent of a certain popular online shopping platform. Upon entering the marketplace, a multitude of items appeared, all neatly categorized akin to sections in a supermarket. Vegetables, fruits, freshwater, meat, seafood, grains, and even snacks and beverages. Everything imaginable was available. It was astonishing, surpassing even the largest chain supermarket he had ever visited. However, Chen found himself devoid of the requisite currency to make any purchases. In addition to food items, essentials such as pots, bowls, toilet paper, blankets, pillows, and slippers were also readily available, showcasing the marketplace's comprehensive nature. Chen could hardly believe his eyes. The alien marketplace was remarkably extensive. Of course, the most crucial items were energy sources and power supplies, along with oxygen tanks for outdoor use and advanced protective suits. These special items required a greater amount of currency. After browsing the marketplace, Chen proceeded to explore the next section, the Box Manager. The interface of the Box Manager was entirely different, displaying the following information: box remaining power, 98, box damage level, 0, smart control area. Chen comprehended the remaining power of the box, as the operation of the previous smart door required electricity, likely similar to other facilities within the living area. As for the box and amp, Oppo's S damage level, it was undoubtedly related to the insect tide mentioned in the information bulletin. The box was not an entirely secure refuge. It could be attacked by extraterrestrial creatures. Should the box sustain damage, he would be exposed to a hazardous environment. Thus, it was imperative to safeguard his box, as it was his sanctuary for survival. The smart control area comprised adjustable settings, including internal box temperature, 20, internal box humidity, 48, internal box oxygen concentration, 21, box lighting, on-off, box heating, on-off, box humidification, on-off. Chen examined the settings closely. The temperature and humidity within the box could be adjusted, while the oxygen concentration was a fixed value. He speculated that there must be some facility within the box capable of generating oxygen or filtering harmful gases from the outside world, likely consuming the box's power supply in the process. Maintaining temperature and humidity would also presumably require energy, needing oxygen tanks for outdoor excursions. Shinjin decided to test the box and Appos S lighting. Instantly, the entire area above was illuminated, with bright white strips adorning the box and Appos S ceiling. After assessing the effect, he promptly turned off the lights. It was daytime, and there was no need to waste electricity. Regarding humidity and temperature, he felt it appropriate to lower them slightly. By tapping the plus and minus buttons for temperature and humidity, he adjusted the box and Appos S temperature to 17 and humidity to 30. Next, he navigated to the personal information inquiry, opening it with anticipation. Chunjun, status, healthy, average attributes for a normal person are 10. Strength, 9 intelligence, 13 agility, 10 constitution, 9 vitality, 100 energy, 100. The personal information was quite straightforward. His intelligence was slightly elevated, while strength and constitution were somewhat lacking, which posed no significant issue. Following that, Shinjin accessed the regional channel, where a deluge of messages flooded in, resembling a live broadcast and Appos S comment section, alongside a display of the number of participants at the top. Region 1036, population 10,000,10,000. It seemed that each region accommodated 10,000 individuals. Is anyone there? What is going on? Where am I? He pondered. What bizarre event has transpired? Am I dreaming? Can someone please enlighten me on the current situation? I see you all are rather foolish for not having listened earlier. We have traversed to an alien world and are struggling for survival. Chunjun grimaced at the barrage of vacuous and uninspired messages, deciding to disregard them. He then clicked on the next section, the free trading market. No trading items available at this time. The free trading market was empty, which was to be expected. Everyone had just arrived and was still trying to decipher the rules. Everyday items could be exchanged for currency in the marketplace, suggesting that the free trading market would likely feature peculiar and unique items. Closing the free trading market, he moved on to the alien insect carcass recycling station. No alien insect carcasses detected. So that was the case. It appeared that once an alien insect carcass was detected, it could be recycled for currency to use in the marketplace. This section was not yet of use to Chinjun, so he proceeded to the weather log. Weather, temperature, 1017 weather conditions. Perceived temperature is low, ultraviolet radiation is intense, and radiation levels are severely elevated. Wind speed, light breeze evaluation, a fine day for exploration. Countdown to insect tide, 6 days, 23 hours, 12 minutes. The information bulletin earlier mentioned that the insect tide would arrive in 7 days, and the weather log provided precise timing for reference. The temperature was not particularly low, but the excessive radiation was concerning. Taking a deep breath, Chunjun concluded that he had comprehensively examined all the sections on the tablet. Food, water, and energy all required currency for exchange. Everything hinged on the alien insect carcasses, which could only be acquired in the hazardous, radiation-laden outdoors. Uncertain of what these alien insects were and lacking suitable weapons, Chunjun resolved to venture outside. Remaining indoors would only lead to a slow demise. Setting the tablet aside, he focused on the protective suit intended for outdoor use. I hope this suit is comfortable to wear, he thought, as he removed it from its storage. A small oxygen tank was affixed to the back of the suit, featuring a small dial with a pointer. Currently, the indicator remained in the green zone, signifying an ample supply of oxygen. However, he was uncertain how long the oxygen would last. Chunjun placed the glass helmet aside and began to don the protective suit. The suit was one piece. He first slid his legs into the openings, then used force to thrust his body forward, allowing his arms to follow suit. It was more manageable to wear than he had anticipated. The material was relatively soft, though the suit was quite heavy. It fit snugly, with the elastic material conforming perfectly to his physique. Finally, he addressed the helmet, which featured a flexible metal collar at the base of his neck. Chunjun was unsure of the metal's composition. When he entered, the collar had expanded, and it now returned to its original shape, seamlessly aligning with the metal collar of the glass helmet. Chunjun donned the helmet and then rotated it, ensuring a snug fit through the slots that guaranteed the integrity of the protective suit. Upon pressing the switch on his left arm, Chunjun heard a hissing sound. indicating that the oxygen tank had successfully connected to the interior of the suit. Chapter 3. Initial exploration. After a brief pause, Chunjun felt a refreshing breeze. He took a deep breath, preparing to open the hatch. The protective suit appeared cumbersome, yet its actual wearability was quite acceptable, although heavy. It did not hinder Chunjun and Appo's movements. Perhaps his initial expectations were low, which allowed him to adapt rather well. With purposeful strides, he approached the metallic handle of the hatch. According to the prior informational bulletin, it required a clockwise twist 3 times. Chunjun firmly grasped the metal handle and began to turn it, as if steering a ship. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. After completing the 3rd rotation, he heard a crisp sound emanate from the metal door, indicating that the internal lock had disengaged. Almost simultaneously, the door behind him, adorned with blue stripes leading to the living quarters, began to close automatically. Was it to isolate the external air? A rush of air began to swirl around the hatch, likely a result of the differing gas pressures inside and outside the container. The heavy hatch slowly creaked open, allowing grains of yellow sand to seep through the gap. Chunjun stepped forward, pressing his body against the metal door to aid its opening. He exerted a strong push, marveling at its weight. After a brief struggle, the hatch finally swung wide, and he was immediately greeted by a whirlwind of yellow dust. Stumbling back a couple of steps, Chunjun observed the desolation before him, far more surreal and bleak than what he had previously glimpsed through the glass window, as if he had arrived at the world's end. Yellow sand, strange rocks, and swirling hurricanes. An endless wilderness stretched out, with a small tornado forming not far off. It was hard to believe he would have to survive in such a place. As Chunjun stepped outdoors, his breathing quickened, the sound of his gasps clearly audible through the glass dome. He had set foot on this alien terrain, the ground beneath his feet feeling relatively soft, at least in this sensory aspect, akin to Blue Star. He did not close the hatch, but took a few steps forward, eager to observe the entirety of the protective container that shielded him. The survival box resembled a massive iron lump, akin to a shipping container adrift in a foreign port. Its presence was jarringly incongruous in this barren land, with part of it half buried in the yellow sand. Upon inspection, it appeared as gray-black metal, similar to what he had seen from inside, with blue stripes marking the hatch's location. Like the 2 doors within the container, it seemed to signify something. Returning to the hatch, Chunjun wished to confirm whether he could open it from the outside after shutting it. If it were to close and be unopenable from the outside, that would spell disaster. The heavy hatch was approximately 20 centimeters thick, appearing to be the sturdiest part of the entire container. The edges of the hatch were relatively smooth, yet within the 20-centimeter thick metal layer, Chunjun noticed several rectangular metal columns embedded inside. Meanwhile, at the hatch and Appo's position, there were corresponding grooves. It dawned on him that when the hatch closed, these rectangular metal columns would extend into the container to secure it. As for opening the hatch from the outside, each time Chunjun approached, a red light began to scan his body. Identity confirmed, please proceed. Confirming in his mind, as he had with the 2 doors inside the container. Chunjun once again pushed against the heavy hatch to close it. A crisp sound echoed as the metal columns inside clicked into place, validating that the hatch was fully shut. As the hatch slammed shut, Chunjun felt a slight imbalance within himself, quickly igniting a desire for exploration. After all, this was an alien world. How many chances does an ordinary person have to venture to another planet? Chunjun wandered aimlessly yet persistently forward, ensuring the container remained at his back. Occasionally, he glanced behind to affirm the container's presence, reassuring himself that he had not lost his way. To become disoriented in such a place was a terrifying prospect, one that could lead to dire consequences. As Chunjun ventured further, the black container gradually shrank into a mere dot behind him. Yet the landscape before him remained unchanged, a realm of decay. Jagged black rocks, yellow sand, an endless expanse of wilderness. Where could the alien insects possibly be found? Chunjun pondered, suddenly directing his gaze towards the black rocks at his feet. Most insects on Blue Star favored dark, damp environments, often hiding beneath stones or within the soil. He wondered if the alien insects shared this preference. Contemplating this, he began to lift one of the stones. Nothing of note. Perhaps he was searching in the wrong spot. Such matters required multiple trials. Chunjun kicked the displaced stone aside. There were many similar stones nearby. Since he had the time, he might as well explore further. Moreover, these stones could serve as weapons should he encounter any alien insects. Chunjun moved aside 4 or 5 more stones, yet still found nothing. Was he truly searching in the wrong locations? Could it be that these alien insects did not conceal themselves beneath the rocks at all? With a skeptical mindset, he lifted another strange stone. Although he still found no alien insects, he did make a discovery. Beneath the stone lay a hollow. In this environment, the existence of a cave was certainly unexpected. The opening was about the thickness of his forearm, leading deeper into the earth. Chunjun peered inside, unable to gauge its depth, only seeing darkness. If there were alien insects, they might very well be lurking below ground. Was there any way to explore this cave? Lacking suitable tools, Chunjun knew he could not descend himself. Even if the opening allowed a person to enter, he had no intention of doing so. Only his arm could fit through. Although it posed a risk, he felt he had no other choice. Exercising caution, Chunjun first found a small stone of appropriate size and tossed it into the opening. If there were indeed something inside, the small stone might startle it, allowing him to prepare for any potential threat. However, the events he had envisioned did not unfold. After tossing 3 small stones, the cave remained silent. If there were alien insects, they seemed rather docile. Chunjun tossed in 3 more stones, confirming that nothing emerged, before slowly lowering himself to the ground. Being right-handed, he cautiously extended his left arm into the cave, hoping to retain some dexterity with his right hand should he need to throw a nearby stone at any potential alien insects. As he leaned down, his left hand gradually explored the cave and Appo's interior, while his right hand gripped a suitable stone nearby. Chunjun pressed his body against the ground. The surrounding environment was eerily quiet. His left hand continued to delve deeper, and he felt distinct textures through the protective suit. The hard surface was the stones he had previously thrown, which had accumulated at a bend within the cave. The soft material was the ubiquitous sandy soil. So then, what was this sticky sensation beneath his fingertips? Chapter 4. The alien eggs. The moment Chunjun encountered an unusual sensation, he immediately withdrew his left hand. He then sprang to his feet with a nimble motion, gazing at his left hand in bewilderment. What on earth is this? A viscous green liquid clung to the tip of his left finger. Although Chunjun was shielded by a layer of protective gear, an unsettling feeling surged within him. He moved his left hand, realizing the adhesive quality of the liquid was quite significant. Pinching a small blob of the goo between his thumb and index finger, he slowly pulled it apart, revealing glistening green threads interspersed with tiny granules. Earlier, he had felt a discomfort in his hand, and now he could finally discern what it was. It wasn't small stones or grains of sand, but rather black, unidentified lumps, albeit not exceedingly hard. Chunjun squeezed them, finding the texture reminiscent of clipped nails, exhibiting a certain elasticity. The black granules varied in size, predominantly oval or round in shape. What is this peculiar substance? Wait, its elasticity and roundness reminded him of something, an egg. Indeed, it resembled the eggs of insects found on Blue Star. Reinforcing his conviction, could these eggs be harvested? Might they serve as currency in the marketplace? Chunjun was uncertain, yet he resolved to take some back for experimentation. At the very least, this exploration would not be in vain. He rubbed the blob of green goo onto a nearby large stone and grasped one of the black lumps. Having not examined it closely before, he decided to scrutinize it further. Lifting his left hand to eye level, he hoped to gain a clearer view of the black object. Dim light filtered through it, revealing a whitish area emerging around its perimeter. Leaning in closer, he noticed a smaller black dot within the lump, surrounded by a murky liquid. Chunjun was captivated and attentive. Given the small size of the black lump, he focused intently. The murky liquid swirled around the tiny black dot, resembling a nutrient solution. Suddenly, the black dot began to deform, manifesting sharp edges. Chunjun was intrigued by the transformation, the black lump nearly touching the visor of his helmet. Abruptly, a slender black leg protruded from it, piercing the outer membrane of the lump. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickly applied pressure to flatten the black object. After a few seconds, he opened his fingers again. The outer membrane had been completely crushed, and the previously murky liquid spilled onto his protective suit. However, the most noteworthy detail was the angular black. It was minuscule, resembling a tiny mosquito, surrounded by a small pool of glistening green. Chunjun focused intently, confirming this was indeed an egg. If the alien creature was so small in its embryonic state, it stood to reason that its adult form would not be significantly larger. Without much contemplation, he realized that since this egg was on the verge of hatching, so too would the others. He promptly picked up a handy stone and hurled it at the blob of green goo he had just smeared on the rock. There were plenty of these things within, and smashing them all would bring him some peace of mind. Thud, thud, thud. The stones collided repeatedly, sending vibrations up Shinjin and Appo's arm. After striking the blob 5 or 6 times, he felt reassured. Casting aside the stone in his hand, he turned his attention back to the cave from which he had retrieved the eggs. If the area where he had touched was filled with these things, how many eggs could there be? He had inadvertently disturbed an alien nest. Given time, these creatures would all hatch, and he needed to eliminate them now. Considering his options, he decided to dig out the gooey mass again and crush the black eggs inside with the stone. Alternatively, he could excavate the soil layers to locate the original position and smash directly. Both methods were feasible, yet he lacked tools. Digging down, even to a depth only reaching his forearm, would be quite laborious. Moreover, the soil was not easy to penetrate, although the uppermost layer was soft. The cavern below felt considerably firmer based on his prior tactile experience. It was better to dig it out. Bending down once more, he prepared to reach in, wishing for a shovel or some tool. No one relished the thought of that slimy texture. Just as he was about to extend his hand, he sensed something amiss. 2 green dots appeared in the previously dark cave. Shinjin confirmed that these were not merely remnants of the green goo. They resembled a pair of eyes. The green dots began to move rapidly, and he stood up abruptly, seizing a stone the size of his palm as a weapon. Suddenly, the green entity burst forth from the cave with astonishing speed. Shinjin caught a glimpse of a fist-sized shadow soaring out, accompanied by rapidly flapping black wings that left behind afterimages. Without a second thought, he hurled the stone he was holding. The buzzing creature nimbly evaded it, approaching Shinjin instead. Through the glass visor, he could see its forelimbs resembling those of a mantis. Given its size, those forelimbs posed a significant threat, compelling Shinjin to retreat swiftly. While backing away, he scanned the surroundings for suitable stones to wield as weapons. Large rocks lay beneath his feet, but they were not what he was considering. His gaze was fixed on a rectangular stone not far off. The buzzing intensified, and the alien insect approached rapidly. Shinjin did not wish to be struck by its forelimbs, so he sidestepped and fell to the ground. In the process of evading the insect's attack, he managed to pick up the rectangular stone. This time, he had no intention of throwing it away. The rectangular shape would extend his reach, which was precisely why he had chosen it. Furthermore, given the insect's remarkable speed, it was likely to dodge thrown stones altogether. Holding the stone firmly in hand, he prepared to strike. Shinjin could sense the alien insect was enraged due to his earlier destruction of the eggs. Its forelimbs, now elongated and covered in barbs, stretched out to a length of nearly 10 centimeters, almost matching the size of its body. Is this your weapon? The buzzing intensified as the insect closed in. Shinjin remained steadfast, waiting for the opportune moment to swing his stone. With a resounding thud, he felt the impact. Glancing sideways, he saw that one of the insect's wings had been severed. A golden opportunity. Chapter 5. Collecting the eggs of the alien insects. The wings of the alien insect were crushed by a stone, causing it to lose its balance in midair. Shinjin turned around and saw the creature beginning to plummet. He took a swift step forward, wielding the stone in his hand. In a flash, the hefty rock struck the insect and Appo's back with tremendous force, splitting its body open and releasing a thick, emerald green liquid that splattered across the rectangular stone. The insect swayed precariously, having sustained significant damage. Shinjin stepped closer, and with a resounding thud, he brought the stone down firmly, smashing the insect into the ground. Concerned that the previous strike might not have been fatal, he delivered another brutal blow, transforming the creature into a mere pulp. Only when he observed its black wings ceasing their motion did he finally relax. He wondered if this mangled insect could still be salvaged. Breathing heavily, Shinjin gradually calmed himself and crouched down to examine the fallen creature. Aside from its black wings and forelegs measuring around 10 centimeters, the most striking feature was its pair of pea-sized eyes. Unlike the compound eyes of mosquitoes, flies, or bees on Blue Star, the eyes of this alien insect appeared disproportionately small compared to its fist-sized body. Even in the outdoor environment, a faint glow of green emanated from those eyes. Moreover, the insect's head lacked antennae. Its mouth parts resembled those of a carnivorous creature, complete with sharp teeth. The overall shape of its head was reminiscent of some archaic species, though Shinjin could not quite place it. If he had to compare, it bore a resemblance to the skull of a triceratops. The body was not elongated. Apart from its pair of spiny forelegs, it had 3 pairs of legs. Beneath the wings on its back were some black, hardened protrusions, while its abdomen was of a lighter and softer hue, presumably a vulnerable point for the insect. After studying the alien creature, Shinjin attempted to lift its body with one hand. As he did so, The lower half of the insect's body detached, leaving behind a glimmering green filament. He was compelled to retrieve the remaining portion, his left hand now smeared with the viscous liquid. He hoped that the bodies of these alien insects could be exchanged for a substantial amount of currency, allowing him to procure not only food but also some small tools for properly storing the specimens. Upon returning to his earlier position, Qinzhen glanced at the cave. He was reluctant to abandon the alien eggs. However, he was soon interrupted by another pair of glowing green eyes. There was still an alien insect inside. Thanks to his earlier observations, he no longer perceived them as terrifying. This time, he was prepared, holding a stone as he guarded the cave and Apos' entrance. Should the creature dare to emerge, he would ensure it would not return. After several seconds of tense waiting, the cave remained silent. It was unwise to reach in recklessly. The forelegs appeared threatening, so he opted to lure it out. Qinzhen waved the body of the previous insect above the cave entrance, hoping the scent of its companion would convey a message. He then cautiously peered into the cave. Indeed, the pair of glowing green eyes began to approach. And Qinzhen steadied himself, tightening his grip on the stone. With a resounding hum, he struck decisively, timing his blow perfectly as the alien insect emerged. The stone collided with it, causing it to burst, splattering its remains onto the rock. The insect and Apos' body twitched a couple of times before succumbing to death. Standing guard at the cave proved manageable. The challenge would arise if the creature took to the air. Qinzhen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he continued to observe the cave, but after a prolonged silence, he realized waiting idly was not a viable strategy. He leaned forward again, extending his left hand, ready to retract it at any sign of danger. Navigating the path he had previously traversed, he located the stone he had discarded and examined the sticky substance clinging to it. He now understood that the alien eggs adhered to the cave walls. The passage below appeared intricate, suggesting that the two he had subdued might not have been the weakest of the lot, akin to soldier ants. Qinzhen scraped away a sizable portion of the viscous substance, which was primarily the green liquid interspersed with black eggs. He tossed this mass onto the stone, intending to crush the eggs as he had done before. As he struck the mass, the sound echoed, and after a while, he ceased. Recognizing that the green liquid had darkened, indicating the nutrient fluid from the eggs had been released. Sighing, he realized he was growing fatigued after such exertion. Looking up again, he noticed the sky had become ominously dark, filled with a yellowish haze. At the same time, clouds of yellow sand swirled in the air, engulfing the surroundings. Qinzhen glanced back. The small marking the location of his capsule was still visible. There could be dangers lurking in this storm. So he decided to retreat and return when the weather improved to explore the alien insect and Apos' cave further. Resolute, Qinzhen began to act. One must seize opportunities when they arise, but he knew when to exercise caution. He moved a large stone to block the entrance of the alien insect's cave. To ensure he could identify the location upon his next visit, he deliberately stacked several stones together as a marker. After completing this task, he gathered the sticky liquid from the stone and the two insect bodies before departing from the site. The journey back was longer than he had anticipated, but as he neared his capsule, it grew larger and clearer, evoking an indescribable sense of security and belonging, his home in this alien world. After a considerable time, Qinzhen stood before the entrance of his capsule, the red light scanning his body. Identity verification successful, please proceed. The heavy door emitted a mechanical voice, prompting Qinzhen to step back slightly as it slowly opened. He entered, carrying the alien insect bodies and eggs, discarding the remains to one side before he began to close the door. As the thick door sealed shut, the metallic handle behind it began to rotate automatically. After 3 counterclockwise turns, it clicked, and Qinzhen finally felt at ease. He had truly returned home. The next task was to address the alien insect bodies. But he was not in a rush to remove his protective suit. These creatures hailed from a radiation-filled environment, and it was possible that their bodies harbored residual radioactive materials. Qinzhen resolved to utilize the control panel to dispose of the alien insect bodies first. However, he was uncertain whether he could operate the panel while still in his protective gear. He approached the black panel, his left hand smeared with the insect's viscous remains, while his right remained clean. Having closed the door with his right hand, he touched the panel with it, and the black screen illuminated, indicating it was operational. Chapter 6. The flying insect. The tablet screen gradually brightened, and Qinzhen felt a flicker of joy within. If he were unable to operate while donned in protective gear, he would need to remove it. However, this would simultaneously expose him to an environment shared with the corpses of alien insects, which posed a certain degree of danger. Nevertheless, the current situation was exceedingly favorable, as Qinjin had located a specific section, the alien insect corpse recovery station. Upon entering, a scanning interface appeared. A red beam emanated from the front of the tablet, reminiscent of a gate recognizing Chunjun and Appo's identity. Simultaneously, a prompt appeared on the screen. Please scan the corpse of the alien insect for recovery. Without hesitation, Chunjun aimed the tablet at the alien insect corpse he had previously discarded. The red light swept downwards over the pool of green slime, traversing the head and body of the alien insect. In an instant, the alien insect corpse resting on the floor vanished entirely. Chunjun scarcely grasped what had transpired. It was beyond the realm of mere visual perception. Along with the disappearance of the fist-sized corpse, the green slime on the ground also evaporated, leaving the metallic base remarkably pristine. This indicated that anything associated with the alien insect could be recovered by the station. It appeared the scanning process could identify specific biological tissues or other entities related to the alien insect. Soon, another message popped up on the tablet. Successfully recovered flying insect 2, obtained alien insect currency 40. Successfully recovered flying insect egg 28, obtained alien insect currency 28. The alien insect was identified as the flying insect, with each complete specimen worth 20 alien insect currency and each egg valued at 1. Qinjin pondered the implications. With alien insect currency in hand, he could indulge in shopping at the marketplace. He did not close the alien insect corpse recovery station, but continued his operations. Since the green bodily tissue slime could also be recovered, he could entirely cleanse the residue on his left hand. Chunjun aimed the tablet at his left hand, and in an instant, the green slime vanished. Successfully recovered flying insect egg 2, obtained alien insect currency 2. As anticipated, however, upon scanning his left hand, the interface of the alien insect corpse recovery station did not change. If this space had been devoid of alien insect corpses or tissues, the display would have indicated no alien insect corpses detected. Since the prompt remained unchanged, it suggested there were still overlooked remnants. Chunjun began to survey his surroundings, starting with himself, then the floor. At last, he spotted a small reflective green patch on the ground, promptly directing the tablet towards it. Successfully recovered flying insect egg 1. Obtained alien insect currency 1. This must have been a droplet that fell to the floor when he had entered with the alien insect corpse, Chunjun concluded. No alien insect corpses detected. With this confirmation, Chunjun felt reassured. The alien insect corpse recovery station could not only recover alien insects, but also ascertain the presence of alien insect tissues in the vicinity. Chunjun had adeptly utilized the system. Having completed these tasks, he returned the tablet to its original position and began to remove his external protective gear. First, he grasped the glass helmet with both hands, twisting it in the opposite direction from how it had been fastened. With a hissing sound, he heard air rushing through the gaps as the helmet detached from the suit. Chunjun smoothly lifted the helmet off and pressed the switch on his left arm. Mindful to conserve the oxygen in the tank, breathing in the air within the chamber, he felt significantly more at ease. He then loosened the collar around his neck, allowing his arms and upper body to emerge, ultimately wriggling free with relative ease. Once his gear was stowed away, Chunjun grasped the tablet once more. Exiting the alien insect recovery station module, he intended to peruse the marketplace for sustenance and items. However, he noticed a small red dot illuminating the information notification section and clicked on it. Alien Insect Encyclopedia, 1 Flying Insect Original Name. Margolia Double-Winged Blade Insect Description. Length ranging from 13 to 18 centimeters, with some adults exceeding 25 centimeters. Known for its rapid flight and sharp forelimbs, it is one of the few flying varieties within the Margolia insect species, possessing a slightly hardened back. With its weakness located in the abdomen, preferring dark environments, its activity zone spans from 0 to 2 meters below the surface, existing in colonies. Function: the flying insect resides at the periphery of the insect nest, serving as a scout to relay surface information rapidly underground, constituting the first line of defense against intrusions. As Chunjun absorbed the information about the flying insect, he fell into deep contemplation. The description piqued his imagination, particularly regarding its function. This insect nest was not to be taken lightly. Beneath the surface lay numerous alien insects. The flying insect merely occupied a peripheral role, tasked with communication. What formidable entities resided deeper within the nest? Chunjun was uncertain, but his instincts warned him that the subterranean world of this alien realm was far more complex than the desolation above. To uncover more, He must delve deeper and procure additional tools. Closing the information notification, he opened the marketplace section, yet before he could begin his shopping, he sensed something amiss. The entire chamber began to tremble slightly. A rumbling sound echoed as the chamber appeared to be buffeted by a fierce wind, leaving Chun Jun bewildered. There were no windows in this room, obscuring his view of the outside. He quickly rose and made his way to the living area. The only part of the chamber with a glass window. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. Chun stepped forward to the window, and what met his gaze was a sea of yellow sand. The sky had darkened considerably, with only a faint light filtering through. This had to be the sandstorm he had witnessed earlier. It was precisely this tempest that had compelled him to seek refuge within the chamber. Had he remained outside, who could predict where he might have been swept away? The rumbling intensified as the wild winds battered the entire chamber. Although it was swaying, it did not experience any severe upheaval. For the moment, his sanctuary appeared to be secure. Abruptly, he turned to leave, only to hear a loud thud as something struck the window. Chun swiftly glanced back and saw a dark figure clinging to the glass. It was a flying insect, an adult specimen, attempting to grasp something with its forelimbs, yet the smooth glass provided no purchase. In the blink of an eye, the flying insect was whisked away by the fierce winds. Upon closer inspection, there were no scratches on the window, its quality rivaling that of the metallic walls. Not dwelling on it further, Chun concluded the storm offered little of interest and proceeded to sit at the dining table. He reopened the marketplace section. Chapter 7. Shopping in the mall. Settling in, Chun began to meticulously examine the items available in the mall. His primary concern was replenishing his energy needs, specifically by purchasing food and water. Only by satisfying his hunger and thirst could he muster the vitality and strength to engage in activities. Faced with a dazzling array of products, Chun dismissed the extravagant options, such as a cream cake costing 20 insect coins or a pizza priced at 30 insect coins. His requirements were straightforward. He sought the highest cost-effectiveness possible. Insect coins were not easily acquired, and he was reluctant to spend so lavishly. After surveying the selections, he found that toast was an excellent option, available in a large package for 10 insect coins, sufficient to last him 4 or 5 days. He resolved to purchase the toast. After clicking the buy button, the balance of his insect coins flickered, leaving him with 61. Simultaneously, a red glow emanated from the front of the tablet. Just as the insect carcasses had vanished, the sizable package of toast appeared on the table. Chun hurried over to inspect it. The package contained 15 slices, allowing for a consumption of 4 slices a day, which would easily last him 4 days. Moreover, the toast was packaged and the plastic bag could serve as a useful carrier. Was he being overly frugal? Chun pondered. In the pursuit of survival, it was prudent to be meticulous and economical. With carbohydrates secured, the next task was to select a source of hydration. There were numerous beverage options available, including cola and Sprite, as well as beer. However, these did not fit Chun considerations. A bottle of cola cost 3 insect coins, while a bottle of mineral water was only 1 insect coin. Through continuous price comparisons, he identified the most economical choice, an 8-liter jug of mineral water for 11 insect coins. He placed the order, reducing his insect coin balance to 50. Simultaneously, the large jug of mineral water materialized beneath the table. Chun licked his cracked lips and eagerly drank, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over him after consuming 2 hearty gulps. Though his situation was somewhat strained, this was the only way to ensure survival. He unwrapped the toast, casually taking a piece to eat while continuing to browse the mall. In terms of tools, he needed weapons and a shovel for digging. Regarding weaponry, a fruit knife should suffice for dealing with the flying insects. They were not particularly large, and aside from their speed, they posed minimal threat. According to the Insect Compendium, flying insects inhabited the area from 2 meters underground to the surface. Given their speed, he could feasibly dig 2 meters a day. However, considering the necessity to confront flying insects in caves and the unpredictable stormy weather, even 1 meter a day would be optimistic. Was there a more efficient weapon to combat the flying insects? Chun first thought was to use fire. He could purchase cooking oil from the mall, pour it down into the cave, and ignite it to create a fiery barrier against the insects. However, after some contemplation, he quickly dismissed this idea. The challenges were evident. The oil might not ignite easily, and more critically, was there sufficient oxygen present? Fire requires specific conditions: combustible material, an oxidizer, and an ignition source, all of which were uncertain in this alien environment. Chun feared wasting the resources he purchased. After much deliberation, He concluded that a knife would be practical and did not require special considerations. A kitchen knife was too cumbersome, but a slightly longer fruit knife would suffice. He purchased one for 8 insect coins, leaving him with 42. As for the digging tool, he had nearly settled on a shovel. The remaining options included flathead, pointed, and collapsible designs. After comparing several models, he opted for a compact, portable folding spade, costing 10 insect coins. His remaining balance was now 32 insect coins. For carrying tools, he had already spotted a large burlap sack for 2 insect coins. It was both inexpensive and robust. He purchased one, leaving him with 30 insect coins. Initially, he had intended to use the plastic bag from the toast for carrying, but upon inspection, he realized it was not particularly sturdy. It could easily tear, especially against the hard, angular bodies of the flying insects. With all necessary items acquired, Qingjin absent-mindedly grabbed another piece of soft toast, the plastic bag rustling in his hands. He glanced at the status of the storage box. Remaining power, 79, damage status, 0, intelligent control area. The power consumption was remarkably swift. Without lights, the energy was primarily used to maintain humidity, temperature, and oxygen levels. The box had been operational for approximately 4 hours. And with a remaining power of 79, this meant a consumption of 5 per hour more than he had anticipated. Qingjin felt a twinge of regret for being overly cautious when first activating the storage box. He should have attempted to lower the settings further to save on power. While oxygen levels were non-negotiable, both temperature and humidity were adjustable. He set the temperature to 15 degrees Celsius, referencing the external conditions to ensure minimal heat or cooling was required. As for humidity, he decided to test it at 15, ready to readjust if he felt discomfort. Maintaining health was paramount. Illness in this environment was not an option. He hoped these measures would conserve resources and power, especially since he had noticed in the mall that the box and Oppo's power could be replenished with insect coins. A 10 recharge would cost 100 insect coins, quite an exorbitant expense. Given that he had not accumulated 100 insect coins throughout the day, he found himself in a precarious financial situation. Clearly, he would need to exert more effort the following day. After finishing the second slice of toast, Qingjin found himself still hungry and reached for another piece. At the same time, he noticed a significant stir in the regional channel, with everyone discussing a singular matter. Region 1036. Population 9,896 10,000. Does anyone know what the free trading market is? A certain Lin Tiangan is selling a weapon at an outrageous price of 500 insect coins. What kind of item could warrant such a cost? Who knows? It appears to be a knife, but at that price, if he doesn't and Oppos, lower it, no one will be able to afford it. 500 insect coins? Why not just steal it? You'll see when you check it out, it's not a conventional weapon. And no one knows where he sourced it. I'm going to take a look. Oh, so something has appeared in the trading market? Qingjin felt a surge of curiosity. He too wished to see what a knife priced at 500 insect coins looked like. He casually clicked on the free trading market. In stark contrast to the overwhelming selection in the mall, this space was strikingly simple, featuring only a single item for sale. Yet, the more he examined it, the more it seemed familiar. It appeared he had encountered this item before. Chapter 8. The Stinger. Qingjin clicked on the only weapon available in the free trading market, the Stinger. Upon entering, he was presented with the weapon and Oppos' information and price in the form of a small card, which he began to scrutinize. The Stinger, basic information, length 35 cm, blade length 20 cm, handle length 15 cm, crafted from the body parts of flying insects, exceptionally sharp. Effects: grants the wearer an increase of 1 point in strength, 1 point in agility, and 10 points in vitality. Price: 500 alien insect coins. Seller: Lin Tiangan, seller and Oppos. S-Note: is there a brother interested? If you wish to buy, simply place your order here. I will not respond to private messages. In addition to the brief introduction of the Stinger, there was also an enlarged high-definition image available for players to examine. The front of the Stinger was fashioned from the forelimbs of flying insects, with barbed spikes embedded in the black metal, making it quite eye-catching. As for the handle, it appeared to be made from the hard shell of the insect's back combined with some sort of metal. Qingjin's previous careful observation enabled him to recognize this swiftly. The effects of the Stinger, enhancing fundamental personal attributes such as strength, agility, and vitality, were absent from the fruit knife he had purchased. Qingjin surmised that in this alien world, only such bizarre equipment could provide attribute bonuses. Items available in the marketplace typically lacked such enhancements, which justified the existence of the free trading market. It was no wonder it commanded a price of 500 alien insect coins. The attribute bonuses made it distinctly valuable. Initially, Qingjin considered the price exorbitant, but it now seemed entirely reasonable, albeit no one could afford to purchase his weapon. Soon after, Qingjin pondered a question. How did Lin Tiangong acquire this? Did crafting such a dagger require blueprints? Much like those survival novels he had previously read, where blueprints enabled creation, he had encountered flying insects today and collected their corpses, yet found nothing unusual. Or perhaps there existed resource chests, ideally categorized by tier, bronze, silver, and so forth, yielding weapons upon discovery? Qingjin contemplated inquiring privately, but the seller had explicitly stated he would not respond to private messages, which posed a challenge. However, he soon discovered another feature. Below the small card, information continuously popped up, distinct from private messages. This small area served as a message board where various buyers and sellers could interact. Lower the price, would you? At 500 alien insect coins, no one can afford it. If you drop it to 100 alien insect coins, someone might buy it. Indeed, this is the early stage. Soon everyone will have one. There's no need to exploit others. If you want it, buy it. If not, then don't. No one is forcing you. Has the big shot arrived? Care to share how you got this item? Sorry, that's a business secret. Qingjin scratched his head. Lin Tiangong demonstrated a keen understanding of the early game dynamics. Such a price might deter buyers today, but what about tomorrow? The day after? As people became more familiar with this place, exchanging alien insect coins would become increasingly effortless. He had no reason to worry about a lack of buyers. Nevertheless, the information he sought remained elusive. If resource chests truly existed, they were likely hidden within the underground insect caves. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would dig thoroughly. Setting down his tablet, Qingjin noticed that the sky had darkened outside, and the previous sandstorm had dissipated. He hadn't even realized when the tremors of the chest had ceased. Yet, none of that mattered now. He returned to his bedroom with the tablet. After lowering the temperature of the chest, it felt somewhat chilly. The single layer of clothing he wore was insufficient. He decided to endure the cold for one night, convincing himself that if it saved energy, it would be worth the discomfort. Finally, he switched the tablet to the weather lock, which not only displayed the weather but also the real-time clock in the upper right corner. 2/22/19. 06. The first number represented the date, as it was the same when he had first inspected the tablet today. The latter number was constantly changing, indicating the current time. Qingjin speculated that this time format was designed for the Blue Star inhabitants, helping them acclimate. Because only on Blue Star did people possess a concept of 24 hours, a notion of a day. Furthermore, the time changes corresponded with the countdown to the insect tide, which seemed coherent. Placing the tablet aside, he wrapped himself in the scant sheet on his single bed and attempted to sleep. Due to the heightened tension and excitement, compounded by the suddenness of it all, Qingjin slept poorly, tossing and turning throughout the night, even experiencing some peculiar dreams. Upon awakening, groggy, he turned on the tablet to check the time. 2/23/6/08. By a 24-hour clock, he had slept for 11 hours. Qingjin was astonished that he had managed to sleep for so long. The first thing he did upon waking was check the chest and Oppo's status. Remaining battery, 52, damage level, 0, smart control area. According to the previous temperature and humidity settings of the chest, it consumed 5 per hour, meaning 11 hours should have depleted 55. Yet now, with the temperature lowered and humidity reduced, it still had 52 battery remaining, indicating that his adjustments had indeed conserved some energy. However, the downside was evident. Qingjin felt a chill throughout his body, his nose tingling, and his throat sore, even slightly swollen. The battery was insufficient. Under optimal conditions, he preferred to maintain a comfortable temperature and humidity in the chest while he slept, ensuring quality rest to sustain his energy. Rising, he approached the door. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. Upon entering the living area, he could clearly see that it was already bright outside, a stark contrast to yesterday's tempest, which had now calmed significantly. Grabbing a piece of bread, he hastily consumed it for breakfast, then set out with his fruit knife, a burlap sack, and a folding shovel towards the hatch area. Before stepping outside, he first adjusted the settings of the chest, glancing at the weather. Weather, temperature, 11:14 weather conditions, feels cooler, strong ultraviolet rays, radiation levels severely exceeded. Wind speed, light breeze assessment, a splendid day for outdoor exploration. Insect tide countdown, 6 days 7 hours 42 minutes. He adjusted the chest's temperature to 12 degrees Celsius. aligning it with the outdoor temperature while setting humidity to 0. He was about to head out, prioritizing extreme energy conservation. After completing these tasks, he placed the tablet back in its original hanging position and turned to examine his outdoor protective suit. First, Qinzhen checked the oxygen tank supply, finding the needle still in the green zone. Only then did he begin to don the protective suit. With the experience from his first attempt, he found it much easier to wear the gear this time. After securing the glass helmet and turning on the oxygen switch, he turned the hatch handle 3 clockwise rotations. And with a click. Chapter 9. The nest. After 3 circles, the heavy metal plate emitted a sound as Qinzhen leaned down to the hatch, assisting in its swift opening. The thick hatch slowly creaked open, and a handful of yellow sand surged through the gap. Qinzhen could hear the sound of his own labored breathing. He then bent down to pick up the burlap sack filled with tools, preparing to step outside. By a curious twist of fate, he glanced at the black panel left in its original position, and an idea sprang to mind. Could this panel be taken outside? Given the existence of a module for the recovery of alien insects, why should they bring back the carcasses? If he brought the panel to the entrance of the flying insects and Appos lair, he could kill them in one moment and recover them in the next. Wood and Appos. Would that be far more efficient? There would be no need for the burlap sack. Only digging tools and weapons would suffice. Qinzhen felt a surge of excitement, eager to test this theory. He tossed the burlap sack and tools aside and strode towards the panel. Gently touching the black screen atop it, the panel illuminated. Qinzhen began to carry the panel outside, but as soon as he stepped over the hatch, the panel immediately went dark. No matter how he tapped or pressed, the black screen remained unresponsive, as if it had frozen. Yet, as soon as the panel returned to the confines of the box, the screen flickered back to life. Rather than complain, Qinzhen began to examine the panel. It was the size of a paperback book, characterized solely by its black screen and metal casing. This panel was quite nondescript, lacking any interfaces, its outer edges perfectly sealed. It seemed that if it ventured beyond the box, it would cease to function. Qinzhen speculated that the panel's power likely relied on the energy source within the box. The two must be connected by some unknown technology, causing the panel to lose power once it stepped outside the designated range. Since it was unusable, he decided to leave it behind without further hesitation. The hatch closed once more with a click, and Qinzhen found himself back in the wilderness. Not far away, a gust of wind stirred up a cloud of sand. He shook the burlap sack in his hand and set off towards the distance. The cave he marked yesterday indeed held flying insects, but there were likely others beneath the stones scattered about. He realized he need not run so far. Qinzhen focused on a nearby stone. If there was also a cave beneath it, digging locally would be advantageous, bringing him closer to the box. If he failed to find the cave, he could always return to his previous location. With determination, he sprang into action, tossing the burlap sack aside as the sound of his fruit knife and shovel clashed crisply. He opened the burlap sack, retrieving both the fruit knife and the shovel. This was the advantage of a foldable shovel, compact and easy to carry. In just a few motions, he unfolded the shovel, which extended to about 1 meter in length, with a 40-centimeter wide blade, hardly lightweight, but certainly functional. Qinzhen held modest expectations. As long as it served its purpose, that was sufficient. He began inspecting the stones for any sign of a flying insect lair, methodically moving one stone after another. The first stone yielded nothing, nor did the second, or the third. This was to be expected. He had searched extensively for the previous cave before discovering it. Leaning down, he cleared a small area, removing stone after stone. After exerting himself, Qinzhen stood, fist on his hips, twisting to stretch his back. He had removed over 10 stones from the small area, yet still found no trace of a lair. He contemplated abandoning this spot to return to his earlier location, despite the distance. As he prepared to close his foldable shovel and pack up, an unusual sound caught his attention. A low buzzing filled the air. It was the unmistakable sound of a flying insect's wings. Qinzhen, familiar with this sound, sprang to his feet, fruit knife in his right hand and a stone in his left. Where was it? Where were the flying insects? He scanned his surroundings for any sign of the insects but found nothing. Something felt off. A peculiar sensation prickled at his consciousness. The earlier sound had been muffled. Emanating from beneath the ground, there was indeed a cave below. The low buzzing returned, and Qinzhen realized the sound was coming from right beneath his feet. In an instant, he leapt aside. Peering down, he noticed the sand beneath him shifting slightly, accompanied by the buzzing of wings. The alien insects were lurking just below. Gripping the stone and fruit knife tightly, he prepared for confrontation. A whirlpool of yellow sand began to collapse, resembling a small vortex in a river. Yet this was a sand pit. The black mouth of the cave emerged, and in the blink of an eye, a flying insect shot out. Despite his readiness, Qingjun was caught off guard by its sudden appearance. The insect zipped past him, narrowly missing a strike. He quickly hurled the stone he held. With a thud, the insect dipped lower, and the stone, the size of his fist, whizzed over its head. Qingjun tightened his grip on the fruit knife. Aiming for the moment, the insect dodged the stone. With a swift thrust, he plunged the knife into its abdomen. In an instant, the insect's soft belly was pierced, and a viscous green liquid oozed from the blade's tip. The insect twitched as if electrocuted, its slender hind legs spasming as it slowly descended. Qingjun inhaled deeply. Striking its weak point proved effective, a lethal blow. Before he could revel in his success, a dull sound emanated from behind him, sending a chill down his spine. He turned to face the source, only to be met with an unexpected sight. 3 flying insects emerged, one of them already crawling out of the cave, its front limbs extending onto the ground. The number of insects in the cave was likely far greater. He could not allow them to gain the upper hand. Ignoring the one hovering above him, Qingjun picked up a large stone and hurled it at the cave and Appo's entrance. With a resounding crash, the stone completely blocked the opening, and he heard a squelching sound. One of the insects met its end, flattened against the stone. Now, he had to deal with the 3 insects hovering above him, the buzzing intensifying near his ears. He sidestepped instinctively, even without seeing the threat behind him. Sure enough, one insect zipped past his previous position, while the other 2 launched an attack from the front. Qingjun felt a surge of urgency. In the blink of an eye, one of the insects somehow landed on his shoulder, brushing its front limbs against him. Chapter 10. Intricate cavern stumbling. Qingjun nearly lost his footing. The sudden descent of the flying insects was indeed unexpected, especially with such close observation through the glass. The insect perched on his shoulder brandished its forelimbs, poised to strike. Qingjun and Appo's reaction was swifter. In a flash, his fruit knife was deployed. With a swift, rearward motion, the blade found its mark, piercing the insect and Appo's abdomen. A burst of ichor erupted as the creature faltered and collapsed. However, Qingjun's shoulder had not escaped unscathed. Virulent fluids thoroughly coated his right shoulder, also splattering the glass. Yet, he had no time to attend to his own discomfort as 2 more insects bore down on him. Their forelimbs, sharp as stilettos, gleamed menacingly, as if intent on devouring him alive. Their velocity was considerable, but Qingjun swiftly leaned back, the insects whizzing past overhead. As he righted himself, he saw the pair execute a mid-air pirouette before resuming their attack. Despite their speed, Qingjun had discerned a vulnerability, the insects' difficulty in altering their trajectory during a charge. This limitation likely stemmed from their wing structure. Therefore, with prompt reaction and timely evasion, he could circumvent their assaults. Armed with this knowledge, Qingjun sidestepped once more, watching the insects hurtle past. Capitalizing on their momentary deceleration, he swiftly pursued them. Within seconds, their pace noticeably slackened as they attempted to wheel around. But in that instant, Qingjun's fruit knife struck. 1, 2, piercing them from behind. Qingjun dispatched the insects with ease, though not without being doused in more of their noxious fluids. Fortunately, the tablet and Appo's recycling function could identify and neutralize the alien ichor, surveying the fallen insects. Each in its grotesque demise, Qingjun gathered them into a sack. At 20 alien per insect, this initial haul of 80 was a promising start to the day. After a moment's respite, Qingjun turned his attention to the cavern from which the insects had emerged. Past experience suggested that caverns often lay beneath stones, but he had not anticipated finding them on the seemingly barren ground. He was grateful for having blocked the entrance with stones earlier, preventing a larger swarm from emerging. He resolved to prepare more thoroughly, opting for a strategy of patient ambush, allowing only 1 insect to emerge at a time. He had found battling 3 insects at once quite challenging, and he could not afford to be outnumbered. With renewed determination, Qingjun crouched down, carefully displacing the stones, his fruit knife at the ready. The underside of the black stone was smeared with insect appendages and minute body parts. He had hurled the stone with considerable force, wary of more insects bursting forth. The cavern entrance was sealed with a congealed mixture of greenish slime and sand, the insects and Appo's fluids acting as a binding agent. Qingjun had to clear away this mess. Wielding his fruit knife, he pierced the viscous barrier, meticulously extracting it. The debris, along with the insect remains scraped from the stone, went into the sack. At last, Qingjun could peer into the cavern, finding no telltale green eyes. He could even see the cavern floor, as it was shallow, less than 20 centimeters deep, with the yellow sand reflecting the light. How had so many insects concealed themselves within such a small space? Upon closer inspection, Chun discovered a bend leading deeper into the cavern. After a brief pause, seeing no movement at the entrance, he decided to excavate. He placed the fruit knife on a nearby stone and grasped the folding entrenching tool with both hands. "Heave!" he exclaimed, finding the exertion invigorating. As the tool struck the ground, Chun immediately sensed the inhospitable nature of the terrain. Beneath the loose sand lay a layer of formidable hardness. He would first clear away the easily removable material to expose the cavern's network. Chun began to excavate around the initial cavern entrance, removing the loose sand. After some time, the full extent of the insect nest's outer perimeter was revealed. Within this small area, less than a meter in radius, Chun identified 3 distinct entrances. One led further into the depths, shrouded in darkness. He saw no green eyes or reflective fluids. Chun tossed a small stone into the abyss, hearing its echo reverberate through the larger cavern below. This entrance led to a deeper chamber, yet no insects were visible. Another entrance extended horizontally, its passage marked by a slight rise in the hardened sand. The final entrance was located halfway up the side of a small earthen slope, connected to the initial cavern. Chun surmised that this was the most likely point of insect emergence. Before commencing his operation, Chun blocked the other 2 entrances with stones, preventing any flanking maneuvers. With preparations complete, he initiated his plan. He positioned a stone within easy reach to block the 3rd entrance and retrieve the sack. He would use the insect corpses as bait, hoping to lure out the remaining inhabitants. This tactic had proven effective at the distant cavern yesterday, and he hoped it would work again. Otherwise, he would have to resort to further excavation, increasing the inherent risks. Chun grasped a stone in his left hand and his fruit knife in his right. He selected a relatively intact insect carcass and proceeded to dismember it. The connection between the head and abdomen was particularly narrow, and with a slice of the fruit knife, a torrent of green ichor gushed forth. Chun used the blade to carefully place the still-oozing abdomen at the cavern entrance, hoping to entice the other insects. The iridescent fluid trickled down the entrance, and Chun waited patiently. Like a hunter, he held his breath, amplifying his senses, especially his hearing. A muffled drone reverberated, signaling that a quarry had taken the bait. Chapter 11. The insect egg cave. The oppressive hum grew increasingly near as Chun cautiously extracted a half-decayed insect carcass from the cave and Appos' entrance. Simultaneously, stones and a fruit knife lay poised and ready. Suddenly, a pair of glowing green eyes appeared before him. With a swift motion, the fruit knife struck as the insect emerged from the cave, piercing its body from the side. Another one claimed. Chun discarded the freshly slain insect into the burlap sack. The hour was still early, and glancing back at the container, it was merely 100 meters away. To have such a bounty so close to home brought him a sense of joy. He then repeated his previous strategy. These insects seemed easily attracted to the carcasses of their companions. Within a mere half hour, Chun had collected 11 insects. Adding the previous 6, his sack now contained a total of 17 insect bodies, occupying half its space. However, thereafter, whether due to the insects and Appos' heightened alertness or the cave being depleted of its inhabitants, no prey appeared for an extended period. After 10 minutes without sight of any insects, Chun resolved to change his position. He placed a stone to block the previous cave entrance as a precaution and opened the passage leading underground. Having previously tested the stone at this entrance, he knew the space below was substantial. If insects were present, their numbers would surely be considerable. Grasping one side of the burlap sack, he used the fruit knife to pierce an insect carcass and drew it out. This action felt akin to skewering a piece of fruit. He maneuvered the insect and Appos' body directly above the cave, its ruptured abdomen leaking fluid, even beginning to strand. Occasionally, the insect on the knife and Appos' tip would twitch involuntarily. Unfazed, Chun kept his gaze fixed on the cave entrance. Yet, the anticipated action did not transpire. After a prolonged wait, silence reigned. And the insect before him was nearly drained, its once bulging abdomen now shriveled. Realizing this was not a viable approach, he decided to test one last lateral entrance. His reluctance stemmed from the belief that a lateral opening would poorly disperse the scent of the carcasses. Additionally, this entrance lay at his feet, obscuring his view of the interior. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. If it proved fruitless, he would have to dig deeper or seek another cave. Employing the same strategy, he waited patiently for a quarter of an hour, but it seemed no gains were forthcoming. Chun, unwilling to linger, returned the insect carcass to the sack and lifted his shovel, preparing to breach this lateral insect cave and ascertain whether it lay empty. With determination, Shinjin struck down with vigor. The earth proved harder than anticipated. The shovel sank only a few centimeters, failing to breach the cave. However, upon extracting the shovel, he discerned a clue. The foremost section, the portion that had been thrust into the ground, had turned green. Despite being coated in sand, he clearly observed a phosphorescent liquid. Something resided within this lateral cave. Shinjun plucked a small portion of the green viscous substance from the shovel's tip. It was remarkably adhesive. He also noticed dark particles within it. Indeed, this was not the carcasses of insects, but rather insect eggs. Could it be that this lateral cave was filled with such treasures? Shinjun felt a surge of excitement. If this were the case, he might strike it rich. Nevertheless, he first needed to deal with the substance in his hands. He wiped the viscous residue onto a stone and then used another stone to crush the insect eggs. Regardless of the circumstances, it was far more reassuring to ensure these tiny beings met their demise. Having completed this task, Shinjun began to devise a plan to breach the lateral cave. The earlier shovel strike had created a small opening, and continuing to excavate from this point would undoubtedly be the most efficient approach. However, he also had to consider the potential emergence of insects. One end of the lateral entrance was blocked by stones, allowing only insects to exit through the hole he had created. After careful consideration, Shinjun decided to create an opening just large enough for his hand to fit through, a size that would impede the exit of the insects. He aimed for an opening of approximately 10 centimeters, sufficient for his fingers and palm to easily slide in, but challenging for insects to escape. The dimensions of the opening were not mere speculation. They were informed by the Insect Compendium, Volume 1, which stated that the insects measured between 13 to 18 centimeters in length, with some adults exceeding 25 centimeters. Having confirmed his strategy, Shinjun commenced. He widened the previous gap, striking down with vigor several times, ultimately breaking through the entire lateral cave, with the opening measuring around 7 centimeters. Though small, the reveal brought him joy. A large mass of luminous green goo appeared before him, precisely as he had envisioned. This lateral cave seemed teeming with the substance. Yet, the true treasure lay not in the goo itself, but in the insect eggs it contained. Shinjun discarded the shovel, aligning his 4 fingers like a small scoop, and began to extract the viscous substance. 1 scoop, 2 scoops, 3 scoops. The quantity was substantial. He estimated several hundred insect eggs piled upon the stone. He placed these spoils into a bag, pulling the burlap sack closer, which already bore the weight of 17 insects. Adding the considerable mass of the dark green goo, the goo occupied little volume, leaving nearly half of the sack space unutilized. Taking a deep breath, Shinjun set aside his haul and prepared to continue excavating other areas. Initially, he intended to expand the small opening to 10 centimeters, as he had previously anticipated. However, plans often falter, and it seemed there were no insects present here, as evidenced by the vast quantity of goo that had just flowed forth. Shinjun and Appos, his hand could no longer reach deeper, compelling him to excavate elsewhere. Approximately 30 centimeters from the previous opening, he again struck down with his shovel. Hey, the sensation mirrored before. He expanded the gap to about 6 or 7 centimeters. Once again, fortune favored him as the opening began to yield a significant flow of luminous green goo. This time, he truly struck gold. The yield of insect eggs proved even more gratifying than that of the insects. Engaging with the insects bore certain risks, yet gathering insect eggs posed no danger whatsoever. Though the price of insect eggs was lower, their abundance was a consolation. Each plunge of his hand yielded a sizable scoop of green goo. Collecting the goo, tossing it onto the stone, crushing it, and bagging it. Shinjun repeated this process with unrelenting enthusiasm. Chapter 12. A bountiful harvest. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Shinjun remained immersed in the joy of his abundant harvest. When he finally regained his composure, he beheld the once thriving horizontal cavern, now in a state of disrepair, filled with the remnants of insect eggs scattered across the ground. He diligently collected every viable insect egg he could extract and even excavated a portion of the area until the horizontal cave extended underground, at which point he ceased his efforts. His labors had yielded a considerable bounty. The viscous substance mixed with the insect eggs nearly filled his sack to capacity. With a weary twist of his sore back, he gently massaged it with his hands before glancing at his sack. It was time to return. Regardless of the wealth he had amassed, he lacked the tools to transport it all back. Moreover, the exertion had taken its toll, necessitating a period of rest to ensure his future efficiency. Shinjun carefully secured the opening of the sack and grasped it with one hand. The location was not far from his storage unit, making it manageable to carry. Dragging it along the ground was out of the question, as sharp stones could easily puncture the sack, leading to further complications. Thus, he resolved to bear the weight on his back. With a grunt, Chunjin summoned all his strength to hoist the heavy sack onto his shoulders. It felt unbearably heavy. He could feel the peculiar texture of the adult insects' rigid bodies, juxtaposed with the soft, cool, and slimy insect egg substance. One hand clutched the sack's opening to prevent the precious contents from spilling out, yet some viscous liquid still oozed through the seams. There was little he could do. He could only hasten his pace. His other hand remained busy, tightly gripping his fruit knife and folding shovel, both acquired with his hard-earned currency, and certainly not to be discarded in the wilderness. As for the excavation site, Chunjun had blocked the entrance with stones to conceal it. The 100 meters felt as if he had traversed 1,000. Eventually, he stood once more before his storage unit. He unceremoniously dropped the sack onto the ground and approached the hatch, where a red beam scanned his body. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. With a crisp click, the hatch opened, and after a few moments, it slowly swung open. Chunjun shifted his position and grasped the sack and Appos' opening with both hands, preparing to transport the contents inside. The bulging sack was placed against the metal wall of the storage unit, and he turned to retrieve his fruit knife and shovel from the ground. He then stepped inside and closed the hatch. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, 3 rotations. The metallic handle spun rapidly, accompanied by a sharp sound, as the hatch sealed once more. A wave of elation washed over Chunjun. The hefty sack of insects and eggs should yield a substantial amount of currency. Perhaps he could even acquire Lin Tianran and Appos' coveted sting blade. A weapon that enhances attributes is incomparable to those available in the marketplace. Before long, the viscous substance began to leak from the sack, leaving a greenish stain on the metal floor. Chunjun, not bothering to change out of his protective suit, made his way to the black panel. He lightly tapped the screen, locating the insect carcass recycling station, as a red light illuminated the area before him. He carefully aligned the panel with the sack to assess the day and Appos' bounty. In an instant, the insect carcasses and eggs within the sack were processed by the recycling station. Successfully recycled insects 17, earned currency 340. Successfully recycled insect eggs 923, earned currency 923. Chunjin fixated on the information that appeared on the panel, unable to contain his excitement. He had not anticipated such a wealth of insect eggs. Ha ha ha. This time he had truly struck it rich. Adding the previous 30 currency units, he now possessed a total of 1293. Not only could he purchase 1 sting blade, but 2 would also be within reach. Furthermore, this was all achieved through his own efforts, providing a profound sense of accomplishment. However, Chunjin soon noticed that the pop-up on the panel had not yet vanished. A moment later, an unusual formatted message appeared in the recycling station. Acquired weapon, Sting Blade 1, acquired food, Insect Egg Gum 3, acquired material. Insect Slime Powder 1, a jackpot. Chunjin focused intently on the panel, realizing the recycling station possessed such remarkable capabilities. It appeared that Lin Tianran and Appos' weapon was not crafted from blueprints or sourced from resource boxes, but rather procured through the insect recycling station. Although he had also recycled a few insect carcasses yesterday, he had not received any such rewards, a fate shared by most. What, then, could account for this discrepancy? What distinguished yesterday from today? The only factor Chunjin could surmise was the sheer quantity. The number of insects and eggs today was unfathomably greater than yesterday's haul. Thus, it seemed that the emergence of weapons and tools was merely a matter of probability. With sufficient quantities recycled, the odds of acquiring a weapon increased significantly. Lin Tianran and Appos' ability to obtain a weapon on his first day could be attributed to either luck or a substantial quantity of recycled insect carcasses. Any bounty is a welcome one, and Chunjun pressed the confirmation button on the panel. The previously mentioned items materialized before him, the sting blade, identical to the one he had observed in the free trade market, along with black gum and paint contained in a small black box. Rather than hastily inspect the dropped items, Chunjin continued to utilize the insect recycling station to cleanse his body. He meticulously recycled every inch, arms, shoulders, and even the glass dome. Successfully recycled insect eggs 2. Earned currency 2. Next came the fruit knife and shovel, both of which had accumulated insect fluids. Successfully recycled insect eggs 1. Earned currency 1. He even addressed the metal handle of the hatch, the floor, and the corners of the sack. Every accessible surface was thoroughly cleansed until the recycling station indicated no more insect carcasses were detected, prompting Qinzhen to finally cease his efforts. At long last, it was complete. He twisted the glass dome with both hands, inhaling the air within the storage unit once more. How dry. Every breath felt like a painful endeavor. The humidity within the unit had plummeted to zero, prompting him to consult the unit and amp, Oppos, as assistant. Remaining power, 44, damage level, 0, intelligent control area. He opted not to adjust the temperature in the intelligent control area, raising the humidity to 15. As the aridity was unbearable, a glance at the time revealed it was 2:23 p.m. He had been out for approximately 7 hours, consuming a total of 8 of the unit and Oppos' power. This was within an acceptable range, particularly given the conditions of zero humidity. From now on, he would adjust the humidity to 0 each time he ventured out, as this would ultimately conserve significant energy and currency. After adjusting the humidity, Qinzhen set the panel aside and began to remove his outdoor protective suit. The suit and helmet were neatly returned to their designated places for ease of access on his next outing. Only after completing these tasks did he shift his focus to the items he had obtained from the recycling station. Chapter 13. Insect Egg Gum. The stinger offered little to discuss, merely augmenting personal attributes. Qinzhen grasped the stinger with one hand. Strength Attribute 1, Agility Attribute 1, Vitality 10 points. As before, the tactile sensation was somewhat more rigid, particularly around the grip area. The exoskeleton crafted from the black segments of the flying insect and amp, Oppos' back was exceedingly robust. Wrapping it with a few layers of binding would significantly improve its usability. The blade's edges were fashioned from the sharp forelimbs of the flying insect, while the central segment appeared to be refined from its body. Not metal as Qinzhen had previously assumed. The overall feel of the stinger was remarkably light. Upon swinging it a couple of times, he found it far superior to a typical fruit knife. With a resounding bang, Qinzhen held it in his right hand and flicked the center of the stinger with his left, producing a crisp sound, coupled with its lightweight sensation. He began to question its durability, whether it might shatter upon striking something exceedingly hard. However, it was premature to draw conclusions without testing it first. After inspecting the stinger, Qinzhen collected several other items from the ground, took his tablet, and proceeded to the living area. The living area boasted windows, providing a brighter environment, and a place to rest. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. The metal door swung open, and Qinzhen walked directly to a chair, plopping down and tossing the items onto the dining table. Insect Egg Gum, Qinzhen muttered, picking up a piece of black gum. This was not the rectangular, thin gum commonly found on Blue Star, but rather a small cube. Holding it between both hands before his eyes, he noted, aside from the gum and Oppos' dark hue, that actual insect eggs were affixed to its surface. Tiny eggs the size of mosquitoes arranged neatly, their black nutrient fluid blending seamlessly with the gum's color. Gently squeezing it, he found it retained its elasticity. Simultaneously, Qinzhen noticed red dots reappearing on the black tablet, indicating an information bulletin. Setting down the insect egg gum, he tapped on it. A card appeared, similar to those seen in a free trading market, detailing the item information. The first card read Stinger, which Qinzhen swiftly dismissed. Moving on to the second card, the high-definition image of the insect egg gum was slightly magnified, accompanied by descriptive text. Insect egg gum. Basic information. Length 2 cm, width 2 cm, height 1 cm, composed of undeveloped insect eggs. Each piece is rich in eggs. Effect. The insect egg gum is nutrient-dense. Consuming one piece fulfills an entire day and amp, Oppos' energy requirement. Note. The insect egg gum should not be consumed excessively, as there is a risk of parasitism. Parasitism? Qinzhen and Oppos' expression soured. The mere mention of the term extinguished his desire to sample even a single piece, regardless of the conditions under which parasitism might occur. He instinctively felt that consuming it posed a considerable danger. Although it promised to meet daily energy needs, it was hardly enticing. Would and amp, Oppos' T3 slices of toast be more satisfying? He resolved to take the gum to the free trading market later. Perhaps there were others who might appreciate it. Sliding his finger, he moved past the second card. Insect slime powder. Basic information. A viscous substance harvested from the specialized glands of the insect and Oppos' abdomen, dried to form a powder that can be applied to the skin. Effect. The powder is rich in insect pheromones and can disguise oneself to evade insect attacks. Note. A complete application of the powder is necessary for effective camouflage. The thought of camouflage intrigued Qinzhen. The utility of the insect slime powder was considerable. There were deeper caverns below, teeming with innumerable insects. Should he inadvertently fall into an insect den, this powder could very well save his life. Yet, the requirement to use an entire bottle for a single disguise seemed rather wasteful. Setting down the tablet, he turned his gaze to the insect slime powder and discovered that it was not housed in a small black box, but rather crafted from the same insect body parts as the stinger's central segment, making it less immediately recognizable. The box itself was also quite small, fitting comfortably in the palm of his hand, reminiscent of cosmetics found in a bathroom. Unscrewing the black lid, he found the viscous green paste neatly contained within. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled its aroma, reminiscent of vinegar. To his surprise, it had a slightly sour scent, which he had not anticipated. He had expected something far more pungent. Yet, a bit of acidity was preferable to a foul stench. After examining the 3 items he had uncovered, Chunjun once again manipulated his tablet. The battery of the box was running low, at only 44, coupled with his increase in humidity settings. The box's power consumption was now approximately 3 to 4 times greater than before. He decided to replenish its power. Navigating to the marketplace section, he found the special category for box charging. Charging 10 would cost 100 bug coins, so he spent 500 bug coins, instantly raising the box's power to 94. With 796 bug coins remaining, he felt no remorse for the expenditure. Such funds were meant to be utilized. Gazing at the box's 94 battery life, he felt a profound sense of security. Entering the marketplace, he hesitated for a moment, then finally spent 2 bug coins to purchase a sausage for himself. After a long day of labor, Chunjun wished to treat himself. A flash of red light signified the arrival of the sausage on the dining table, its familiar red packaging boldly proclaiming strong amongst the strong. Surely, there was no issue here? He distinctly remembered selecting King of Kings just moments ago. Grasping the sausage with one hand, he grinned and took a small bite from the other side. Chewing carefully, he found that, at least in terms of flavor, it remained unchanged. While enjoying the sausage, Chunjun reached for his toast, only to discover that the once soft bread had become hard. This was undoubtedly due to the box and Oppos, as humidity being set to 0. Hardness was acceptable. Chunjun was no old man, and his teeth were still capable. Taking a bite, he found the crunchy texture surprisingly pleasant, reminiscent of eating instant noodles. Alternating between bites of sausage and dry bread, Chunjun navigated his tablet toward the free trading market. To his astonishment, the trading market was bustling with activity compared to the solitary item available yesterday. Chapter 14. Listing goods. The free trading market has seen a proliferation of transaction information, among which numerous listings for the Sting Blade have emerged. Chunjun counted a total of over 20 trading posts offering the Sting Blade. The prices varied widely, with some listed at 1,000 insect coins and others at a mere 300. Although the weapons were identical, the stark price differences led Chunjun to suspect discrepancies in attribute enhancements, prompting him to investigate each listing. To his astonishment, both the 300 insect coin and the 1,000 insect coin versions of the Sting Blade possessed absolutely identical attributes. Were these sellers attempting to deceive others? A cursory comparison would dissuade any rational person from choosing the 1,000 insect coin option. Chunjun examined the listing priced at 1,000 insect coins, posted by a seller named Guochun, whose buyer's note claimed, "First come, first served." This weapon has extraordinary effects. If you don't believe it, purchase it and try for yourself. Chunjun was left speechless. What kind of fool would buy such a weapon? His sentiment was echoed by others in the comment section, where they lambasted Guochun for his unscrupulous pricing. A swindler. You've gone too far. Everyone else has lowered their prices to 300 insect coins. On what grounds do you demand more? Just because your materials are superior? You're disrupting market order, Guochun. You've lost your credibility with me. If you can end Oppos, to afford it, stop whining here. This is for the wealthy. Don't meddle in affairs beyond your means. You're still being arrogant? I'm going to expose your misdeeds in the regional chat channel. Chunjun took a keen interest in the comments. In this marketplace, real names were required for all transactions, and overpricing would undoubtedly ruin one's reputation. Just yesterday, the Sting Blade was scarce, yet today it was abundant, and another day it would likely be ubiquitous, with everyone possessing one. Upon returning to the free trading market, Chunjun discovered an array of other items alongside the Sting Blade. There were several listings for larval gum, as well as larval cakes, larval sugar pastries, and larval Swiss rolls, a veritable assortment of larval products. In terms of weaponry, aside from the sting blade, there were also spiked daggers and insect storage boxes. Chen opened one listing for the spiked dagger. Spiked dagger. Basic information. Length 25 cm. Blade length 17 cm. Handle length 8 cm. Crafted from parts of flying insects. Exceptionally sharp. Effect. Increases the user's agility by 1 point. Price. 198 insect coins. Seller. Zhou Xiaolu. Seller S note. This weapon is relatively small. If any sisters are interested, now is the time to purchase. Chen observed the high-definition image of the spiked dagger. It was similar to the sting blade, but marginally smaller, with minimal attribute differences. The only advantage was its slightly lower price, which was to be expected. He closed this listing and opened another, this time regarding the insect storage box. Insect storage box. Basic information. Length 20 cm, width 20 cm, height 20 cm. Made from the hardened back of flying insects, exceptionally sturdy. Effect. Can be used as a storage box or as a blunt object. Price. 300 insect coins. Seller. Lin Qing. Seller S note. Not sure what to say. This seems to need editing before listing. But interested friends can place an order directly. Chen deemed the insect storage box rather useless. Spending 300 insect coins on such an item would indeed be a waste of money. After dismissing this listing, he surveyed the entire free trading market. Aside from the sting blade and the spiked dagger, most items were functional, with many being entirely unnecessary. The larval products were plentiful, primarily intended as food. Having already acquired the sting blade, Chen found nothing else of interest. However, the larval gum piqued his curiosity for listing. He noted the selling prices of other larval gums, which were not high, 20 insect coins per piece, as more food items would inevitably be available. And with no intention of consuming them himself, he contemplated how to sell them instead. Pricing them below market value seemed a wise choice. After some contemplation, Chen decided to set the price at 15 insect coins per piece, hoping to attract buyers. On the interface of his tablet, he noticed a small plus sign in the upper right corner of the free trading market module, through which he could list items. Chen retrieved a piece of dry bread from a plastic bag and entered the item editing page. Please scan the item you wish to sell. Holding the black tablet in one hand, he used the device's red light to scan the larval gum resting on the table. Scan successful. Item successfully recorded. Larval gum. Please continue editing your item information. Chen stared at the pop-up window. It resembled the item cards from the previous trading posts. The enlarged high-definition image and description of the larval gum were already edited. Only a few options required his manual input remained. Select your listing quantity, 1 to 3, set item unit price. Edit seller S note. He opted to sell 3 pieces of larval gum, setting the quantity to 3. The unit price remained as he had initially planned, 15 insect coins, which was below the market price, making the total worth 45 insect coins. For the seller S note, Chen worried that some might misunderstand and think that a single piece of larval gum cost 45 insect coins. Therefore, he clarified, each piece of larval gum is 15 insect coins. Please note the quantity is 3. After completing these steps, he clicked the confirmation button at the bottom. Instantly, a pop-up inquiry appeared. Transaction successful. This system will charge a fee of 5 insect coins. Agree to proceed with the listing? Chen scratched his head, realizing that he was being nickeled and dimed at every turn. With no option to decline, he reluctantly clicked agree. The system would have its way with him. Listing your item. Item listed successfully. You can view your item in the free trading market. Chen exited the item editing pop-up and navigated back to the trading market, quickly spotting his listed item. After confirming that all information was accurate, he felt a sense of relief. Whether it sold would depend entirely on luck. As for the 45 insect coins, he believed most would be able to afford that price. Glancing at his item, Chen noticed that despite the variety of goods now available, he had yet to encounter insect slime powder. The powder he possessed might very well be unique, though he acknowledged the possibility that others had not yet listed theirs. He believed that the utility of this coating surpassed that of any weapon. Taking a deep breath, Chen reached once more for the loaf of bread, noting that the 3 pieces of larval gum on the table had vanished without a trace. Chapter 15. The XN-G025 Protective Suit crisp sounds echoed as Chen savored his crunchy bread, quenching his thirst with generous gulps of water, and then turned his gaze towards the marketplace displayed on his tablet. He had previously skimmed through it, but had not meticulously examined the specific offerings available. Suddenly, the container began to sway slightly, and peering through the glass window, he observed the weather outside. Moments ago, the The sky was clear, but now a fierce wind swept through, carrying clouds of yellow sand. Was it the case that this alien planet experienced such storms every afternoon? Soon, the view outside was obscured by swirling sand, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Qinjun glanced outside once more before returning to his tablet, tapping on the shopping cart icon. The marketplace boasted a wide array of goods akin to those found in a supermarket, including food, beverages, and kitchen utensils. Rice cookers, steamers, air fryers, woks, soup pots, and frying pans were all available, alongside various spatulas, spoons, and chopsticks. However, the prices were exorbitant. A standard frying pan cost a staggering 800 alien currency units. While spoons were relatively inexpensive, Qinjun found them unnecessary for the time being. The selection of everyday utensils was comprehensive, and there were also several specialized tools on offer, such as electric saws, drills, and jackhammers. Yet again, the prices soared. A drill cost an astonishing 1,500 alien currency units. Considering its potential to expedite excavation, Qinjun deemed this price reasonable. However, as it was an electric drill, the reliance on power posed a significant challenge. Presently, the most practical digging tools were shovels and picks, and he contemplated acquiring a pick. Previously limited by his budget, Qinjun now found himself in a somewhat more affluent position and recognized the necessity of choosing more efficient excavation tools. The most affordable option was a pickaxe, which he purchased for 28 alien currency units, leaving him with 766 units. In a flash, a gleaming new pickaxe materialized before him, a standard farm-style pick, with a metal head connected to a wooden handle. Qinjun quickly tested its weight. It was undoubtedly easier to use than a shovel. With his excavation tools upgraded, he still relied on burlap sacks for transportation. While this sufficed for short distances, as was the case today, carrying heavier loads over longer distances would prove challenging. Perhaps he should consider acquiring a small cart. A cart would allow him to transport all his tools and carry a greater number of alien insect carcasses. He felt it was a wise investment, enhancing both transportation efficiency and capacity. There was no need for an extravagant or costly cart. Instead, he focused on a simple model. He selected a foldable handcart with 4 wheels, reminiscent of those used by delivery personnel, for a reasonable price of 40 alien currency units, leaving him with 726 units. Before long, the handcart appeared before him, just as he had envisioned. He gave it a gentle pat. It felt sturdy and could easily accommodate 3 full burlap sacks of alien insect remains. With this in mind, he also purchased 2 additional large burlap sacks, allowing him to gather even more insect carcasses in one trip, spending 4 alien currency units and leaving him with 722 units. His excavation and transportation tools, as well as weapons to combat flying insects, had all been upgraded. Qinjun felt confident that he would collect a greater number of insect remains the following day, thus earning more alien currency and advancing more rapidly. As he surveyed his tools and glanced at the sky outside, he realized he needed a compass. If he were to find himself ensnared in such treacherous weather, lost and unable to locate the container, a compass would be indispensable. But could a compass function in this alien environment? Its principle relies on the magnetic field of Earth, yet here he was on an alien planet. Qinjun, lacking the expertise of a scientist, could not ascertain the nature of this planet's magnetic field. Moreover, after browsing the marketplace, he discovered that no compass was available for purchase. It seemed prudent to limit his excursions to areas within sight of the container. With a gentle swipe, he navigated to the marketplace's special sales section, where the offerings were considerably simpler compared to the food section. Charging the container cost 100 alien currency units for a mere 10 increase, while an oxygen tank identical to the one attached to his protective suit was priced at 500 alien currency units. The most exorbitant item was the complete XN G025 protective suit, priced at 29,999 alien currency units, an astronomical figure for Qinjun at this point. Such a price only heightened his appreciation for the protective suit he currently possessed. Should it sustain damage, he would be left to perish within the container. After some time, Qinjun had nearly perused the vast array of products in the marketplace, realizing that a large portion was beyond his financial reach. While examining the vegetable section, a thought struck him. Could he cultivate vegetables here? For instance, if he purchased a tomato, could he use its seeds to grow seedlings? He recalled seeing a blogger on Blue Star conducting similar experiments. Soil, fertilizer, water, sunlight. After some contemplation, he dismissed the idea of planting. Although he could provide the fertilizer and purchase water from the marketplace, where would he find soil? He had seen no option to buy Blue Star soil. And though this alien planet possessed soil, its radiation raised concerns about its viability for cultivation. Furthermore, each time he left the container, he needed to regulate humidity to conserve energy. Could plants survive in an environment with zero humidity? The knowledge required for successful cultivation was vast. He would set aside thoughts of planting for now, perhaps waiting until energy sources were resolved before attempting cultivation. Glancing at the time, Chen Zhen noted that 4 hours had already passed since his return. 2:23:17:28. Indeed, time flew when one was idle. Due to increased humidity, energy consumption had accelerated. Container remaining power, 84. The average hourly energy consumption was 2.5, a reduction from the previous 5, which had been influenced by the temperature reaching the environment and Oppo's peak and humidity being double that of the current level. The current temperature stood at 12 degrees Celsius. Representing an average fluctuation in external conditions, Qinjin had not altered it since morning. He picked up a large bottle of water and began to drink deeply. Maintaining a humidity level of 15 was barely adequate, requiring regular hydration. Additionally, the number of individuals displayed on the regional channel had decreased by several hundred compared to yesterday. Region 1036, population 9623 10,000. Such an environment was inherently unfair to those who were physically weak or suffering from ailments. After observing the regional channel for a while, Chen Zhen familiarized himself with the day's information and curiosities before retreating to his bedroom to rest. Identity confirmation successful, please proceed. Before closing his eyes, he glanced at the time. 2:23:21:28. Container remaining power, 74. He would need to conserve energy tomorrow, as daily consumption represented a significant expense. Qinjin sighed softly and slowly closed his eyes. Before drifting off, he adjusted the humidity to 30, ensuring a restful slumber. Chapter 16. Shattered stones. Upon awakening once more, Qinjin felt a dull ache in his back and waist, the result of yesterday's labor. Fortunately, the discomfort in his throat had lessened, thanks to the increased humidity regulation in the chamber. He assessed the time, 2:24 a.m., having rested for 9 hours. Remaining battery power of the chamber, 38. Qinjin gasped in disbelief. It had only been yesterday that the chamber was fully charged. It seemed to devour resources like an insatiable beast. Calculating the costs, he realized that a single night of comfortable rest had cost him over 300 alien currency units. Simultaneously, he noticed a small red notification dot on the free trade market module. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he clicked on it, and a pop-up window appeared almost instantaneously. Your product, Bug Egg Chewing Gum, has been purchased by Zhao Xiaolin. You have received 40 alien currency units. Please check your account. Oh, a delightful surprise. The ability to sell was undoubtedly a positive development. Qinjin now had 762 alien currency units remaining, though priced slightly below the market value. It still held a certain allure for those in need, as a reduced expenditure was always favorable. He swiftly navigated to the special goods section of the marketplace and selected the option to recharge the chamber. He decided to fill it to capacity, as he would eventually need to recharge anyway. Gritting his teeth, he opted to refill 60 of the battery, spending 600 alien currency units and leaving himself with 162 units. Remaining battery power of the chamber, 98. Qinjin felt as though his heart were bleeding. Yesterday's labor seemed futile. Yet, there was no alternative. Conserving energy by lowering humidity excessively would lead to the discomfort he had experienced before. His throat and respiratory system would be severely afflicted. While a day or two might be manageable, enduring such conditions for an extended period was unthinkable. Who would dare fall ill in such an environment? Maintaining one and Oppo's health was a Herculean task. Therefore, Chen Zhen devised a strategy. When he ventured outside, he would set the temperature to an average level and humidity to 0, maximizing energy efficiency. Inside the chamber, when not resting, he would maintain an average temperature and adjust the humidity to 15, allowing for hydration without risking respiratory ailments or inflammation. During rest, to ensure quality sleep, he would increase humidity to 30, accepting a minor energy cost in exchange for uninterrupted slumber. Ultimately, this was Qinjin and Oppo's method to balance energy conservation with health maintenance. As the adage goes, good health is the foundation of all endeavors. And Qinjin would not gamble with his well-being. However, the situation changed as he prepared to step outside. He glanced at the weather report. Weather, temperature, 12°C to 18°C. Weather conditions, feels cool, intense ultraviolet radiation, and significant radiation levels. Wind speed, light breeze. Evaluation, a splendid day for exploration. Countdown to the insect tide, 5 days, 7 hours, 20 minutes. As the countdown to the insect tide dwindled, Chun Jun felt a surge of anxiety. He pondered the impact the impending tide would have on the chamber. It was imperative to develop rapidly and acquire powerful weapons before the insect tide arrived. He immediately accessed the chamber and Apos, S assistant, proceeding with his routine adjustments. Temperature set to 15°C, humidity to 0. Once adjusted, he promptly rose and moved to the metallic door, feeling a chill in his calves. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Wasting no time, he quickly devoured a piece of bread and washed it down with several large gulps of water. Ready to embark, he gathered his essentials: a small cart, a pickaxe, a fruit knife, a folding shovel, 3 large burlap sacks, and yesterday and Apos, S newly acquired stinger and insect slime powder. He ensured nothing was left behind. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Arriving at the room for donning protective gear, he first checked the oxygen tank supply. The gauge hovered between the red and green zones, indicating that half of the oxygen remained, sufficient for today and Apos' needs. Before long, he donned his protective suit and wheeled his cart to the hatch. After 3 clockwise turns, he opened the hatch, pushing the cart outside and closing the door behind him. The gentle breeze of the wilderness caressed him. Though Chunjun felt little due to his protective attire, only the burlap sacks on the cart swayed erratically. He pressed the shovel and pickaxe down atop the sacks and set off in the direction he had ventured yesterday. Soon, he arrived at the location from the previous day, where the large pits he had excavated still lay before him. The horizontal insect egg cavities at the bottom of the pits remained, but he quickly noticed something amiss. Where had all the stones used to block the entrances gone? He distinctly remembered securing each cavity with appropriate stones before leaving the previous day. Setting his cart aside, he grasped the stinger and cautiously descended into the pit. He treaded softly, straining to hear any signs of fluttering insect wings. Approaching the entrance of the half-slope cavity, where he had captured the most insects, he peered inside but saw no green eyes. Instead, the area surrounding the cavity was strewn with small stones. This sensation. It felt as if something had shattered the stones blocking the entrance. Could it be the insects? After battling them for the past 2 days, Chunjun doubted they possessed such strength. Might it be other types of alien insects? He considered this possibility, deeming it quite plausible. According to the Alien Insect Compendium, 1. Flying insects were not only the most peripheral of the alien species but also served as messengers. It was entirely possible that, upon his excavation yesterday, the flying insects transmitted information deeper into their ranks, thus attracting other alien creatures. Such reasoning was not unfounded, for in the struggle for survival, he was indeed the invader. But could he continue excavating here? Chunjun contemplated the openings in the ground, wary of the underground cavity that he hesitated to explore. Should he inadvertently fall in, he would truly be at the mercy of fate. Yet, he was reluctant to abandon this location. He decided to test the entrance of yesterday's cavity first. Retrieving his pickaxe from the cart, Chunjun aimed at the half-slope position. With a few strikes, he thoroughly disrupted the cavity, yet still, no sign of the flying insects emerged. A few more awkward strikes later, the soil surrounding the cavity was obliterated. Chunjun discovered that this cavity too extended deeper into the earth. Whether it was the pit's bottom cavity, the horizontal one, or the side slope, all paths ultimately led underground. Did he possess the means to confront the deeper alien insects? To err on the side of caution, he resolved to search elsewhere for potential cavities. After all, confronting the flying insects on the surface was still well within his capabilities. Returning the pickaxe to the cart, Chunjun began to walk toward a more remote area. He sensed that his previous actions had startled the flying insects, making it likely that they had abandoned their cavity stronghold in this vicinity. As he ventured further, the chamber faded into a small black behind him. Chapter 17. The large winged insect Chunjun endeavored to maintain a steady course, the cart rattling along behind him. With each segment of his journey, he would pause to overturn the stones at his feet or use a shovel to sift through the sand, yet his discoveries were minimal. Apart from the site where he had excavated a pit the day prior, he found scarce evidence of insect burrows. As the box behind him diminished into a mere speck, Chunjun arrived at the location where he had first set foot. Here, the insect egg burrows remained untouched, and the terrain had suffered no alteration at his hands. Thus, there was a significant likelihood that the insects within had yet to depart. Rather than aimlessly scouring the wilderness, it seemed prudent to investigate this site. In contemplation, Chunjun arrived at the pile of stones he had marked before his departure. One stone, another stone, and yet another. He meticulously removed the entire collection, revealing once more the entrance to the insect burrow. Leaning closer, he caught sight of a pair of green eyes emerging into view. It was indeed an insect. Without hesitation, Qinjun discarded the stones in his grip and swiftly retrieved his stinger from the cart. This was the perfect opportunity to test its efficacy. The startled insect buzzed forth from its lair, and upon its first glimpse of Qinjun, its abdomen was pierced through. He deftly withdrew the stinger, rendering the insect's entire abdomen into a mangled mess, its green ichor cascading into the burrow. With prey at hand, Qinjun felt a surge of joy. As for the stinger, he deemed it quite serviceable. It was lighter and sharper, proving invaluable against such agile winged foes. As the last of the fluid dripped from the insect's carcass into the burrow, he bagged the remains and positioned himself at the entrance, patiently awaiting further activity. The appearance of this insect indicated that others surely remained within the burrow. Winged insects were social creatures, and it was likely there were at least 10 more lurking below. Indeed, as if drawn by the scent of their fallen comrade, a distinct buzzing resonated from the depths of the burrow. Qinjun felt no trepidation at the sound. To him, it was the echo of impending rewards. Steadying his breath, he focused intently on the burrow and Apos' mouth. Then it emerged. A small segment of spiny forelimbs appeared at the entrance, grasping the earth nearby. Qinjun refrained from immediate action, awaiting the moment when its vulnerability would be laid bare. The insect proceeded at a deliberate pace, inching its way out. Why was it not utilizing its wings? Qinjun pondered. And as more of its substantial form came into view, the answer dawned upon him. Its size rendered flight nearly impossible, aligning it with the descriptions of the largest winged insects in the compendium. As the insect and Apos' ample abdomen finally breached the burrow and Apos' threshold, Qinjun seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a swift motion, he plunged the stinger into its abdomen. The insect and Apos' insides burst forth like a balloon, spilling viscous fluid across the burrow and Apos' entrance, an ample lure for any nearby insects. With the stinger, Qinjun deftly maneuvered the large insect and opened his bag, successfully stowing it away. Almost simultaneously, the buzzing grew louder and clearer as 3 more insects fully emerged from the burrow. Remaining calm, Qinjun quickly sought a stone to block the entrance, preventing any further escape. He scrutinized the trio before him, contemplating his strategy. He recalled that once they surged forward, altering their flight trajectory would prove exceedingly difficult. This insight from previous encounters must be capitalized upon, although initiating the first strike would be challenging. The insects were most vulnerable as they exited the burrow. The immediate goal was to provoke them into attacking first. Gripping the stinger tightly, Qinjun picked up a stone and hurled it away, hoping to incite their aggression. The stone whistled through the air, prompting the 3 insects to scatter in different directions to evade the projectile. In the next instant, one of them surged directly towards Qinjun. Fortunately, the distance between them provided him with ample time to react. He sidestepped as the insect zipped past his helmet, leaving behind only a blurred afterimage. Without delay, he pursued, knowing it would soon decelerate. Indeed, the approaching insect began to slow, preparing to launch another charge just as the stinger pierced its back. Qinjun cared not for notions of honorable combat. He tightened his grip and swung the weapon, sending a dark silhouette slicing through the air. The insect crashed to the ground, its long, slender hind legs twitching futilely as its abdomen and wings lay thoroughly perforated, its life extinguished. Meanwhile, witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining 2 insects took to the air. Their aggression only bolstered Qinjun's confidence. These 2 were swifter, flanking him with little room for evasion. With no option to dodge left, Qinjun braced himself, pushing off the ground and leaning back, falling to avoid their onslaught. As the 2 insects whizzed overhead, he exerted all his strength to spring back to his feet. Upon rising, he saw that their speed had diminished. Seizing the moment, he broke into a sprint, launching forward with powerful strides, striking left and right, each blow aimed at their vulnerable abdomens. Within moments, the 2 insects plummeted to the ground. Yet, they still clung to life. Qinjun approached each one to deliver a final blow, ensuring their suffering was swiftly concluded. With 5 insects now secured in his bag, he regarded this as a fortuitous sign, believing that today would yield a bountiful harvest. He emptied the cart of all but the bag containing the insect remains, wishing to avoid any contamination from their fluids. Once all was arranged, he returned to the burrow and Apos' entrance, gently shifting the stones, hoping the insects would not emerge too hastily. In that moment, as he moved a stone aside, an insect stirred, vibrating its wings in an attempt to escape. Qinjun would not allow it that chance. He thrust the stinger through its body at the burrow's mouth. This marked the 6th insect of the day. without a moment's pause. He cast the carcass aside and resumed his vigilant watch at the entrance. Chapter 18. Others in the desert. More than half an hour had elapsed, and Chunjun, employing a strategy of patient waiting, had successfully captured 20 flying insects. Adding the previous 5, he now had a total of 25, amounting to a value of 500 alien insect coins. While this was a considerable sum, it still fell short of his expectations, merely sufficient to charge the box to 50%. After bagging the 25th insect, Chunjun waited an additional 5 to 6 minutes. Yet there was no sign of further insects. In the previous cave, after capturing a batch of flying insects, he had also noticed a lack of new arrivals. This hiatus suggested that the insects in this area had likely been completely harvested. Chunjun continued to wait patiently, but still, no insects appeared. He resolved to dig downward with a pickaxe, as there were still unextracted insect eggs within the cave. Without delay, he took action, placing an empty burlap sack at the base of his cart, with another sack filled with the bodies of numerous insects atop it. Simultaneously, he retrieved a third sack containing various tools. He removed this third sack from the cart and extracted the pickaxe, gripping the wooden handle firmly. He raised the pickaxe high and aimed at the side of the cave. With a forceful strike, the cave entrance was immediately compromised, and a clump of sand, tainted with green slime, was dislodged. Chunjun continued to dig deeper, striving to clear an area that would reveal the cave's trajectory. He first loosened the surrounding hard soil with the pickaxe, then utilized a folding shovel to clear away the clods. This process was repeated, chiseling out the cavity and removing soil. After a brief period, a section of the underground cave appeared before him. This opening was not situated midway up the slope, nor was it horizontal. Instead, it slanted downward into the depths. The uppermost segment of the cave had been entirely cleared by Chunjun. From this newly exposed entrance, he discerned a number of hidden insect eggs, as he had caught sight of the familiar green slime adhering to the cave walls. Next, Chunjun stepped out of the pit and collected several stones to roll down the slope. He required these stones to shatter the larvae encased within the eggs. Before reaching in to extract them, he observed the surroundings once more, ensuring no flying insects had been overlooked. He slowly crouched down, and the area was enveloped in silence. Particularly within this modest pit, his left hand reached into the inclined cave entrance, and his fingertips distinctly felt the sticky texture, a sensation he recognized well. For fingers pressed closely together, he began to slide them upward along the cave wall, gradually extracting a small clump of slime interspersed with insect eggs. The quantity of this slime was far less than he had previously encountered, and the number of eggs was also diminished. Nevertheless, Chunjun felt a sense of satisfaction at the discovery. He casually tossed the slimy cluster onto a nearby stone he had prepared. Then, he wiped his fingers against the stone, attempting to transfer any residual eggs onto it. Grasping a suitably sized stone with his other hand, he struck down repeatedly. After completing this sequence, he leaned down once more. Each time, the amount of slime and eggs his fingers could extract was limited, compounded by the inherent stickiness of the substance. Thus, each section required 3 to 4 rounds of digging to be thoroughly cleaned. These tasks posed no challenge to Chunjun. Before long, the stone before him was piled high with the dark green slime, and the cave's depth had reached a point beyond the extension of his arm. Chunjun first transferred the eggs from the stone into the sack designated for the insect bodies on his cart. He then picked up the pickaxe once more, preparing to excavate deeper, as the bottom of the pit was now 60 centimeters from the surface. Digging another meter would still be within the realm of the flying insect's activity, a situation he felt he could manage. With renewed vigor, Chunjun swung the pickaxe at this singular insect burrow. The section he had previously excavated was completely obliterated, and he followed up by clearing away the debris with his shovel. He continued to dig until a new section revealed the slime of insect eggs. Chunjun could hear his own heavy breathing as he swung the pickaxe, the effort now taxing his body. Yet, the sight of the greenish slime was a balm for his weary frame. Extracting the slime, shattering the eggs, transporting them to the sack. Although the amount of slime was scant, the bags on the cart were nearing fullness. Regaining his focus, Chunjun realized he had excavated to a depth of 1.5 meters underground. Now, standing in the pit, only his head remained above ground, and climbing back up would require considerable effort. Moreover, the cave did not yet conclude. It extended into even deeper realms. Each time Chunjun completed a section of digging, he could glimpse the entrance to a further subterranean cave peeking from below. On his final ascent to the edge of the pit, he collected the insect eggs from the stone into his sack. Chunjun sat down on the spot, intending to rest for a moment, though he lost track of time. He aimlessly surveyed his surroundings, observing the terrain closely in search of new insect burrows. Suddenly, his attention was captured by two small black dots not far away. Were they flying insects? No, they were not. The black dots remained grounded. Could they be another type of alien insect? Yet, the feeling was not quite right. Chun-Jin squinted slightly, and in an instant, he discerned the nature of the black dots. They were two individuals clad in protective gear, much like himself. Unconsciously, he watched as the two appeared to engage in a struggle, seemingly vying for possession of something. The altercation was intense, yet Chun-Jin had no inclination to approach. His stamina was depleted. Even if he went over, what could he accomplish? However, a new concern arose. If he could see them from this distance, did it imply that they could also see him? No, they were likely too preoccupied to notice his presence. Seizing the moment, he resolved to retreat. Chun-Jin glanced at his cart, laden with a hefty sack of insect bodies. These must not draw the attention of either individual. In such an environment, the human heart is vulnerable to temptation. Formulating a tactical withdrawal, Chun-Jin swiftly slid back into the pit, grasping the sack containing the pickaxe and weapons, tossing it onto the ground. He then pushed against the earth with his hands, using his feet to propel himself up the side of the pit and quickly emerged. Standing before his cart, he rapidly organized his belongings, using an empty sack as a makeshift rope to secure the opening of the sack filled with insect bodies. Laying it horizontally atop the cart, the other sack containing weapons was placed on top, and with a firm grip on the cart, Chun-Jin began to sprint toward the location of his box. It was heavy, although it lacked the weight of a full sack of insect bodies. This burden nonetheless hindered his speed. Chun-Jin endeavored to distance himself as swiftly as possible, his gaze fixed on the small black dot ahead. It was his box. Casting another glance back, he noted that only one of the two individuals remained standing, indicating that one had been slain. An inexplicable urgency gripped Chun-Jin as he became aware that the remaining individual seemed to have spotted him and was now racing toward his direction. Chapter 19. The desire for destruction. Chun-Jin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The intentions of the other individual were abundantly clear. They were undoubtedly targeting him. Having spotted him transporting the carcasses of the alien insects, what should he do now? Chun-Jin realized that if he continued to carry this bag of insect remains, he would surely be pursued by the figure behind him. Was he to abandon this laborious effort worth at least 1,000 insect coins? If he discarded the insect carcasses, he could undoubtedly make a swift escape, but what then? Would that individual cease their pursuit upon sighting the remains? Moreover, the most troubling aspect was that his position was visible to others. At a cursory glance, his container appeared as a mere dot, yet upon closer inspection, it could be disowned. The base camp was exposed to prying eyes, and one could never be certain when an ambush might occur. Besides, the collection of these insect corpses and eggs had taken him 5 to 6 arduous hours. Only the dead could rest easy. With determination, Chun-Jin's expression darkened. He resolved to eliminate the pursuer. The potential threat must be eradicated. The individual had already taken one life, and thus would not hesitate to claim another. Having decided to alter his strategy, Chun-Jin began contemplating the most effective means to vanquish his opponent. Suddenly, he ceased all movement, standing motionless in place, recognizing the necessity of conserving his strength. By allowing his adversary to exhaust themselves, he would ultimately maintain an advantage. The insect carcasses could serve as bait. He could feign fear, suggesting he intended to offer these remains to the pursuer. His fruit knife and dagger must be concealed well, ideally within reach for a decisive strike. What else could enhance his chances of victory? Chun-Jin regarded his tools. The shovel and pickaxe were overly cumbersome and easily evaded. Additionally, wielding them would quickly drain his stamina. In any confrontation, protective suits and oxygen tanks were vulnerabilities. If a single blow did not suffice to incapacitate, he could target the opponent and amp oppose as weaknesses. Standing against the wind, his mind raced. Within mere minutes, he simulated dozens of tactics, dialogues, strategies, and even details of combat. There could be no misstep. A single error here could lead to an immediate embrace with death. He calculated the probability of success for each strategy. The disparity in combat capabilities, potential contingencies, and the influence of his tools on the outcome. The pursuer was drawing ever closer. Chun-Jin began to discern the figure's features. The glass visor and protective suit were smeared with blood. The fluid of the alien insects was green, while the red stains were undoubtedly from the blood of the individual who had been slain moments before. Through the bloodied glass, a sinister face emerged. Characterized by an aquiline nose and a pointed head, coupled with a gaze brimming with avarice. The resources in Chunjun's possession were immensely tempting to him. Yet, the most threatening aspect remained the dagger clutched in his hand, equally stained with blood. Taking a deep breath, Chunjun grasped the opening of the burlap sack. Dragging the entire bag of insect carcasses to a spot farther away, striving to maintain a safe distance. Next came the weapons. He concealed the dagger and knife beneath the small cart, placing tools atop it. It was imperative to first feign submission to lower the adversary's guard. To bring about their demise, one must first induce their frenzy. Before long, the pursuer stood directly before Chunjun. As the distance between them diminished, the pursuer's steps slowed. He tossed the dagger into the air, letting it spin before catching it again, repeating the motion. Chunjun observed the pursuer's lips move, his brow furrowed. He could faintly hear the raspy voice. "Why aren't you running? I thought you were quite swift," the pursuer questioned. It was unsurprising that he could hear the other speak. Previously, he had heard the vibrations of the insect wings. "How could I possibly escape while carrying all this?" Chunjun replied, attempting to soften his tone as he gestured toward the bulging burlap sack between them. "Humph," the pursuer scoffed, a sneer forming. "Since you and Oppos, VE chosen to abandon it, why not keep running, waiting here for me?" Before Chunjun could respond, the pursuer continued, "You may outrun the monk, but you can't escape the temple." He chuckled, then pointed the dagger toward the direction behind Chunjun. "Kid, that must be your container, right? You're quite unfortunate. Its position is so exposed that anyone nearby can see it." Chunjun shrugged. "What can I do? I can end Oppos. Move that thing." "Enough of this chit-chat," the pursuer retorted. "Those are insect carcasses, aren't they?" He began to approach the burlap sack once more. "Of course, I don't want them. I plan to give them to you," Chunjun replied. The pursuer slowly crouched down, gripping the dagger with the reverse hold, casting a doubtful glance at Chunjun before swiftly stabbing through the sack. Viscous green liquid oozed from the seam, prompting a satisfied smile from the pursuer. "I suppose you're somewhat reasonable. Just now, there was someone who wouldn't yield. And you can see the evidence, right?" He gestured toward the blood on his visor. Chunjun nodded. "As long as you let me go, all of this is yours. I value my life." "Hey," the pursuer smirked. "You seem too accommodating. Kid, you must be up to something." His expression darkened. The dagger aimed at Chunjun as he inquired, "What else is in that bag?" "Just some tools." Chunjun began to reach inside, but was immediately interrupted by the pursuer. "Don't move, I said don't move. There must be a weapon concealed in that bag. You're trying to catch me off guard, aren't you?" The pursuer muttered to himself, then continued, "Toss the bag over here. If you want to live, throw it over. I and Oppos, VE already taken one life. I wouldn't and Oppos, mine taking another." Chunjun complied, gripping the bag containing the tools and flinging it forcefully towards the pursuer and Oppos' feet. The pursuer cast a quick glance at Chunjun, surprised by his compliance, evidently pleased with Chunjun's understanding of the situation. He scrutinized Chunjun, who reassured him. "Rest assured, my most treasured possession is my life. You can use all these tools, including the cart," he said, patting the cart's handle. The pursuer remained silent, one hand tearing open the sack's mouth to inspect its contents, a shovel, a pickaxe, and an unfamiliar small box. At that moment, as he focused on the items within the bag, Chunjun delivered a swift kick to the cart. With a cacophony, the cart sped away, and Chunjun immediately bent down to retrieve the concealed dagger. The pursuer was about to look up to ascertain what had transpired when the cart collided with him. Clearly flustered, he had not anticipated such an occurrence. The cart obstructed his view, and as he pressed against it with one hand, he tossed it aside. In the next instant, a gleaming dagger pierced his heart. With a rush, the air escaped from his protective suit, followed by a torrent of warm blood gushing forth. Chapter 20. The sudden earthquake, a sharp sensation pierced through Chunjun, akin to prodding something soft. A vivid crimson streak splattered across his glass helmet, obscuring part of his vision. Yet, he could still discern the figure writhing on the ground in a frenzy, manifesting extreme agony. In a swift motion, the protective suit appeared deflated, akin to a punctured ball, and within moments, the astronaut's suit clung to the individual like a tattered sack. Chunjun swiftly unsheathed his stabbing blade and plunged it into the same area of the abdomen once more. The individual continued to struggle, their legs thrashing against the ground in a desperate attempt to breathe, wildly flailing the blade in a frantic motion, but soon their arms grew limp. Ignoring the wounds, they turned onto their side, resting their left arm beneath their head, mouth agape. In an instant, the contorted visage within the glass dome ceased its grimace, the expression freezing as life slipped away. From the moment the protective suit was breached to the cessation of breath, scarcely 30 seconds had elapsed. Observing the still figure before him, Chun-Jun swallowed hard. His gaze wandered aimlessly, suddenly realizing that it was all over, and he sank down onto the sandy ground. His heart raced uncontrollably. A lifetime of teachings echoed in his mind, reminding him that taking a life was a crime. But there were no laws here. A living person had indeed been slain by his own hand. Stealing his emotions, Chun-Jun rose to his feet once more. He believed that such events were unfolding in other corners of the world, and they would only become more commonplace. Gazing at the lifeless form, the protective suit was rendered utterly useless. The glass dome could be removed for future use, and the blade in his hand remained intact. He pondered the oxygen tank strapped to his back. Was there any oxygen left? Chun-Jun flipped the body over to inspect the gauge on the tank, which had already plunged into the red zone. Bringing the tank back was futile. Apart from the glass dome and the blade, there was nothing of value left to salvage. He approached the head of the corpse, crouching slowly, his hands grasping the glass dome. Following his method for removing it, he twisted it free and lifted it away. The head was now completely exposed to the alien environment. Chun-Jun then noticed the skin on the face rapidly contracting, turning dark. Within moments, he could no longer recognize its features. If he stripped the protective suit away and buried the corpse on Blue Star, some might believe it to be a millennia-old mummy. Kicking the desiccated, moldy head aside, Chun-Jun turned his attention away from the body. He tossed the glass helmet and another blade into his tool sack, then pulled over a small cart. He followed his previous method, loading the bag of alien insect corpses onto the cart. It was rather unpleasant that the bag had a tear, causing a greenish slime to ooze out. With the distance to his box still considerable, he feared that he might lose dozens of alien insect coins this way. Chun-Jun was unwilling to incur such losses. His gaze fell upon the empty bag he had used as a rope earlier, and he wrapped it around the damaged bag. As for a new rope, he had already devised a plan to use the tool sack. He removed the larger pickaxe head, leaving the smaller items within the sack. He also tossed in the previously unused fruit knife. Tugging at the sack and Appo's opening, he confirmed that nothing inside had been lost. 2 blades, a fruit knife, a folding shovel, and the glass dome stained with blood. He planned to sell one blade at the free trading mall, keeping the other for himself. With that thought, he hefted the large bag of insect corpses back onto the cart, securing the opening tightly as he prepared to head back to his box. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Chun-Jun suddenly felt fatigued. Just then, a dull rumble emanated from the depths of the earth, accompanied by a slight tremor. What was happening? Chun-Jun slowed his pace, seeking to comprehend the situation. A more severe tremor followed, and he felt as though he were being tossed upwards. With a tingling sensation in his feet, a cacophony erupted from below, and something felt amiss. Hastening his steps, the cart rattled behind him. The ground beneath him began to behave peculiarly, and he noticed stones on the surface bouncing erratically, reminiscent of pebbles on an iron plate being tapped. Chun-Jun felt as though he stood upon such a plate. The tremors intensified, and as he attempted to walk in a straight line, he found himself staggering. His legs seemed uncontrollable. Meanwhile, the bodies of the alien insects in the tool sack toppled from the cart. The earth rocked violently, and the once even ground became treacherous. A massive boulder erupted from below, and Chun-Jun could no longer maintain his footing, stumbling and falling. He was jolted up and down by the upheaval, unable to rise, let alone retrieve the insect corpses from the cart. Surrounding stones, varying in size, swayed in synchrony with him. Chun-Jun exerted every effort to stand, but could only shift slightly, ending up on his knees. This state persisted for several moments until suddenly, everything ceased. The earth stilled, and the surrounding stones returned to silence as if nothing had ever occurred. Chun-Jun immediately scrambled to his feet and loaded the insect corpses back onto the cart. His box was within sight. He yearned to return home. But just as he took a couple of steps, an explosive roar erupted from beneath, more intense than any before. The ground beneath his feet collapsed entirely, splintering into fragments as yellow sand poured through the fissures. Chun-Jun relinquished his grip on the cart and Appo's handle, striving to stand on a larger slab. In an instant, the entire area plummeted at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, Chun-Jun found himself descending, witnessing a torrent of yellow sand cascading above him. His vision blurred. He could no longer see the sky or his box. He was falling deeper into the abyss, surrounded only by rubble and sand. He glimpsed his cart, the tool sack, and the insect corpses. The light dimmed, and he felt as if he were at least several meters below the surface. Helpless, he reached out, but there was nothing to grasp. Suddenly, through the scant illumination, Chun-Jun saw the opening above him, closing. The massive opening was sealing shut, the stone slabs on either side pressing together, plunging his view into impenetrable darkness. With a thunderous roar, he felt himself collide with the ground. Chapter 21. Glimmers of light darkness, fear, confusion, and panic enveloped him. Thud, thud, thud. In the pitch black, Qinjun could hear his heart racing wildly. Am I still alive? At such a height, he had long anticipated his demise. Yet he found himself unscathed. He could still breathe. The oxygen tank remained intact, and his protective suit was unharmed, free from any hissing sounds of leakage. In the dark, Qinjun groped around, his fingers aimlessly searching, and he soon realized that the surface surrounding him was covered in a thick layer of yellow sand. He instinctively thrust his hand into the sand beneath him. Though visibility was non-existent, he could feel the substantial depth of the sand. This pile cushioned his fall, sparing him from injury. Grateful to be alive, a more pressing concern struck his mind. Where am I? How do I return to my pod? The oxygen in the tank was limited. If he did not find his way back soon, he would face death. Yet, how could he ascend to the surface from this depth, which was at least several meters below ground? In such dire circumstances, Qinjun refused to cease his contemplation. Unable to see anything, he resolved to first ascertain the nature of his surroundings. Kneeling down, he crawled like an infant for a distance before slowly rising to his feet. The ground felt soft beneath him, interspersed with small, hard fragments, the debris from his fall. Suddenly deprived of sight, he found himself struggling to adapt. His arms became more animated as he explored the darkness, striving to discern any obstacles in his path. However, he had overestimated his capabilities. The loss of vision rendered him nearly immobile. This discomfort irritated him, yet he repeatedly reminded himself to remain calm. For only through composed thought could he find a way out of this predicament. After an indeterminate period of crawling, Qinjun felt his calf collide with an object. He crouched down carefully, feeling around in the darkness. It was angular and rounded, a wheel. This size, it must be my handcart. He familiarized himself with the contours of the cart, and this recognition offered him a modicum of solace. If the handcart had landed nearby, then the carcass of the alien insect and the tool bag should also be close at hand. The insect and Oppo's remains had become less significant. What he truly sought were the tools and weapons within the bag, for they held the key to his escape. In the dark, he navigated around the handcart, diligently searching its vicinity. It must be nearby, he thought with conviction, to enhance his chances of discovery. He once again lowered himself to the ground and crawled blindly for a while longer. Then, he encountered a texture distinct from the yellow sand and debris, a soft, squishy sensation. A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. He hoped he had not inadvertently encountered another species of subterranean insect. However, his worries were unfounded. It was the texture of the bag. The soft, viscous feel was the slime of insect eggs, bringing him a glimmer of joy. Finding the insect carcass meant he had located the tool bag, which he had previously used as a rope. In the darkness, Qinjun followed the trail, eventually grasping the folding shovel within the bag. He was familiar with how he had tied it, yet it took him a moment to untangle the knot. The insect carcass was certainly beyond transport, but he found the opening of the bag, pried it open, and began to explore its contents. A folding shovel, a fruit knife, insect glue powder, a stinger, and a helmet. The pickaxe he had previously extracted from the tool bag would now be challenging to locate in the dark. He first gripped the stinger tightly in his hand. Possessing a weapon instilled him with a sense of security. He then secured the opening of the tool bag, wrapping it around himself like a bundle. With tools in hand, his next objective was to find the edge of this cavern. In his last recollection, this was merely a vast hollow. Ascending vertically seemed impossible. Qinjun was not capable of flight. Therefore, his only hope lay in the winding insect tunnels above. His earlier excavation had revealed that the tunnels ultimately led underground, and if he could locate an insect burrow, perhaps he could ascend back to the surface. If such a burrow existed, it was likely situated within the surrounding rock walls. With this in mind, he began to maneuver in a specific direction, regardless of the outcome. Reaching the edge of the cavern would enable him to explore for the insect tunnels along the walls. In the darkness, he saw and heard nothing. Qinjun continuously motivated himself, believing that maintaining hope was the most prudent course of action. He would certainly find a way to escape. Suddenly, a larger stone obstructed his path, and he maneuvered around it. He kept the stinger moving in front of him, ready to identify any contact. Time passed as he navigated through the darkness. At last, a solid texture met the tip of his stinger. Qinjun felt a surge of excitement as he slowly retracted the weapon and cautiously reached forward. The surface was uneven and incredibly hard. Gradually, he pressed closer. attempting to explore a larger area. No doubt, this was the edge he sought. Next, he needed to search for any potential insect burrows. At this depth, he reasoned, it was unlikely to be inhabited by flying insects. Half of his body pressed against the wall. One hand clutched the stinger while the other explored his surroundings. With each small advance, he thoroughly examined the wall within reach, increasing his chances of locating an insect burrow. He scrutinized every nook and cranny, beneath his feet, above his head, and in front of him, leaving no corner unexamined as he methodically searched. If he failed to find an insect burrow, he would likely remain trapped here. And Qinzhen mentally prepared for the worst. Of course, digging deeper remained a backup strategy. As time dragged on, he continued his exploration. Suddenly, he felt an unusual texture beside him. It was no longer the hard wall. It was wet, sticky, and interspersed with grains of sand. Though he could not see, he instinctively knew he had likely found the insect burrow he sought. He tentatively prodded the sticky layer with his stinger, testing its consistency. It gave way like cutting through soft tofu, and Qinzhen carved an opening, discovering that this burrow was far larger than he had anticipated. He sliced through until he encountered the opposite rock wall, estimating the opening's width to be about a meter. He was just about to reach in and pull aside the sticky substance when a faint glimmer of light seeped through the crevice. Qinzhen was ecstatic. This light illuminated his surroundings, allowing him to quickly assess his situation. Chapter 22. The Humanoid Insect by the Faint Glimmer of Light. Qinzhen beheld the blade he held in his hand. Behind him lay a vast hollow area, strewn with yellow sand and fragmented stones. At this sight, Qinzhen could not help but marvel at his fortune once more. Had he fallen upon the stones, his fate would have mirrored that of the lifeless body nearby. As for the viscous layer before him, it possessed a certain thickness, approximately 3 centimeters. Were it not for his having pierced a section of it, he would not have glimpsed the faint light that shimmered beyond. This sticky substance differed from the insect slime he had previously encountered. It was less adhesive, more humid, and had a texture akin to damp tissue paper. Through the dim radiance, Qinzhen discerned small solid fragments within, reminiscent of sand grains. To ascertain whether they contained insect eggs like the flying insects, he cautiously extended a hand. With a delicate pinch between his thumb and forefinger, he extracted a hard piece. It yielded no springiness, but rather felt abrasive against his fingers. By the scant light, he observed that these were indeed small stones. Were all the others the same? Qinzhen proceeded with caution, retrieving 6 or 7 more of such fragments from the viscous wall, each one a small rock of varying shapes. With a sigh of relief, he concluded that this layer was not a breeding ground for the alien insects. Yet, what purpose did it serve? After pondering for a few moments without yielding any answers, Qinzhen resolved to traverse this layer, moving forward guided by the faint light. Remaining here would undoubtedly lead to his demise. He took a couple of steps back, wielding his blade to carve a sizable opening into the center of the sticky wall. This would suffice. Shaking the tool sack from his shoulders, he extended a hand forward, followed by his upper body. His helmet was slightly oversized, causing some of the slippery substance to cascade down before his eyes. He pressed onward, swiftly passing through the viscous barrier. Now, he found himself within an alien insect and Apos' cavern, surrounded by softly glowing particles. The cave soared to a height of approximately 2 meters and spanned at least 1 meter in width. In stark contrast to the former tunnels that barely accommodated his arm, the inhabitants of this space were undeniably colossal. Qinzhen proceeded cautiously, lowering himself to inspect one of the luminous particles. Through his protective visor, he observed that these glowing fragments resembled a type of mineral. Much like the black stones seen on the surface, these small particles were angular, hard, and rough to the touch. This entire passageway was filled with such material, extending into the obscurity ahead, the end of which remained unseen. He treaded lightly, intent on avoiding the attention of any nearby insects. With each step, he listened intently for any sounds that might indicate a need for quick action. As for the corpses of flying insects and other remnants left in the cave, he chose to abandon them. Before long, he arrived at a fork in the passageway. Before him stood another sticky wall, while the other path continued onward. Breathing heavily, Qinzhen recognized he faced 2 choices: to breach this wall and discover what lay beyond, or to continue forward. The other side of this wall might conceal alien insects and perhaps a passage to the surface. Proceeding forward might seem safer, yet how long would that take? Having already squandered considerable time wandering the tunnel, he was reluctant to linger in this seemingly endless passage. The wall before him might harbor an opportunity. Taking a deep breath, he noted that the oxygen in his tank was running low. He cautiously approached the gooey barrier, listening intently. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound emanating from behind the wall. Leaning in closer, he focused his attention. Indeed, the noise was coming from the other side. Was it an alien insect? Doubt crept into Qinzhen's mind, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Could he contend with an insect of such depth? Before he could ponder further, a small black point suddenly emerged from the center of the wall. This dark point burrowed deeper, causing the entire wall to distort and shift. Sensing danger, Qinzhen swiftly sidestepped, remaining calm rather than fleeing in panic. Almost immediately, the wall before him was breached by this dark point. To be precise, it was not merely a black point, but a fuzzy black insect leg, thick as his own arm, glistening with the viscous fluid that had adhered to it. Rather than succumbing to panic, Qinzhen remained still. His footsteps would surely attract the creature. It was wiser to wait, especially since he sensed the insect did not intend to invade, merely probing. Moreover, Qinzhen was positioned in a blind spot, snug against the wall of the cave, concealed from view unless the entire body of the insect entered the cavern. Holding his breath, he stilled his body, striving to make no sound. The black leg continued to move, seemingly searching for information, twisting and advancing intermittently. Moments later, with a swift motion, the leg retracted, leaving a gaping hole the size of an arm in the sticky wall. Then, Qinzhen heard peculiar sounds. Multiple insects? Moreover, the creatures beyond the wall were communicating? The thickness of the insect leg resembled that of his forearm, leaving him to ponder the immense size of the creatures outside. To his astonishment, these alien insects were capable of communication. Fearful of making any noise, he pressed himself tightly against the wall. After a brief moment, he detected rumbling sounds, suggesting that several insects had moved away from this vicinity. Qinzhen cautiously edged closer to the hole left by the insect leg, peering through to catch a glimpse. Two insects, larger than himself, surged into the viscous wall on the opposite side. He swallowed hard. These were humanoid insects, approximately 2 meters in size, possessing 3 pairs of limbs and a head resembling that of a spider, adorned with numerous small eyes. He caught only a fleeting glance, unable to discern finer details. Yet he understood immediately that he was no match for them. Such beings existed beneath the earth. He shuddered to think what would transpire if these humanoid insects emerged to the surface. Humanity on Blue Star would likely face annihilation. However, more astonishing than the 2 humanoid insects was the sight beyond the viscous wall. Through the narrow aperture, Qinzhen glimpsed a mass of vibrant green occupying the central field of vision. Simultaneously, he noted that beyond the 2 humanoid insects that had passed through, there were numerous additional viscous walls encircling the area. Chapter 23. The way to the surface. What kind of place is this? Qinzhen found himself in a state of bewilderment as he gazed at the bubbling, green mass before him. The sound he had heard earlier was indeed emanating from this verdant entity. Upon closer inspection, he noticed small bubbles continuously rising to the surface. This green substance resembled a viscous secretion from an alien insect, surrounded by stones of varying sizes that prevented it from spilling out. The soft, gelatinous walls around him appeared peculiar, yet a sudden thought struck him. Perhaps the means of escape lay hidden within this very substance. Ensuring that no alien insects were present in this space, Qinzhen drew forth his stinger blade. With swift precision, he sliced open the gelatinous wall before him and carefully squeezed through. Just like the previous passage, this space was adorned with small stones that emitted a faint glow. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in an underground cavern where the walls were lined with the same gelatinous substance. He counted a total of 24 such walls. At the cavern's center lay the green mass, encircled by a mound of stones. The bubbling continued, raising questions in Qinzhen's mind. Was something beneath generating heat? Despite his curiosity, he refrained from approaching it just yet, as his immediate goal was to find a way out. It appeared that all the gelatinous walls were interconnected, and he could only imagine the complexity of this cavern. Losing his way here would be easy. He glanced back at the wall he had just exited and was astonished to see that it was healing. He recalled having made a significant incision, yet now, only a small area remained damaged. The walls seemed almost alive, and he feared he might soon lose the path back to where he had come from. In a moment of urgency, he dashed back and slashed at the wall once more, preventing its rapid regeneration. He then fashioned a marker using his sack, positioning it at the center of the gelatinous wall, ensuring he could easily find his way back. With the sack obstructing the wall and Oppos's recovery, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the bubbling green mass at the center, convinced that any potential route to the surface lay within. The center of this green substance continued to produce bubbles that burst almost immediately. Gripping his stinger blade, Qinzhen leaned against a stone and pierced the mass with the tip of his weapon. After a gentle stir, he withdrew it. Strands of the viscous green liquid clinging to the blade's edge. Holding the blade before his eyes, he pinched the sticky substance between his fingers. The texture was entirely different from that of the insect secretions he had encountered earlier. This green mass possessed a layered quality that was reminiscent of stretched cheese, albeit in a verdant hue. Intrigued, Qinzhen pondered how deep the substance was. He gradually inserted the blade until the tip was submerged. Yet he felt no resistance at the bottom. It appeared rather shallow, but he was not bold enough to leap in blindly. The elusive tunnel leading to the surface remained hidden from view, save for the deep pit he had fallen through, with its vertical descent of several dozen meters. The prospect of climbing back up seemed improbable. As he contemplated his predicament, he suddenly heard an unusual sound. Crackle, crackle. Following the curious noise, he spotted an alien insect crawling along one of the gelatinous walls. Unlike the humanoid or flying insects he had encountered previously, this creature was unlike any he had seen before. It was plump, with a milk-white hue and no legs, wriggling along the ground like an earthworm. Its girth far exceeded that of Qinzhen, and its length was less than a meter, with a circular set of sharp teeth at its mouth. When had this insect appeared? The only moment he could surmise was during his examination of the green mass. Growing cautious, he began to observe the insect's movements. Crackle, crackle. The rotund creature seemed oblivious to Qinzhen's presence, focusing solely on devouring the cavern's walls. To his astonishment, it consumed a portion of the wall with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. If he couldn't and amp, oppose, to find a tunnel leading to the surface. What if he created one? Normally, digging upwards for several dozen meters would be a daunting task, especially considering the hardness of the rock. Yet, observing the insect before him filled him with hope. If he could somehow direct this creature to eat its way upward. Qinzhen and Appo's eyes sparkled with determination. Perhaps this plan was indeed feasible. The challenge lay in how to control the insect. Killing it would be easy, but compelling it to act according to his will was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to try. Gripping his stinger blade tightly, he cautiously approached the plump creature. The greatest threat it posed was its circular mouth, capable of easily shattering the cavern's walls and his own flesh. He needed to avoid its mouth while ensuring he did not kill it. Soon, he found himself behind the insect, which remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Observing it up close as it feasted, he noted how its circular teeth effortlessly crushed large chunks of stone, which it then ingested. With a swift kick, Qinzhen tested the creature's reaction. The insect, feeling the impact, sluggishly shifted its body, continuing its mindless consumption of the surroundings. Qinzhen noted that it appeared devoid of eyes, relying solely on instinct. His chances of escaping to the surface seemed to increase. Growing bolder, he placed a hand on the creature and Appo's tail. The insect sensed its capture and began to struggle, its mouth thrashing about. However, its bulk rendered it clumsy. Unable to contort its body to attack the source of its discomfort, Qinzhen's heart surged with exhilaration. By seizing its tail, he had effectively gained control over the insect. Chapter 24. The escape with a labored huffing. The strange creature, restrained by Qinzhen's grip on its tail, grew increasingly agitated, thrashing about and gnawing at the surrounding rocky walls. Struggling to maintain control with one hand, Qinzhen resorted to grasping the creature's tail with both hands. The creature and Appo's rotund body was surprisingly powerful, akin to holding onto a wriggling fish. After a brief struggle, the plump creature began to tire significantly. Qinzhen pondered where to begin excavating a tunnel. He first needed to eliminate the possibility of encountering humanoid variants of the creature at this location. Moreover, he was unaware of the corresponding spot on the surface. Should he emerge only to find himself lost, it would be quite troublesome. Determined, Qinzhen concluded that it would be prudent to take this creature to the vicinity of the pit from which he had initially fallen. By excavating a tunnel from that position, he could reach the surface and spot his crate. With his mind made up, he commenced his actions. First, he assessed the creature's state, ensuring it lacked the strength to pose a threat. With both hands exerting force, he hoisted it entirely off the ground. The hefty creature was rather weighty, yet the good news was that it had exhausted itself in its prior struggles. Regardless of how Qinzhen manipulated its body, it showed no inclination to resist. Seizing this opportune moment, Qinzhen held the creature aloft with one hand while wielding a spiked blade in the other, swiftly making his way towards the previously encountered slimy wall. Thanks to the tool bag he had left there, he quickly located it. The area surrounding the tool bag was interconnected with the slimy wall, and Qinzhen casually used his spiked blade to create an opening. He yanked out the bag, first placing the creature down before reattaching the tool bag to his person. The creature, now genuinely fatigued, only made a token effort to squirm as it was once again clutched by its tail. With a shake of his shoulders to confirm the bag was securely fastened, Shinjin gripped the creature in one hand and the spiked blade in the other, diving back into the dimly lit cavern. He was now retracing his steps back to the pit. This slimy wall was the first he had encountered, leading him to be certain that the end of this passage would bring him back to that pit. With unwavering conviction, he quickened his pace. The creature occasionally moved its head, but soon surrendered to its fatigue once more. Breathing heavily, Shinjin was acutely aware of the humanoid creatures lurking within the dim passage, and he dared not waste any time. Every extra moment spent could mean a greater risk. Moreover, the creature he held was currently drained of energy, requiring time to regain its strength. With this thought, Shinjin accelerated his pace even further. However, as time passed, self-doubt began to creep in. Had he truly come this way? Was he headed in the right direction? Had he traversed such a significant distance? In extreme circumstances, the mind is prone to wander, and Shinjin was no exception. Yet, his concerns were swiftly alleviated as darkness loomed ahead. It was not the endless, dimly lit passage he had anticipated, but rather an abyss of darkness, the very place where he had fallen. Shinjin realized that he was near the pit where he had discarded the creature's carcass and the handcart. However, as he approached the darkness, an unsettling feeling intensified within him. The slimy wall he had first encountered showed no signs of recovery. Why was that? Did different sections of the slimy walls possess varying properties? Was it only the wall adjacent to that green mass that could rejuvenate? As he pondered, Shinjin arrived at the exact spot where he had initially breached the slimy wall, and he quickly discerned something amiss. He had originally cut through with his spiked blade, and even if it had not healed, there should have been distinct marks. Yet, the slimy wall before him bore no scars, and instead, appeared damaged. Observing the surroundings of the slimy wall, it felt as though something had torn through. A chill ran down Shinjin's spine as he recalled the humanoid creatures he had previously encountered. Suddenly, he remembered the scene of their communication, followed by two humanoid creatures charging into the dim passage. Had they found this place? A shiver ran through him. The creature in his grasp required time to regain its strength, and he too needed to recover. If the humanoid creatures were indeed inside, they must have heard his footsteps. What should he do to break free? Should he retreat to his previous location or seek a safe spot to quietly await an opportunity? Just then, Shinjin heard faint sounds emanating from the dim passage behind him. This was bad. He had no time to evade. As he turned, he was met with the sight of two humanoid creatures rushing towards him. This time he could clearly see their features, a furry head reminiscent of a spider, adorned with 4 eyes. Their upper bodies possessed 3 pairs of legs, while their lower halves stood in a posture akin to that of a human. The entirety of these humanoid creatures was distinctly furry and robust, towering near the ceiling of the dim passage. Flee. He must escape. Yet, the pit loomed before him as an impassable end. Where could he possibly run? Suddenly, the plump creature in his hands began to squirm. It was now his only hope. Shinjin released the spiked blade and firmly grasped the creature's tail, lifting it upright to align its mouth with the upper end of the passage. The creature began to writhe, and Shinjin observed as an opening, wide enough for him to fit through, began to form. It was feasible. He could certainly tunnel to the surface, but time was of the essence, for the two humanoid creatures were closing in. The heavy thuds of their footsteps echoed ominously, causing Shinjin and Appo's heart to race. He urged the creature to hasten, but it continued its slow, deliberate movements. In a moment of inspiration, Shinjin spotted the spiked blade he had discarded on the ground. He swiftly bent down, grasping the blade and directing it towards the rear of the plump creature. With a forceful thrust, the humanoid creatures drew nearer, and the creature responded to the stimulus, becoming frenzied. Shinjin tightened his grip on its tail, and in an instant, he was propelled forward into the tunnel by the creature and Appo's momentum. The speed was unlike anything experienced before. Shinjin quickly distanced himself from the dim passage. In the enveloping darkness of the tunnel, he could only hear the sounds of the creature ahead as it writhed and gnawed at the rocky walls, accompanied by the sticky sensation from the fluids oozing from its tail. The humanoid creatures were likely larger than the tunnel and Appo's opening and should not be able to pursue him. Shinjin reassured himself. Chapter 25. Return to the surface. Being carried to the surface by a bizarre creature was something Shinjin had never dared to imagine. Yet, it was happening now. The plump creature wriggled swiftly, drawing energy from the cave's rock. Before long, Shinjin found himself far removed from the dimly lit cave, descending into darkness. However, As he ascended, he perceived that the creature's pace was gradually slowing. He attempted to pinch the wound on its tail. But to no avail, this action failed to provoke its ferocity. Qinzhen surmised that the creature was nearing exhaustion. He fervently hoped it would not halt here. If it did, he would surely plummet back down to the dim cave. As he ascended, Qinzhen observed that the surrounding rock walls appeared less formidable. The creature's speed diminished further, and it seemed on the verge of coming to a standstill. Fortunately, he spotted a faint glow filtering through the gaps in the creature's body above him. This orange, muted light was enough to rekindle Qinzhen and Appo's excitement, indicating the presence of light from above the surface. As the creature's movement slowed almost to a halt, the familiar sound of it gnawing on the rock walls ceased. Qinzhen sensed a buildup of energy within the creature as it struggled to transport him into a cavern. The creature then bent at its front and lay still. Qinzhen used both his hands and legs to push against the cave walls, inching upward toward the luminous opening. He nudged the creature aside with one hand, then pushed both hands through the opening, firmly grounding himself on the surface. Quickening his pace, he exerted force with his arms and thighs. In the blink of an eye, he emerged from the dark underground cave into a slightly larger cavern. Glancing back at the plump creature, he noticed its tail oozing a phosphorescent green liquid. Lying motionless on the ground, it was likely lifeless. The cavern he now found himself in was quite close to the surface, with 5 or 6 openings above allowing light to stream in. Taking a deep breath, Qinzhen felt a sense of relief. He had escaped danger. At this depth, he could dig his way out as he still had his tools. He shook his shoulders, the sound of the shovel and glass cover clinking together resonating. Had the creature been slightly narrower, he would have been unable to carry these tools with him. Contemplating his escape, he decided that using the shovel to excavate a path was the only viable option. The soil near the surface was relatively loose, making it quite feasible to dig through. Simultaneously, he noticed that, aside from the 5 or 6 light-emitting openings at the cave's top, there were numerous other caverns surrounding him. By their size, they appeared to be the nests of flying insects. Despite their presence, the discovery thrilled Qinzhen, as it indicated he was less than 2 meters from the surface, and these flying insects posed little threat to him. However, the nearby nests could hinder his digging efforts. If a swarm of flying insects were to ambush him, Qinzhen surveyed his surroundings, realizing there were no substantial rocks to block the insect nests, and their numbers were plentiful. Suddenly, he heard a familiar buzzing sound emanating from these openings. To eliminate the threat of the flying insects, he promptly retrieved a box of insect adhesive powder from his tool bag. This substance would allow him to camouflage himself, enabling him to focus on his escape without the fear of surprise attacks. Gripping the small box in his left hand, he twisted it open with his right, applying the powder to every accessible part of his body, shoulders, waist, arms, and legs, coating himself thoroughly. Just as he finished applying the powder, 5 or 6 flying insects emerged from a side cavern. They rubbed their forelimbs together, seemingly lost and directionless. 2 of them took flight, circling the cavern before landing accurately on the plump creature's corpse. It appeared they were gathering information, bobbing their heads before taking off again, disappearing back into their lair. The adhesive powder proved effective. Qinzhen felt a surge of relief as he opened the sack and extracted the folding shovel. With daylight still present, he needed to expedite his efforts. He swung the shovel vigorously, opting to dig vertically upward. At a height of less than 2 meters, it was feasible to climb out. Vertical excavation was indeed the most efficient method. Selecting a suitable location, he avoided the insect nest as best he could. He then threw himself into the task, shoveling with fervor, feeling secure with the insect adhesive powder shielding him from behind. Time slipped away unnoticed until, with another swing of the shovel, a torrent of sand cascaded down from above, fortunately shielded by the glass cover. Through the dim light, Qinzhen glimpsed the outside world. He had finally broken through. Upon seeing the overcast sky outside, a mix of emotions washed over him. He knew he must take his tools and the plump creature with him, as it was the only prize of the day. Grabbing the creature, he hoisted it above his head and tossed it onto the surface. Next, he gathered the tool bag, stuffing in the shovel and prong blade, tying it securely before tossing it through the opening. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself against the walls of the tunnel he had excavated. Soon, he extended his hands beyond the opening, grasping the loose sand with a satisfying grip. With a powerful push of his legs, Qinzhen vaulted himself back to the surface, surveying the barren landscape around him. He felt an unexpected sense of solace amidst the desolation. Although bleak, it was undeniably more welcoming than the darkness below. As he scanned his surroundings, He quickly spotted the location of the box, a small black dot in the distance. The deep pit from which he had fallen was now only visible as a patch of exposed rock devoid of sand nearby. Without further thought, Xinjun made his way back to the box to rest, with one hand clutching the tool bag and the other dragging the plump creature by its tail. He headed toward his box. Moments later, he stood before it. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged from behind, nearly toppling him over. Turning to look, he saw a storm brewing not far from the surface. Xinjun promptly positioned himself in front of the box's hatch. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Chapter 26. The white worm generator. The heavy hatch slowly creaked open, and Xinjun, weary from exhaustion, swiftly scurried inside. Upon beholding the familiar surroundings, he felt a profound sense of comfort akin to being at home. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The hatch sealed once more. Despite his fatigue, he could not overlook certain details. Xinjun unfastened the tool bag beside him and tapped the black tablet to locate the alien worm carcass recovery module. He first scanned the tool bag and the remnants of alien worm slime on his weapons. Then, he proceeded to scan his own body, arms, helmet, and his entire self. After completing these tasks, he finally focused on the plump alien worm lying on the ground. He speculated that this worm would not be worth 1,000 alien worm coins, akin to the bag of flying insect carcasses he had discarded in the deep pit. Nevertheless, he was grateful for the assistance that had enabled his return to the capsule. With a heart full of gratitude, Xinjun directed a beam of red light at the worm, initiating the recovery process. Successfully recovered white worm 1. Gained alien worm coins 2,000. Xinjun, is this for real? He could scarcely believe his eyes, meticulously counting to confirm that it was indeed not 200, but 2,000. The sheer value astounded him. He had not anticipated that such a singular worm could be worth 2,000 alien worm coins, equivalent to his 2 days of accumulated flying insect carcasses. He had intended to lower the humidity in the capsule that night to conserve energy, but now, with 2,000 alien worm coins at his disposal, he could afford to purchase a power drill. Glancing once more at his balance of alien worm coins, he confirmed it. 2,162 remained. Yet, the interface of the alien worm recovery station was not finished. Akin to the previous recovery of flying insects, a pop-up appeared. Acquired device. White worm generator 1. Wait, did I read that correctly? A generator? A wave of dizziness washed over him as he clicked the confirmation button on the tablet. Before him materialized a white device, slightly smaller than the white worm itself. It was cylindrical in form, its width comparable to Xinjun's waist. The worm's tail was entirely absent, replaced by a flat base. The mouthpiece had undergone a significant transformation, now fully opened, with interlocking metallic gears seamlessly meshed together. The body bore some white folds, and the entire apparatus stood upright in place. This was a generator, but how was it to be used? With this generator, the energy dilemma on his end could be resolved. Xinjun felt an immense joy. If the issue of electricity could be settled, he would save an immeasurable sum of alien worm coins. The black tablet displayed that no alien worm carcasses were detected nearby. Suddenly, Xinjun felt a tightness in his chest. He swiftly twisted open his glass helmet and removed his protective suit. Upon inspecting the oxygen tank on his back, he found the needle pointing to empty. He had exhausted the oxygen supply, which was within his expectations. Repositioning his protective gear, Xinjun noticed 2 small red dots illuminating on the information display of the tablet. This should contain instructions regarding the usage of the white worm generator. Much like the previous application of flying insect slime, Xinjun tapped to enter, and the top displayed Alien Worm Compendium. Alien Worm Compendium -2. White worm. Original name. Margolia circular worm description. Length varies, notably rare, with a minimum length of 10 centimeters and a maximum reaching several meters. It possesses sharp circular mandibles and feeds on rock minerals. Preferring dark environments, it can inhabit any area, appearing unpredictably and favoring solitary behavior. Function. The white worm acts as an engineer within the worm nest, tirelessly gnawing away to construct the expansive structures of the nest. An engineer of the worm nest? No wonder this creature showed no interest in him, preoccupied as it was with devouring the surrounding rock walls. According to the description, the previous dim passageways and the deep underground caverns had likely been gnawed out by this very creature. Xinjun marveled as he scrolled through the information display of the Alien Worm Compendium. Below, a card containing information about the white worm generator awaited. White worm generator. Basic information. Height 80 centimeters. Diameter 40 centimeters. Crafted from appropriately sized segments of the white worm's body. Effect. Utilizing the specialized digestive glands and energy-producing tissues within the white worm, it can convert rock minerals into electrical energy with an efficiency of 100. Usage instructions: align the base of the generator with any device requiring electricity and insert rock minerals. Note: do not insert rock minerals exceeding the generator and OPPO's capacity to prevent radiation leakage. Now it all made sense. After a thorough reading, Qinzhen understood how to operate the generator. To supply power to the capsule, he merely had to align its base with any point on the capsule. Thus, his current position was indeed suitable. However, placing it at the hatch seemed somewhat obstructive. Qinzhen attempted to move the generator, gently cradling it, and found it surprisingly lightweight. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. Carrying the white worm generator into the living area, Qinzhen scanned his surroundings before ultimately deciding on a spot adjacent to the kitchen area. He seldom ventured to that empty space, making it an ideal location for the white worm generator. With the position chosen and the generator in place, the next step was to procure fuel. Rock minerals could serve as fuel, meaning the stones scattered across the wilderness outside would suffice. He would need to venture out once more. Cough. Qinzhen cleared his throat, having forgotten that the capsule's humidity was currently set to 0. He hurried to adjust the humidity to 15 through the capsule and OPPO's caretaker and promptly grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the dining table. Simultaneously, he glanced at the remaining power supply of the capsule. 84. As for the time, it was now 2:24 p.m. and he had been outside for a full 12 hours. He did not need to journey far. A few nearby stones would suffice. Qinzhen first tapped the tablet to access the marketplace, navigating to the special sales section, and ordered an oxygen tank, leaving him with 1662 alien worm coins. A crimson beam of light flashed from the black tablet, and an oxygen tank identical to the one on his protective suit materialized before him. After consuming a couple of bread rolls and taking a brief rest, Qinzhen carried the oxygen tank to the hatch area. He began by clearing the items from the bag: a glass dome, 2 stingers, a shovel, used flying insect slime powder, and a fruit knife. Next, he replaced the spent oxygen tank. This step was relatively straightforward, as the back of the protective suit featured a soft strap and slot specifically designed for securing the oxygen tank. He loosened the strap, removed the empty oxygen tank, and discarded it to the side. The new oxygen tank had a small hole at the top and a horizontal safety fuse. Qinzhen pulled out the fuse, aligning the small hole of the oxygen tank with the corresponding hole on the back of his protective suit. He forcefully inserted it, secured the oxygen tank in the slot, and finally fastened the strap. This task was complete. Pressing the switch on the arm of the protective suit, he could hear the hissing of airflow, confirming the oxygen supply was functioning properly. The needle on the oxygen tank returned to the green zone, instilling in Qinzhen a sense of safety. He removed the protective suit once more, preparing to step outside to gather stones for power generation. Chapter 27. The generator begins to function, securing the glass helmet. Qinzhen rotated it until the slots on the glass dome aligned perfectly with those on his protective suit. The oxygen tank was operational. Yet the bloodstains on the helmet somewhat obstructed his vision, prompting him to resolve to clean it thoroughly upon his return. Shaking out the empty sack, Qinzhen opened the hatch. There was no need to venture far this time. He only required a few stones from nearby. Recalling the precautions associated with the white worm generator, he noted, avoid inserting rocks or minerals exceeding the generator's capacity to prevent radiation leakage. The surface rocks exhibited radioactivity. Moreover, considering the peculiar design of the generator and OPPO's mouthparts, it seemed that the metallic gears had been specially treated to mitigate radiation, akin to the walls surrounding the casing. Given the presence of radiation, he resolved to exercise caution while refueling the generator. Qinzhen closed the hatch and hurried towards a pile of stones with his sack in hand. Although the desert was rife with flying insect burrows, stones were abundant. He squatted down at a location, commencing his collection. He refrained from overfilling the sack, ensuring it was only half full to avoid excessive weight that would hinder his return. Once he deemed the load sufficient, he tightly grasped the sack and OPPO's opening and began to drag it back. The distance was short, and he quickly arrived in front of the casing. Unable to place all the stones inside at once, he removed some from the sack and piled them beside the generator, before returning inside with the remainder. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Upon entering the casing and closing the hatch, Qinzhen took his time to remove the protective suit, instead opting to head towards the living area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Gazing at the white worm generator, Qinzhen retrieved a stone from the sack and held it above the generator. as if sensing its presence. The metallic gears at the mouth gradually opened, revealing the interior. Contrary to his expectations of a complex and intricate design, the inside was surprisingly empty. Featuring only a gray-white lining, slightly darker than the surface and Oppo's creamy hue, and devoid of anything else. Chunjun tossed the stone inside, causing the metallic gears to close once more. Simultaneously, the entire white worm generator began to emit a radiant glow, a warm orange light akin to that of a high-powered incandescent bulb. As anticipated, upon depositing the stone, the gears promptly shut. Chunjun lifted another stone, prompting the generator and amp, Oppo's mouth to open again. He eagerly discarded all the remaining stones from his sack into the generator, perfectly filling it to capacity. The metallic mouth of the white worm generator closed again, illuminating as it resumed operation. Chunjun approached the hatch, finally unscrewing the glass dome and removing his protective suit. He would wait for the fuel in the white worm generator to deplete before adding more. Notably, the generator operated with an efficiency of 100, alleviating any concerns regarding residue management. Having completed these tasks, Chunjun relished a brief respite. He settled at the dining table and casually picked up a piece of bread to nibble on. Grabbing the black tablet, he checked the time and the remaining power of the casing. 2419. 30. Casing remaining power, 82. To assess the white worm generator's efficiency, he adjusted the casing and Oppo's humidity and temperature via the system. He set the temperature to 19 degrees Celsius and the humidity to 30. Under normal circumstances, this slightly elevated temperature and humidity would result in a power consumption of about 5, as Chunjun had previously experimented. He decided to wait for an hour or two to observe the results. Closing the system module, he casually navigated to the marketplace module. Today had been a thrilling and exhausting day, and he deemed it appropriate to reward himself. His toast provided carbohydrates, accompanied by mineral water. However, he required some vitamins and protein. Surveying the options, Chunjun spent 2 insect coins to acquire a sterile egg and another 1 insect coin for a tomato. Unsatisfied with this meager selection, he spent an additional 10 insect coins on a fresh pack of toast. After all, the previous pack had become dry and hard, and was nearly finished. Before long, his purchases appeared before him, totaling 13 insect coins spent, leaving him with 1649 insect coins. Eagerly, he took a bite of the tomato, savoring its delightful sweet and sour flavor. He decided to keep the seeds, as now that he possessed a generator, the prospect of growing his own vegetables was not far-fetched. After finishing the tomato, Chunjun cracked the sterile egg on the table, drinking the egg white. He then retrieved 2 slices of soft toast, carefully opened the egg to let the yolk drip onto the bread, and enjoyed it as a makeshift sandwich. Though somewhat rudimentary, Chunjun felt his meal was quite lavish, reminding himself to save his insect coins for equipment. With his current insect coins, he could easily purchase a power drill. However, before doing so, he intended to visit the free trading market. Stiletto, spiked dagger, and various insect egg products. These were all familiar to him. Besides these, numerous new items had been added to the inventory. This was only natural, as with increasing familiarity, everyone could yield insect-related goods. The weapons category had also been updated, including the spiked scythe, thick shield, and dagger wing dart. Chunjun clicked on the trading information for the spiked scythe, and a small card appeared. Spiked scythe. Basic information. Length 60 cm. Front blade length 20 cm. Front blade width 5 cm. Handle length 55 cm. Blade end crafted from the forelimbs of flying insects. Exceptionally sharp. Handle made from the hardened exoskeleton of flying insects. Exhibiting good wear resistance. Effect. Increases the user and Oppo's strength by 2 points and vitality by 30 points. Price. 700 insect coins. Seller. Lin Tiankai. Seller's note. Is there anyone interested? I've managed to acquire some impressive weaponry this time. Feel free to place an order here, and I will respond appropriately. Lin Tiankai again? Initially, Chunjun thought it was merely luck that allowed him to be the first to unveil insect equipment. Now, it seemed he had collected a substantial amount of insect bodies. Regarding the weapon he had never encountered before, the card depicted a high-resolution image of a scythe, shaped like a 7 and entirely black. The front blade was similarly made from the forelimbs of flying insects, adorned with barbed spikes, while the handle appeared rather ordinary. Notably, the attributes granted by this scythe differed from others. Compared to the stiletto, it provided an additional point of strength, an increase of 20 points in vitality, but reduced agility by a single point. Nevertheless, considering the weapon's length and its current rarity, Chunjun found the price reasonable. Chapter 28. acquisition of the CX 1022 electric drill beneath the message board. Some individuals were eagerly seeking to curry favor with Lin Tianran, showering him with flattery. Indeed, he was a prominent figure. On his very first day, he had listed the stabbing blade, and now he was offering the spiked scythe as well. Impressive. One might audaciously inquire if he had any tips to share. Brother Tianran, may I ask your location? Could you impart some wisdom on how to capture the strange insects? Esteemed one, I have sent you a private message. Kindly take a look. Perhaps we can engage in a trade. This weapon is simply too powerful. Alas, I cannot afford it. How disheartening. Qinjin swiftly closed the transaction information, having no intention of making a purchase. As for the thick armor shield, he found it somewhat intriguing and clicked to view the details. Thick armor shield, basic information, area 40 cm x 40 cm, the entire shield crafted from the backs of flying insects. Offering good defense. Effect, the wearer gains an additional 3 points of strength and 60 points of vitality. Price, 1,000 insect coins. Seller, Li Changlong, seller and amp. Oppos. Note, I shall not say much about this shield. It is currently unique in the market, with numerous attribute enhancements. Those interested should act swiftly, lest it be snatched away. 1,000 insect coins was exorbitant, promptly extinguishing Qinjin's desire to purchase it. Though he found it acceptable to peruse, he clicked on the high-definition image, observing the shield set at an angle. It was clear that it was composed of numerous small, tightly packed hard segments from the backs of flying insects. While the shield was not particularly large, it could adequately protect vital areas. Qinjin also closed this transaction information, deeming the shield and amp. Oppos' cost-effectiveness lacking. Next, he turned to the third newly listed weapon and clicked on the transaction details. Knife-wing darts, basic information, diamond-shaped darts measuring 10 cm in length. Crafted from the wings of flying insects, suitable for ranged attacks. Effect, none. Quantity, 25. Price, 125 insect coins. Seller, Wang Ting. Seller's note. These darts lack any special attributes, but the quantity is plentiful and the price is affordable. Friends who enjoy darts should not miss this opportunity. Darts, how intriguing. Chen Zhen gazed at the high-definition image, where 3 diamond-shaped black darts were neatly arranged. One side of the diamond dart glimmered as if sharpened, while the rest bore a resemblance to the wings of the flying insects, adorned with intricate patterns. With a total of 25, the cost per dart was merely 5 insect coins. Yet, even so, Qinjin found them somewhat overpriced, as they offered no attribute enhancements and inflicted limited damage. After perusing the offerings, he felt no inclination to make a purchase. Very well. I shall refrain from buying, he mused, pausing briefly to contemplate selling one of his stabbing blades, retaining one for personal use. Identity verification successful, please proceed. Qinjin arrived at the compartment area, eyeing the 2 bloodstained stabbing blades on the ground. He meticulously assessed their condition. The one in his possession was still relatively intact, so he decided to sell the other. Would anyone be interested in this glass helmet? He pondered, glancing at the bloodied helmet on the floor. Selling it would imply he had taken a life. Such an item was unique to each individual, and no one would willingly part with it, especially since the free trade market operated under real name verification. Now was not the time. He dismissed the thought of selling the glass helmet. Identity verification successful, please proceed. Carrying the stabbing blade, Qinjin made his way to the living area, realizing he needed to clean the bloodstains before selling it. The stains on his helmet also obstructed his vision to a degree. He accessed the marketplace module on his tablet, spending 2 insect coins to purchase a pack of wet wipes, leaving him with 1647 insect coins. Chen Zhen tore open the wet wipes packaging and carefully wiped every corner of the stabbing blade. Once he confirmed that the blood was entirely removed, he returned to the free trade market on his tablet, preparing to list his item. Prior to listing, Chen Zhen researched the market prices for stabbing blades. The lowest was 288 insect coins, while the highest reached 400 insect coins, all with identical attributes, similar to when he listed the insect gum previously. Qinjin aimed for a swift sale, thus, he naturally set a price below the market rate. 250 insect coins felt a bit off, so he decided on a price of 260 insect coins. He clicked the small plus sign in the upper right corner of the interface to enter the product editing screen. Please scan the item you are about to sell. Qinjin aimed the tablet at the stabbing blade on the table. Scan successful. Item successfully recorded. Stabbing blade. Please continue editing your item information. Select your listing quantity. 1. Set item unit price. Edit seller and Oppos. Note. Given that there was only one item, the quantity field was uneditable. For the unit price, he settled on 260 insect coins. The seller's note read, "High quality at a low price. You will find no better bargain for a stabbing blade than this one." After finalizing these details, Qinjun clicked the confirm button, prompting another pop-up. Transaction successful. This system will charge a fee of 26 insect coins. Agree to proceed with the listing. Do you agree? He understood that fees were unavoidable, though he lamented their steepness. Last time it was only 5 insect coins. Qinjun mused, realizing that the fee was likely a percentage of the set price. At 260 insect coins, the fee amounted to 10. He clicked to agree. Your item is being listed. Listing successful. You may view your item in the free trade market. With the listing complete, he now awaited a buyer. Qinjun stood up to stretch his lumbar spine and twisted his neck. The remaining insect coins would suffice to purchase either a drill or a pickaxe, both priced at 1,500 insect coins. With such equipment, his digging speed would significantly increase. The prospect was enticing. He resolved to make a purchase, even if it left him financially drained. Next, he faced the choice, the electric drill or the pickaxe head. Qinjun accessed the marketplace, browsing the primary views of both items. The CX-1056 pickaxe featured a dual-handed grip at the top, with a shovel-like metal head at the bottom. He then examined the details of the electric drill. The CX-1022 electric drill boasted a two-handed grip similar to the pickaxe, with a dual-blade spiral drill bit at the bottom. In terms of digging speed, Qinjun felt the spiral drill bit would be more efficient. He clicked to order the electric drill, spending 1,500 insect coins, leaving him with 147. The significant expenditure of insect coins left him somewhat pained, but shortly thereafter, the electric drill materialized before him. As he beheld the drill's appearance, Qinjun felt a surge of joy. Its size was considerably larger than anticipated. The entire drill measured at least 1.2 meters in length, with the drill bit alone nearing 1 meter. Now, he had no reason to worry about his digging capabilities. Chapter 29. Analysis of Nest Structure, Air Cavities. With this device, excavating 2 meters underground is a trivial task. Besides the prominent handle and drill bit, a small black square block, clinging near the handle, also captured Qinjun and Apos' attention, comparable in size to the palm of his hand. Qinjun grasped it and pulled the black block free. Observing the interface on the black block, he immediately recognized it as a battery. However, how could the electric drill and Apos' battery be recharged? Could the white worm generator recharge it? The generator and Apos' operation involves affixing it to the device in need of power. Theoretically, it should work. Nevertheless, that would have to wait until the current battery was depleted. Qinjun reinstalled the battery into the drill and amp, Apos' handle, then grasped the handle with both hands, eager to test its operability. He lifted the drill to a height that would prevent the drill bit from damaging the casing. On the handle, there was a black button and a red button. The black button was to the left, while the red one was to the right, both positioned directly above the handle. As Qinjun held the handle, his thumb could easily reach both buttons. The drill was not particularly heavy, and he pressed the left button, producing a buzzing sound as the dual-blade drill bit began to spin rapidly. The drill exhibited considerable power. Shortly thereafter, he pressed the right red button, halting the drill and Apos' operation, and the bit gradually ceased its rotation. Satisfied with the experiment, Qinjun set aside the expensive drill he had purchased. The white worm generator emitted an orange glow, indicating it was functioning normally. Tomorrow, Qinjun did not plan to venture too far, for with the drill in hand, there was no need to search for alien worm caves. As long as he dug deep enough, he would undoubtedly encounter them. After a brief rest, Qinjun perused the regional chat channel. The discussions revolved around methods for locating alien worms, their probable locations, and the trepidation surrounding these areas. Notably, the population in Region 1036 had significantly decreased. Region 1036. Population 8865 10,000. Just as Qinjun intended to rest, he noticed a small red dot illuminating on the information bulletin. He should not have received any notifications regarding the recovery of alien worm corpses or the discovery of equipment. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it, only to find that it was neither an equipment introduction card nor an alien worm encyclopedia. Instead, it was a different kind of information. Analysis of nest structure, air cavities, description. In addition to the extremely complex networks of alien worm caves, there exist countless air cavities. Some air cavities are located on the surface, while many are distributed within the nest itself. Introduction. The size of air cavities is variable. The deepest can reach hundreds of meters in depth, and have diameters of up to 100 meters. It is generally believed that the air cavities closer to the surface are shallower, while those nearer the center of the nest are deeper. Function: air cavities serve to ensure the nest has an adequate supply of gas. Supplement: air cavities are unpredictable. No one can predict when they will open. Typically, their opening is accompanied by a strong sense of vibration. Analysis of nest structure: air cavities. These were entirely new terms for Chunjun, who read the information on the bulletin with great seriousness. Upon reaching the mention of intense vibrations in the supplement, he realized that the deep pit he had fallen into today was indeed an air cavity of the nest, based on its size and depth. The air cavity he had fallen into could be classified as shallow. Had he fallen into one of the deep cavities mentioned in the information, returning to the surface would have been exceedingly difficult. More thought-provoking was the function of the air cavities in ensuring a sufficient gas supply within the nest. This indicated that the alien worms also required gas for survival, or perhaps other gases, which revealed their potentially fatal weaknesses. If numerous air cavities were dispersed across the surface, he would have to exercise greater caution when venturing outside. He had been fortunate to return this time, but he could not count on such luck again. What frightened Chunjun even more was the concern that an air cavity might exist directly beneath his current position. Taking a deep breath, he decided it was best to rest for now and focus on capturing alien worms tomorrow. Chunjun took his tablet to his small bedroom. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. He glanced at the time. It was 2:24:22:30. After checking the time, he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he instinctively checked the time and the remaining battery of the case. Due to the comfortable temperature and humidity, he had slept quite well. Remaining battery of the case, 94, time, 2:25:7:30. Realizing he had slept for 9 hours, Chunjun was immediately alert upon seeing the battery level. 94? Surely, he must have misread that. If the battery level remained unchanged, that would suffice. But how could it have increased? He had not anticipated the white worm generator to be so efficient. Hastily, he calculated the time. The white worm generator had commenced operation at 7:30 the previous evening. By the morning at 7:30, a total of 12 hours had passed. The last recorded battery level had been 82, indicating an increase of 1 per hour. If the case consumed approximately 5 of its battery per hour under these temperature and humidity conditions, it could be deduced that the white worm generator produced 6 of power per hour, if calculated based on the case's energy consumption. Chunjun was exceedingly pleased with this efficiency. The pressing question now was, how long could the white worm generator sustain power once filled with rock minerals? He promptly rose and made his way to the living area, where the white worm generator was still operational, albeit its glow had dimmed considerably. Previously radiant orange, it now emitted a faint, dull light, nearly extinguished. It seemed the generator was running low on fuel. This indicated that the white worm generator and Oppo's efficiency could indeed provide 6 power to the case, with a full supply lasting approximately 12 hours. The actual operating time might extend slightly longer, as the generator had not yet completely shut down. Thus, he needed to replenish the fuel for the white worm generator. Chunjun quickly ate breakfast, consisting of a few slices of bread and some mineral water. Before heading to the airlock area, he donned his protective suit and glass helmet with utmost speed, then opened the airlock to reach the pile of stones. Based on the previous quantity, he transported the stones back to the case. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. He swiftly returned to the living area and discarded the stones into the generator. With a conversion efficiency of 100, there was no residue left in the white worm generator, just half a stone, cracked and still glowing. The new stones refilled the white worm generator, and the metallic gears closed once more. The generator regained its vibrant orange glow. Chunjun did not remove his protective suit, but instead packed his shovel and blade into a sack. He then slid his black tablet to check the weather for the day. Chapter 30. Stepwise excavation. Weather. Temperature. 13°C. 19°C. Weather conditions. The perceived temperature is notably high, with intense ultraviolet radiation and severe levels of exposure. Wind force. Gentle breeze. Precautionary note. Be mindful of wind-blown sand. Watch your footing. Remain aware of your surroundings, and take care above. Countdown to insect swarm. For days. 3 hours, 0 minutes. Chunjun glanced at the weather and adjusted the temperature of the box's climate control to 20 degrees Celsius, with humidity set to 15. This manipulation would ensure that upon his return, the white worm generator would replenish the box's power to 100. Having completed this task, Chunjun placed the black tablet back in its original position and reopened the hatch. The wind howled fiercely today. and Chunjin struggled to close the hatch securely before deciding to excavate in a different direction. The previous path was fraught with gas pockets that could unexpectedly open again. Thus, it was prudent to venture to a safer location. After surveying his surroundings, Chunjin opted for the area behind the box, though it appeared similar. His box was situated in a vast expanse of wilderness, completely exposed. After walking less than 100 meters, Chunjin paused. He avoided a closer distance, concerned that strange insects might emerge at any moment, presenting a potential safety hazard. Hence, it was wise to maintain a cautious distance from his box. Additionally, having witnessed the destructive capabilities of these creatures against the stones blocking the flying insect's den, he deemed his previous strategy ineffective. His decision to avoid a more distant location stemmed from yesterday's experiences. Returning swiftly to the box was crucial. Proximity also facilitated transportation. Furthermore, deeper areas would likely host more formidable creatures, and conserving energy to confront them was paramount. Weighing these factors, he settled on a distance of approximately 100 meters. Chunjin discarded the burlap sack beside him and retrieved the serrated blade and shovel for immediate use. In a flash, he had chosen his position. Standing firm with the electric drill, its bit poised to pierce the ground. He pressed the black button on the left handle, and a low hum filled the air as the drill's greater power allowed the double-edged bit to swiftly penetrate the earth. The rapidly spinning blades effortlessly transported the sand and soil above ground, forming a small mound almost instantaneously. Suddenly, he sensed resistance in his hand, indicating he had reached the hardpan layer. Withdrawing the drill, he pressed the red button, creating a hole approximately half a meter deep and wider than his thigh. The width was insufficient for comfortable maneuvering, necessitating an expansion to at least double his body width. Utilizing a shovel or pickaxe would undoubtedly be labor-intensive. However, with the drill, it was remarkably effortless. Targeting another spot, Chunjin quickly drilled again, then shifted to yet another area, repeating the process. In mere moments, a sizable cavity, about 1.5 meters in diameter and 60 centimeters deep, emerged. This entire endeavor took him scarcely a minute. To delve deeper, he needed to create a series of steps or a stair-like formation. While continuous drilling downward was expedient, he also had to consider his ascent. Simply boring straight down was undoubtedly the fastest method. Subsequently, he could carve out a foothold next to the cavity, akin to a farmer and Apo's root cellar, facilitating a safe return to the surface. However, considering the need to bring the drill back and transport the large sack of insect remains from below, Chunjin found this approach impractical. Moreover, confronting subterranean insects in a cramped space would severely limit his mobility and eliminate escape routes. With these considerations in mind, Chunjin shifted to a new position adjacent to the existing hole. As he prepared to start drilling, an idea struck him. Why not excavate at an angle? Angled drilling could save time, and transporting insect remains with a small cart would be manageable, at least far less challenging than vertical transport. Moreover, the workload of angled excavation was lighter than that of stepwise digging. The challenge of stepwise excavation lay in the necessity of leaving ample space for the drill's operation. This meant that each deeper bore required enough room for Chunjin to stand and work comfortably. While this was feasible now, once he reached greater depths, he would face the formidable task of excavating walls of earth equal to his height before he could continue downward. This would significantly increase the workload and complicate the disposal of excavated soil. Conversely, angled drilling could reduce the vertical workload, generate less waste, and allow for easier transport. Contemplating this, Chunjin revised his strategy. He tilted the drill bit and aimed it at the soil layer, pressing the black button once more as the drill whirred to life. In no time, another hole appeared before him. To ensure ample working space, Chunjin prudently drilled several times in the same area. A sloped cavity nearly 2 meters in diameter manifested before him. Had he employed a shovel or pickaxe, he would have avoided such a laborious method. However, using the drill, he knew he could reach depths of approximately 2 meters, beyond which the soil would become increasingly firm. Chunjin piled the excavated earth on the surface, easily discarding it for now. Deeper down, he would need to transport the soil elsewhere. He continued drilling, delving deeper. As the hole's incline remained modest, the sufficiently large diameter of the cavity afforded him ample space to maneuver. As he drilled deeper, he regularly cleared out the waste soil. After a few repetitions, he sensed an unusual vibration beneath the drill, as if he had struck something. Quickly withdrawing the bit, he pressed the red pause button, revealing a bulging cavity before him. This opening did not resemble that of the flying insects, whose tunnels were typically no thicker than an arm. The cavity before him was undoubtedly the lair of a strange insect, its girth comparable to his waist, without penetrating the outer wall of the cavity, which was more resilient than the surrounding soil. Chunjun hurriedly retrieved the burlap sack and serrated blade, returning to his previous location. A premonition stirred within him. Today might yield new discoveries of strange insects. Holding his breath in anticipation, he pressed the black button on the left handle. The drill whirred to life, creating a large opening into the insect's den. Chunjun refrained from further enlarging the opening, instead placing the drill aside to observe the situation within. Suddenly, he noticed a furry leg extending from the breach. Chapter 31. The unusual insect. Chunjun immediately tightened his grip on the blade, his attention fixed ahead. A slender, furry leg, roughly the thickness of his little finger but extending over 10 centimeters, emerged from the crevice. This was merely what Chunjun could see at present. The elongated insect leg continued to stretch outward. He estimated its length to be about 20 centimeters. He swallowed nervously. It was not yet the time to sever an insect leg, as that would not slay this peculiar creature. Chunjun patiently awaited the right moment. After a short while, a dark brown, pointed head emerged from the breach. The insect's eyes, concealed on either side of the pointed head, resembled two black beads the size of corn kernels. Suddenly, the insect retracted its slender leg. Sensing something amiss, Chunjun swung the blade with all his might, thrusting it directly toward the pointed head. A small puncture appeared on the head, and immediately, a green liquid, akin to that of flying insects, oozed from the wound. Chunjun heard a sharp shriek, seemingly emitted by the insect before him. He quickly withdrew his arm, yanking the blade back, and with it, the entire insect's body was drawn out, revealing its complete form. The tapered, rounded head bore a resemblance to that of an octopus, with two black eyes flanking it. Apart from the sharp head, the pair of elongated legs were also quite striking. Holding the blade with one hand, Chunjun lifted the insect to facilitate closer observation. This insect possessed only two pairs of legs. One pair trailed behind its body, measuring an impressive 20 centimeters, while the other pair was unusually short, less than 3 centimeters. Located beneath the head, had Chunjun not been scrutinizing closely, he would have scarcely noticed that the legs beneath the head appeared to be atrophied. Aside from the elongated rear legs measuring 20 centimeters, both the body and head were notably short. The pointed head occupied 2/3 of the overall length, rendering the body the smallest segment. What purpose did such slender legs serve? They appeared even less robust than those of flying insects. As Chunjun pondered this, the insect in his grasp twitched twice, and one of its slender legs underwent a subtle transformation. The length altered, previously around 20 centimeters. The left slender leg now measured less than 10 centimeters. Chunjun confirmed he was not imagining things. Had the insect and Appo's hind leg inexplicably been truncated? Curiosity compelled him to observe more closely, meticulously comparing the two legs of differing lengths. Suddenly, he noticed that the shortened hind leg had inexplicably regained its length, returning to approximately 20 centimeters. How was this possible? This insect had already been pierced by his blade. Chunjun scrutinized the insect and Appo's hind leg, and to his astonishment, he discovered a clue. Utilizing the light filtering from the cave and Appo's entrance, he noticed small luminous points appearing at intervals along the leg. Each segment measured about 5 centimeters. Changing his angle to maximize the light's effect, he abruptly realized that these were not mere glimmers but rather nodes akin to those found on a telescopic batten. The insect and Appo's slender legs could extend and retract with remarkable ease. The final segment could completely retract into the preceding one, suggesting that when fully contracted, the insect's hind legs could measure less than 5 centimeters. What exquisite design this creature possessed! Chunjun marveled, casually extracting the insect from the blade and depositing it into a pre-prepared sack. Just as he turned to continue his hunt, a shadow flitted across the cave floor beneath him. Instinctively, Chunjun pressed against the cave wall, and in the blink of an eye, a shadow darted past him with incredible speed. Gasping, Chunjun realized he had completely missed the event, but he was certain that an insect had escaped. Without delay, he utilized the drill bit to seal the insect and Appo's burrow, then armed with the blade, he ventured outside. The moment he emerged onto the surface, a gust of wind laden with sand rushed past, nearly sending him tumbling back into the cave. Before long, he spotted a black insect crawling nearby. It was the very one he had captured earlier. It dragged its elongated hind legs as it ascended a stone. Sensing something was off, Chunjun instinctively sidestepped. In the next instant, a shadow zipped past him. With a resounding crash, Chunjun heard a sharp sound as the insect smashed into a stone behind it. Such power! He himself could not shatter stone. Amidst the rubble, he saw the insect writhing, appearing somewhat dazed. Seizing the moment, Qinjun rushed over and aimed his blade at the insect's body. The blade effortlessly pierced through, embedding itself into the shattered stones below. Observing the fresh green fluid emerge, he felt a sense of relief. Despite the insect and Appo's fragile appearance, how could it possess the strength to break stone? Was it merely due to its speed? Yet, with such velocity, the impact on itself must have been considerable, risking mutual destruction. Unable to decipher this conundrum, he hastily returned to the cave, depositing the insect carcass into the sack. His current objective remained the capture of more insects. Qinjun removed the drill bit, gripping the blade as he focused on the cave and Appo's activity. Should any unfamiliar shadow appear, he would strike without hesitation. Indeed, it was not long before another insect emerged from the depths of the cave. Qinjun, quick-witted and agile, prevented the insects from gathering strength. Each time one revealed half its head, he would swiftly swing the blade. As time elapsed, the bounty in his sack steadily increased. However, the number of these insects paled in comparison to that of the flying ones. After nearly an hour, he observed that his sack was only half filled. Qinjun waited patiently. But after more than half an hour without any insects appearing, he resolved to delve deeper. Yet, he knew he must exercise greater caution. These insects possessed the strength to shatter stone, making the potential for them to crush his body all too real. Was there a means to block these insect burrows? Qinjun pondered. Stones were unsuitable, but he found no other useful items nearby. Although stones could be shattered, they would serve as a warning. Resolving this, he exited the cave once more, seeking 2 appropriately sized stones on the surface to block the entrances of the burrows. Then he prepared to dig deeper. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the black switch in his hand, and the drill whirred back to life. Chapter 32. Jumping worms. The electric drill whirred with fervor. And before long, Qinjun beheld the entrance to a peculiar wormhole. This location lay a meter below the previous cave, albeit not directly beneath it. Moreover, it was not merely a singular cave that had emerged. As Qinjun had anticipated, the deeper he delved into the earth, the greater the number of wormholes, and the easier they were to uncover. Before him, 2 passages, one horizontal and one vertical, lay embedded within the soil. The vertical tunnel ascended towards the upper levels, though it remained uncertain whether it reached the surface. The horizontal passage, however, was akin to the one he had encountered earlier, now trodden beneath his feet. After a cursory examination of both wormholes, Qinjun resolved to refrain from disturbing the vertical one, opting instead to engage with the more familiar horizontal passage. With a low hum, he aimed for a central position and pressed the switch on the drill. Each foray into the wormholes proved laborious for Qinjun. Soon enough, an adequately sized opening materialized before him. Judging by its dimensions, the worms on either side could easily traverse through it. Gently placing the drill aside, he leaned against the wall of the adjacent tunnel, keenly observing the newly formed opening. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, he caught sight of a familiar dark silhouette, the elongated hind legs of the worm he had encountered before. With the breach in the cave, they were undoubtedly drawn to investigate, and Qinjun speculated as he awaited the creature's emergence. Before long, half of a head slowly protruded from the opening, seemingly utilizing its lateral eyes to scrutinize the happenings outside. Without granting it a moment's respite, Qinjun struck decisively, his blade piercing through the creature's pointed head. Another one captured. He remained vigilant, promptly placing the captured worm into his sack while once again aiming his blade at the opening. Time passed inexorably, and Qinjun's bounty continued to increase. One after another, the worms found their way into the sack. He observed that these surface-dwelling worms appeared to possess limited intelligence, as his repeated tactics proved effective against them. This, however, was fortuitous for him, and he continued to focus intently on the cavern ahead. It was only when the sack was filled to capacity with the captured worms that Qinjun ceased his hunt. He first used the drill to seal the opening, then dragged the heavy sack of worm carcasses out of the slanted cave. The sack was so overstuffed that he could only manage it by grasping its corners, ensuring the opening remained taut. Upon reaching the surface, he cast the sack aside and sought out a sizable stone, estimating it to be of similar dimensions to the previous opening. With the stone in hand, he returned to the cave, shifted the drill, and placed the stone within the breach. His judgment was impeccable. The stone fit snugly, successfully sealing the tunnel. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he departed the cave with the drill in tow. He prepared to return, yet the burden was considerable. The entire sack of worm carcasses, the drill, the blade, and the shovel. He could only make 2 trips, but fortunately, the distance to his storage was relatively short. For the first trip, Qinzhen resolved to transport the worm carcasses first. The challenge lay in the inability to secure the sack and Oppo's opening. Dragging it back without proper closure, despite the short distance, risked a jostled journey that could lead to the sack tearing apart. Thus, he decided to leave behind a few worm carcasses, making it easier to carry the sack back while maintaining a firm grip on the opening. 1, 2. Soon, a small mound of worm bodies formed. Satisfied, he organized the sack and Oppo's opening, grasped it tightly with his right hand, and hoisted it onto his left shoulder. His right hand still held the blade, while the drill and shovel remained behind. Thus, he made his way back to his storage. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Upon entering the storage, the first thing Qinzhen did was dump the entire sack of worm carcasses onto the metal floor. The reclamation station for the worm bodies would efficiently identify and cleanse the remnants. Without delay, he left with the empty sack and the blade. He hurried to the cave's upper section, repacking the remaining worm carcasses, which amounted to only a fifth of the previous haul. After securing the sack, he tossed in the shovel and blade, gripping the sack with one hand while dragging the drill with the other. The drill bit was robust, alleviating any concern over potential abrasions from the stones. Before long, he returned to his storage once more. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Oh, the proximity is indeed advantageous. Qinzhen mused as he pushed open the hatch and re-entered the storage. As the heavy door sealed behind him, he reached for the black tablet resting nearby. A gentle touch illuminated the screen, and he navigated to the worm body reclamation station. Scanning the assorted pile of carcasses on the floor, successfully reclaimed jumping worms 29, received worm coins 1740. So, this peculiar creature is known as the jumping worm. And Qinzhen was taken aback upon seeing the substantial amount of worm coins acquired. What? He exclaimed. Is the price of the jumping worm truly so high? At this rate, each jumping worm was valued at 60 worm coins, a staggering threefold the price of the flying worm. Merely delving a little deeper yielded such a lucrative find. He dared not imagine the worth of the deeper dwelling worms. Should he manage to eliminate the humanoid worm he had previously encountered, it would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. However, he was acutely aware that he lacked the strength for such a confrontation at present. Turning his attention to the remaining jumping worm carcasses in the sack, he directed the tablet scanner towards them. After a red light scanned the contents, the reclamation station provided its notification. Successfully reclaimed jumping worm 6. Received worm coins 360. Qinzhen nodded in satisfaction. His endeavors today had netted him over 2,000 worm coins. Yet, the reclamation station had yet to indicate the absence of additional worm bodies. He proceeded to skin his own body with the red light, ensuring to thoroughly check the drill, blade, and shovel before concluding the task. No worm bodies detected nearby. With this confirmation, Qinzhen felt a sense of relief. He turned off the oxygen switch on his arm and unscrewed the glass shield. As the storage's humidity was adjusted to 15, he experienced no discomfort. He swiftly removed his protective suit, returning the glass shield and suit to their designated places. As he prepared to head to the living area, he noticed another notification on the reclamation station. Acquired weapon, Spear of Bullets 1, acquired food. Energy bar of worm legs 2, similar to his previous recoveries of flying worms and white worms, he had received additional items. Though the tablet's response had been slightly delayed this time, causing him to miss the initial notification. Without hesitation, Qinzhen pressed the confirmation button on the screen. A 30-centimeter long, pointed black spear materialized on the metal floor, accompanied by 2 slender black energy bars, each measuring less than 10 centimeters. Chapter 33. The bullet spear. Qinzhen strode purposefully towards the equipment laid out on the ground, picking up a black energy stick. This insect leg energy stick bore a resemblance to a chocolate bar, dark and unremarkable in texture. As Qinzhen leaned in closer, he noticed the minute segments of the jumping insect's leg, which were difficult to discern without careful scrutiny. He placed the energy stick in his left hand and, in one fluid motion, grasped the bullet spear lying nearby. The weapon proved to be significantly heavier than he had anticipated. Yet this weight instilled a sense of solidity and security. The spear's tip was crafted from the head of the jumping insect, albeit larger, sharper, and sturdier. While the head of a typical jumping insect possessed some elasticity, the tip of the bullet spear seemed hardened and polished. With these items and the black tablet in hand, Qinzhen made his way to the living area. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. He placed the items on the iron dining table and hurried over to inspect the white worm generator. The generator was functioning normally. Its glow considerably dimmer than it had been when he left in the morning, yet still radiating a warm orange-yellow light. Returning to the dining table, He took a seat and activated the black tablet. He first checked the status of the storage box. Remaining battery, 100. The white worm generator produced 6 power per hour for the storage box, prompting Qingjun to adjust the humidity level of the box to 30. He glanced at the time, 2:25 p.m. Nearly 6 hours had passed since he had set out that morning. Feeling quite hungry, he instinctively reached into a plastic bag to retrieve a soft slice of toast. Thanks to the controlled humidity within the storage box, the bread had not dried out. Immediately after, he cast his gaze back to the black tablet, and as before, a small red dot illuminated the information notification bar. He tapped it, and the first piece of information that appeared was Insect Specimen Encyclopedia. Insect Specimen Encyclopedia. 3. Jumping insect. Original name, Margolia long-legged bullet insect. Description, ranging from 15 cm to 25 cm in length. The average adult measures 20 cm. With the head accounting for 15 cm and the body for 5 cm. It has 2 pairs of legs, is wingless, and features unique retractable hind legs, which can extend to match its body length. Preferring dark environments, it typically resides at depths of 3 to 6 meters underground, living in colonies. Function. These insects, found on the periphery of the worm nest, offer a degree of resistance against intrusions. Characteristics. The majority of the head of the jumping insect is exceedingly soft, with the exception of a minuscule area at the tip, measuring less than 2 square millimeters, which is exceptionally hard. This point serves as the insect's weapon, and when combined with the powerful thrust generated by its retractable hind legs, enables the jumping insect to exert remarkable force in a short period of time. Thus, it is aptly named Margolia long-legged bullet insect. Intrigued, Qingjun absorbed the information on the Insect Specimen Encyclopedia. He recalled an earlier incident when a jumping insect had surfaced and shattered a rock. At the time, he had wondered how the rock had broken while the insect remained unscathed. It became evident that the tip of the jumping insect and Apos' head could withstand immense impact, being the most resilient part of its body, albeit a mere 2 square millimeters in size. Upon finishing this entry, he swiftly swiped to the next information regarding the bullet spear. Bullet spear. Basic information. Normal length 30 cm, maximum length 3 meters. Composed of the head of a jumping insect and several elongated hind legs, capable of freely extending and retracting. Effect. The wielder gains an increase of 5 points in strength, 1 point in agility, and 20 points in vitality. Usage instructions. Each retraction stores energy. Upon re-extension, it releases this energy with tremendous force. Do not aim at oneself, setting aside the fact that it can store energy and is adjustable in length. The accompanying attributes alone could easily outshine many piercing weapons. Qingjun felt a surge of excitement. The plethora of enhancements was striking compared to the modest increases provided by the piercing blade, which only augmented strength, agility, and vitality by 1, and 10 points, respectively. Indeed, the deeper subterranean insects not only yielded valuable materials but also superior equipment attributes. After rereading the weapon description, the final piece of information popped up. Insect leg energy stick. Basic information, length 8 cm, diameter 2 cm, made from the legs of jumping insects, rich in nutritious proteins. Effect. The insect leg energy stick is a fast food item, providing the energy needs for 24 hours upon consumption. Note: if the energy stick feels as though it is moving in your mouth while consuming, do not waste it by spitting it out. Simply eat it. Description: the insect leg energy stick does not expire and poses no hazards. Its only drawback is its taste. No danger. Capable of supplying energy for 24 hours. Truly a remarkable item. At least it surpassed the insect egg chewing gum. Qingjun was unfazed by the taste issue. These 2 energy sticks could serve as emergency rations, as they would not spoil. Alternatively, they could be sold for insect currency if needed. After reviewing this information, he nodded in approval. He was quite satisfied with the equipment dropped by the jumping insect. With the bullet spear in hand, the piercing blade seemed to pale in comparison. However, considering the need for versatility within the tunnels, the piercing blade remained more practical. Qingjun resolved to take both weapons with him the following day, eager to test the efficacy of the bullet spear. Setting down the bullet spear, he took a few sips of water and then picked up another slice of toast. The bottle of mineral water was running low. Glancing at the water bottle, he decided to purchase more at the market later. He then opened the free trading market. After a quick scan, he noted that it was still filled with flying insect products, with no jumping insect items available yet. Most individuals in this area were likely still active near the surface, as flying insects were abundant and easy to handle. In contrast, Jumping insects posed a certain level of danger. Qinzhen pondered whether he should buy the shield crafted from flying insect backs. His current insect currency was sufficient, and he would certainly venture deeper the next day, so perhaps he needed some defensive equipment. Yet, could a shield made from flying insects withstand an impact from a jumping insect that could shatter rocks? He felt it might be a gamble. If the shield he bought at a high price proved ineffective, it would be a significant loss. Moreover, purchasing a shield for 1,000 insect currency. Perhaps he should wait until later to see if more shields become available at a lower price before making a decision. With that thought, he dismissed the idea of buying the shield for now. In the current trading market, the supply of piercing blades was plentiful. Additionally, more insect egg products had surfaced, including insect egg soda crackers, insect egg pop rocks, and insect egg milkshakes. New weapon varieties had also emerged. Besides the previously available spiked scythe and blade wing darts, new arrivals included flying wing boomerang and blood spike dagger. Qinzhen glanced at the flying wing boomerang. Its effects were similar to the blade wing darts, lacking any attribute bonuses, but it did offer the ability to return. The blood spike dagger piqued his interest, and just as he was about to click to see its effects, a pop-up notification appeared before him. Your item, piercing blade, has been purchased by Li Shilong. You have received 234 insect currency. Please check your account. Remaining insect currency, 2481. Chapter 34. The Insect Bone Greatsword. Things have turned out quite well. The items have finally been sold. Qinzhen counted the anomalous insect coins he had earned today, and combined with the coins obtained from capturing jump insects, it amounted to more than twice the income from his previous catch of flying insects. This was due to his increasing familiarity with the process and his ventures into deeper territories. Qinzhen speculated that others were likely experiencing similar gains. Their daily harvest would only grow. However, his current balance of anomalous insect coins still left him uneasy. The countdown to the so-called insect tide continued to diminish. What exactly was it? Would his current equipment be sufficient to withstand it? He resolved to delve deeper tomorrow, as the chances of acquiring powerful gear would be significantly greater. With these thoughts in mind, he clicked on the weapon he had intended to examine earlier. The image revealed a remarkably small dagger, even smaller than the spiked dagger he had previously encountered. Unlike the spiked dagger, which had a blade fashioned from the forelimbs of flying insects, this blood-spiked dagger featured a blade constructed from the wings of flying insects, rendering it quite delicate. Qinzhen felt that such a dagger lacked durability. Blood-spiked dagger. Basic information: length 20 cm, blade length 12 cm, handle length 8 cm, crafted from the wings of flying insects. Exceptionally sharp. Effect: increases the wearer's agility by 1 point. Price: 160 anomalous insect coins. Seller: Zhao Ran. Seller and Oppos. S-Note: an ultra-small dagger. It may not be effective for offense, but it can certainly catch opponents off guard for close defense. Any interested parties? The attribute enhancement was minimal, and its only advantage was its diminutive size, allowing for potential concealment. Qinzhen found it contrary to his expectations. Although inexpensive, he decided against making a purchase. Just then, as he prepared to browse the marketplace, a new weapon refreshed at the top of the trading post. Upon magnifying the image, he discovered an enormous sword, sparking his interest to investigate further. The enlarged high-definition image depicted a greatsword crafted from various parts of flying insects, resembling a European longsword. The hilt appeared to be made of the hardened segments from the backs of the flying insects. The blade was an assemblage of the forelimbs and wings of flying insects, haphazardly combined. It seemed as though many insect wings and forelimbs had been brutally merged, creating a massive sword where every inch of the blade was a formidable weapon. A mere brush against it could inflict injury. It was undeniable that this weapon was a refreshing sight for Qinzhen. Insect Bone Greatsword. Basic information: length 1.2 meters. Blade length 90 cm, hilt width 2 cm, handle length 28 cm, blade crafted from the forelimbs and wings of flying insects, exceptionally sharp, handle made from hardened segments of flying insects. Highly wear-resistant. Effect: increases the wearer's strength by 5 points, vitality by 50 points. Price: 1,500 anomalous insect coins. Seller: Wang Zicheng. Seller's note: a limited edition great sword, unique and exclusively sold. Don't miss out. A quality product speaks for itself. The seller's note was quite audacious. Qinzhen examined the attribute enhancements, which were indeed comparable to the bullet spear he had obtained earlier that day. However, the specifications of this great sword were significantly larger. Wielding a 1.2 meter sword would undoubtedly be cumbersome, far from the lightweight nature of his bullet spear. The price was exorbitant, reaching 1,500 anomalous insect coins, making it the most expensive weapon available at present. It seemed that the insect bone greatsword was indeed the finest equipment obtainable from flying insects, while the bullet spear appeared to be the most basic equipment dropped by jump insects, akin to a stabbing blade. Chunjun and Appo's judgment was based not only on the attribute enhancements, but also on the weapon and Appo's distinctive characteristics. After scrutinizing this weapon, he exited the free trade module. Returning to the marketplace, Chunjun first purchased the same large bottle of mineral water, spending 11 anomalous insect coins, leaving him with a balance of 2,470. His bread supply was temporarily sufficient, but considering nutritional balance, he resolved to acquire other food items. He glanced around and purchased a sterile egg for 2 anomalous insect coins, and a tomato for 1 anomalous insect coin. As before, but this time he intended to add a side of fatty food. He chose some ready-to-eat pickled bacon, which cost him 6 anomalous insect coins for just 2 small slices. Compared to the mineral water, this bacon was significantly more expensive. Soon, the items he purchased appeared before him. As with his previous meal, he first spread the sterile egg between 2 slices of toast, then added the bacon along with the diced tomato he had nibbled on. It was quite a sumptuous feast. In a blink, Chunjun devoured his homemade bacon sandwich. Although the taste was not exceptional, it was nutritionally balanced, and Chunjun was not particular. With over 2,000 anomalous insect coins remaining, he could easily purchase a power drill head. However, he felt it would not significantly aid in excavation. His current electric drill was sufficient, as most of his time was spent capturing anomalous insects rather than digging. Next, he noticed a new item in the special sales area. Previously, there had only been oxygen tanks and prohibitively expensive high-grade protective suits, which cost 100 anomalous insect coins for a single charge. Now, a CX-1022 type battery block was available for 100 anomalous insect coins each. Wait, wasn't that the model of the electric drill? The special module was selling battery blocks. Could they not be recharged? Chunjun hurried to the door area, retrieving his electric drill for examination and to see if the white worm generator could recharge the battery. However, when he looked at the battery installed in the drill, he realized it was smaller than the previous one. He had been so focused on the cave that he hadn't noticed the change in battery size. Nevertheless, he detached it to conduct a test. Grasping the battery block in his hand, he placed it on the metal floor, then positioned the generator above it, not needing to lift the entire device, but merely moving aside a small section of the base to press against the battery block. The generator's exterior was hot, yet still bearable. Chunjun estimated it to be around 50 degrees Celsius. With a grunt, he pressed the battery block and the metal floor of the generator together, tilting the white worm generator in place. Thankfully, the stone blocks had already been significantly burned for power. Otherwise, he would not have dared to proceed in this manner. The white worm generator emitted an orange glow, yet the battery seemed unresponsive. Chunjun decided to leave it for a while to observe any changes. The white worm generator was highly efficient. After a time, it should reveal any issues. Just as Chunjun settled down, he heard the howling of the wild wind outside. Glancing through the glass window, he noted that the alien storm had begun anew. Accustomed to such occurrences, he clicked on the channel area of the black tablet, preparing to see if there was any new information. Chapter 35, The Physically Depleted Battery Pack in the Region Channel. Many individuals, like Chunjun, began to express their concerns regarding the countdown to the imminent insect tide. Faced with the unknown, a sense of fear permeated the air. Chunjun understood that while the insect tide posed significant dangers, it simultaneously presented considerable opportunities. Beyond discussions surrounding the insect tide, numerous participants were contemplating excavating deeper into the earth. The reason was simple. The surface was an expanse of desolation, and the only way to acquire resources was to delve downward. Most of the excavation efforts were occurring at depths of 3 to 4 meters, with some individuals venturing even deeper. It was evident that Chunjun was not the only one to encounter jumping insects. Yet the free marketplace had yet to offer any weapons specifically designed to combat these creatures. Amidst the myriad discussions, one particular statement piqued Chunjun and Appo's interest. Friends, the current situation is dire. Our pace of excavation is excruciatingly slow, and our resource acquisition is equally sluggish. I believe we, as inhabitants of the Blue Star, should assist one another. Is anyone interested in forming a collective for excavation? Together, we can harness greater strength in numbers. Those interested may message me privately or discuss here. This lengthy proclamation drew considerable attention, prompting many to engage in the conversation. You make a fair point, but how do we gather? I can end oppos, to even ascertain my own location at the moment, one person remarked. Indeed, let us not dwell on that issue. Have you considered how we would distribute the resources once we come together? Some will undoubtedly contribute more than others. This is straightforward. Resources can be allocated based on labor. More effort, more reward. Less effort, less reward. His idea had merit. Perhaps congregating could provide a defense against the insect tide. However, what about the logistics of shared living arrangements? That could work. Shinjun found the initiator and oppos. Thoughts somewhat naive. In the absence of legal constraints, human nature would reveal itself in stark clarity. While uniting was indeed beneficial, it brought forth a multitude of complications, not to mention the potential for betrayal from within their ranks. With a sigh, Chunjun closed the regional chat channel and glanced at the time. 2:25 p.m., 1800 hours. The battery on the drill had been charging for quite some time. It was time to check its status. Approaching the white worm generator, he noted that its glow had dimmed further. He crouched down, encircling the generator and amp. Oppos' exterior with his arms, and gradually maneuvered it aside, feeling the stones within shift. Chunjun picked up the battery pack on the ground. As he suspected, the battery had not returned to its original size. It had not recharged. While the casing was rechargeable, the battery itself was not. Chunjun contemplated a possibility. The internal battery or power system of the casing might be cyclical, capable of charging and discharging, akin to a rechargeable battery found in mobile devices. However, the battery on this drill had suffered physical depletion, resulting in a reduction in size. Such physical depletion was irreversible, thus it could not be recharged. This realization made the inability to recharge seem more reasonable. Yet, Chunjun felt no discontent. The battery cost 100 insect coins, a modest expense. Moreover, after extensive use today, he estimated a depletion of approximately 1/3 of its capacity, equivalent to 33 insect coins. The energy savings from the white worm generator were worth hundreds of insect coins, especially considering that a single jumping insect was priced at 60 insect coins. Overall, he found the situation entirely acceptable. After a brief period of idleness, Shinjun waited for the white worm generator and amp. Oppos' glow to diminish significantly. Time passed. 2:25 p.m., 1940. He calculated that he had refueled the white worm generator around 8 in the morning, and now it was nearly 8 in the evening. 12 hours had elapsed, marking the time for another refueling. Shinjun stood and made his way to the hatch area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. He donned his external protective suit, secured his glass helmet, and activated the oxygen tank. With a series of rotations, he turned the hatch's switch once, twice, 3 times, until the heavy hatch creaked open. He did not need to wander far. The stones he had collected previously lay nearby. Chunjun left the hatch open, allowing the internal lights to illuminate the exterior as he retrieved some stones and quickly shut the hatch behind him. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Returning to the living area, Chunjun placed the stones on the floor and picked one up, directing it towards the generator's intake. The metallic jaws of the generator opened slowly, and Chunjun raised the stone high before tossing it inside. One by one, he deposited all the stones onto the generator, mindful of its capacity, ensuring each load filled it to the brim, thus saving himself a trip to dispose of the radioactive stones. Seeing the white worm generator emit a radiant glow once more, Chunjun returned to the hatch area, removed his glass helmet, and shed his protective suit. Soon after, he found himself back at the iron dining table, leisurely browsing the channel on his tablet. With limited activities available, he found it impossible to sleep early. At 10:00 and Oppos' clock that evening, Chunjun finally retired to his bedroom. 2:25 p.m., 2200 hours. Upon awakening once again, Chunjun sprang up swiftly, stretching his stiff limbs before instinctively checking the time. 2:26 a.m., 7 o'clock. He had slept for 9 hours. Departing his bedroom, he made his way to the living area, where he sat at the dining table and grabbed a piece of toast. Breakfast was essential, as both insect hunting and excavation demanded vigor. While enjoying his breakfast, Chunjun opened the marketplace. He required another small cart and 2 large sacks, as he intended to excavate deeper today, needing the sacks for soil and the cart for transportation to the surface. Transporting insect carcasses would also be more manageable. Purchasing an identical cart and 2 sacks cost him 44 insect coins, leaving him with a balance of 2,417 insect coins. Shortly thereafter, the items he ordered appeared before him. coinciding perfectly with his need for a few sips of mineral water to replenish his energy. With everything in order, Qinjun pushed the cart to the hatch area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Before embarking on his insect hunting expedition, Qinjun needed to refill the white worm generator with fuel. He donned his protective suit once more and retrieved the last small pile of stones from one side of the casing, hurling them into the white worm generator. Knowing he would need to collect stones again today, as the white worm generator illuminated once more, he felt assured enough to leave the living area. He then checked the equipment and items he intended to take outside: a bullet spear, a stabbing blade, and a shovel, all stowed within one sack. The drill rested at the bottom of the cart, accompanied by 2 empty sacks, completing his inventory. As for the casing and Oppo's temperature and humidity, Qinjun did not adjust them. As long as the generator functioned normally, the casing's power remained at a steady 100. There was no cause for concern. This was one of the few matters that provided him with a sense of security. Chapter 36. The jumping insects above. Qinjun cast a final glance at the day and Oppo's weather. Weather, temperature, 1418 weather condition, sensation of low temperature, intense ultraviolet rays. Radiation levels severely exceeded. Wind force level, gentle breeze assessment, a splendid day for venturing outdoors. Countdown to the insect tide. 3 days, 3 hours, 20 minutes. He opened the hatch and cautiously pushed the small cart outside, distancing it slightly, before swiftly closing the hatch once more. Confirming that the hatch was securely shut, Qinjun departed from the initial location. Due to the proximity of the cave he had previously excavated, he arrived swiftly. He did not hasten to enter the cave for digging. Instead, he first assessed the condition of the rocks obstructing the entrance of the jumping insect cave. Qinjun retrieved his dagger and bullets from the sack containing his weapons. He proceeded cautiously into the cave, maintaining focus on both sides of the cavern. Glancing outward, he noted that the entrance to the jumping insect cave near the surface had been reopened. It appeared that the jumping insects had shattered the rocks blocking the cave entrance. Yet no traces of the insects could be found within the cavern itself. They had likely returned to their lair after breaking through the rocks, which posed a dilemma for Qinjun, as it meant he could be ambushed by the insects at any moment. Unable to conjure a reliable solution, he determined that his best course of action would be to monitor the jumping insect cave near the surface and subsequently block it again with rocks. He cautiously approached one of the cave entrances, scrutinizing its interior. The rocks had been shattered, but his line of sight revealed no signs of the creatures within. The same was true for the other cave entrance. Waiting here would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Qinjun cast a glance toward the deepest part of the cave, where the rocks remained intact. He then sprinted to the surface, gathering 4 appropriately sized stones, 2 to seal the jumping insect cave near the surface and the other 2 to block the cave at its base. Before long, he secured the 2 entrances and tossed the remaining stones into the depths below. He then pushed the small cart into the cave. Had he filled the sack with dirt, he would not have needed to venture outside so frequently. Qinjun unfolded a collapsible shovel, ensuring ample space near the bottom of the cave before excavating a suitable groove. This groove would prevent the cart from sliding down. He secured the cart, grasped the handles, and shook it slightly to confirm stability. He then removed the electric drill, clearing the large rock blocking the opening and the 2 stones he had just discarded. With these 3 stones placed atop the cart, he commenced his excavation. Pressing the black switch on the handle, the drill resumed its operation. The dual-blade drill bit plunged downward, bringing forth a significant amount of moist earth. Qinjun repeated this process, ensuring the diameter of the cave mirrored that of the previous day and Oppo's excavation, sufficient for him to move comfortably. He excavated a bit more and then cleared the debris. Qinjun retrieved a large sack from the cart, leaned it against the side, and began shoveling dirt into it. He continued to dig downward, shoveling earth. To avoid disturbing the previously excavated vertical shaft, he intentionally adjusted his angle slightly, successfully circumventing it. If the vertical shaft were breached, his current capabilities would be insufficient to confront numerous insect caves. It would be prudent to leave it as it was. After a while, Qinjun encountered a new insect cave. However, this cave did not run horizontally. Rather, it inclined downward, aligning closely with the angle of his excavation. He refrained from hastily breaching the insect cave, opting first to remove the 2 bags of waste earth he had accumulated, should he need to escape from an insect encounter. The 2 bags obstructing the cave would hinder his escape. With great effort, he hoisted 1 sack of waste earth to the cart. It was exceedingly heavy, and after considerable exertion, he managed to place it atop the cart. The second bag was comparatively lighter, allowing for easier transport. As he placed both bags onto the cart, It began to slide downward. Even with the groove, the weight was too much. However, Qinzhen positioned himself beneath the cart, gripping the handles to prevent further descent. The effort required to push the cart felt considerably lighter than when he was transporting the bags, and he soon reached the surface. Without pausing, he emptied the 2 bags beside the cave entrance and immediately returned to the previously grooved position. To save space, he stood the cart upright against the wall of the cave. The 2 empty sacks were inconsequential. Subsequently, he returned to the cave's bottom, placing the necessary weapons to one side before retrieving the electric drill, aligning it with the slightly off-center position. Buzzing, he successfully drilled a modest opening into the insect cave once more, immediately ceasing the drill's operation. Setting it aside, Qinzhen grasped his dagger and aimed at the newly formed aperture. Based on previous experience, he knew that freshly damaged insect caves would soon attract curious insects. Indeed, within moments, a familiar pointed head emerged before him. Qinzhen acted swiftly, striking down and claiming his first jumping insect of the day. The subsequent hour was devoted to capturing more insects, and Qinzhen felt no boredom whatsoever. Each jumping insect was worth 60 insect coins, and he had already apprehended nearly 10. The slain insects were placed into the prepared empty sacks, which were designated for separate purposes, one for insect remains, one for transporting waste earth, and another for weapons. Of course, these roles were not rigidly fixed. They merely reflected Qinzhen and Apo's internal organization. He vigilantly guarded the entrance of the jumping insect cave, finding it far easier to deal with the insects in this manner compared to a chaotic outdoor skirmish. After another hour of effortless captures, he had amassed over 20 jumping insects, translating to more than 1,200 insect coins. However, as time progressed, Qinzhen could distinctly perceive a reduction in the number of jumping insects within the cave. Just as he placed another insect into the sack, he suddenly heard 2 loud thuds. The sound emanated from above his head, indicating that the stones he had used to block the jumping insect cave had been shattered. Startled, Qinzhen turned to see the jumping insect cave nearest to the surface had been reopened, 2 dark figures emerging before him. They were 2 jumping insects. Reacting swiftly, Qinzhen wedged the drill bit into the opening of the insect cave beneath him, with his left hand gripping the dagger and his right holding the bullet spear. He prepared to confront the 2 jumping insects as they launched their attack, hurtling towards him with remarkable speed. Chapter 37. The intricate underground caverns. 2 jumping insects sprang forth like bullets, and Qinzhen could merely catch a glimpse of their swiftly moving dark silhouettes. The velocity at which they approached rendered it impossible for him to intercept them, thus he instinctively crouched low to the ground, his chest pressed tightly against the earth, while his glass-encased head rested upon the desolate terrain. Thud, thud. Qinzhen heard 2 muffled sounds. Turning his gaze, he noticed 2 openings of moderate size appearing in the ceiling of the recently excavated cavern, through which the jumping insects had penetrated. Presently, they were at their most vulnerable. Without hesitation, Qinzhen sprang to his feet. The previous jumping insect, having collided with a stone, had evidently been momentarily stunned. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Grasping his bullet spear tightly, he aimed at one of the openings. With a subtle motion at the trigger, the bullet spear launched forth at a speed imperceptible to Qinzhen. He felt an immense force pushing against the center of his palm. Without the additional 5 points of strength provided by the spear, he would have struggled to maintain control of the weapon. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the depths of the cavern. Qinzhen quickly activated the trigger once more, and with a whoosh, the bullet spear was swiftly retracted, its tip now smeared with a thick, green viscous substance. Along with the soil particles from the cavern, the gelatinous body of the jumping insect clung to the spear and Apo's tip. Before he could lament over his success, another jumping insect cautiously emerged halfway from the cavern. Qinzhen swiftly wielded his dagger, severing its body in half. The other half tumbled clumsily out of the cavern. Having finally dealt with the 2 jumping insects, Qinzhen exhaled in relief. These creatures could not be released. They posed too great a danger. He promptly collected the spear and Apo's tip and the halves of the jumping insect carcasses into a sack. He was uncertain if the gelatinous substance could even be classified as a jumping insect and Apo's body. The bullet spear was formidable, boasting a long attack range, making it exceedingly useful. However, its only flaw was its excessive sensitivity. The slightest touch to the trigger would send it hurtling forth. Previously, when transporting weapons, they had all been placed on a handcart. Fortunately, no accidents had occurred, and Qinzhen resolved that for future transports, it would be safer to keep the bullet spear firmly in his grasp. After a brief interval, the carcasses of the 2 jumping insects had been thoroughly cleared. Clang, clang. Before Chinjun could take a moment's respite, he heard a noise emanating from the base of the cavern where the electric drill was located. The sound indicated that the jumping insects were colliding with the drill bit. Chinjun immediately armed himself and descended to the cavern's base, gripping the electric drill and activating the switch. Buzz. As the drill whirred to life, Chinjun perceived that he had struck something soft and yielding. Subsequently, 2 jets of green liquid erupted from the gaps between the drill bit and the cavity, splattering all over the exterior of his glass helmet. Hiss. Chinjun promptly halted the electric drill, peering through the gaps to observe the scattered remains of the jumping insects. Their heads and bodies had been completely obliterated, while their elongated hind legs were nowhere to be found. Indeed, the jumping insects within the cavern proved to be far easier to contend with, Chinjun mused. Although these jumping insect burrows had been excavated to the widest extent possible, compared to those of flying insects, they still lacked sufficient space for movement. Having eliminated these 2 jumping insects without encountering any unusual activity or dark silhouettes, Chinjun deemed it prudent not to waste the scattered carcasses. Promptly placing them into his sack, he chose not to continue digging downward, but instead returned to the surface. The warning stones overhead had been shattered. He needed to find 2 stones to seal the insect burrow once more. Chinjun located suitable stones and immediately blocked the burrow. In addition, he procured 2 new stones to seal the burrow he was about to breach. Once he confirmed the stones were securely wedged in place, he returned to the cavern and Appo's depths. Setting the stones aside, Chinjun resumed his excavation. This time, he dug deeper and longer than before, as the soil beneath had become increasingly solid. After considerable time without encountering another insect burrow, Chinjun felt a twinge of discomfort. Was it possible that there were no insect burrows for an extensive distance below? Nevertheless, he resolved to persevere for a bit longer, as he had already excavated nearly 10 meters. He transported a cartload of waste soil, equivalent to 2 sacks. Due to the considerable distance involved, he was forced to be efficient and accumulate about 2 sacks worth of soil each time before using the handcart to transport it to the surface. After repeating this process several times, Chinjun finally beheld the entrance to an insect burrow, identical in width to the previous one, another burrow of jumping insects. To his great surprise, the cavern's base revealed a complex network of 5 insect burrows. 3 burrows lay at the bottom of the cavern, while the other 2 slanted at varying angles. Chinjun studied the situation closely, regardless of where he positioned the drill. It would inevitably breach at least 2 burrows. This was unavoidable, while the appearance of so many insect burrows was fortuitous, as it signified greater potential rewards. Chinjun chose to drill at the midpoint between the 2 burrows at the base, ensuring a more manageable scope of engagement. Buzz. Upon activating the black switch on the electric drill, it whirred to life once more. The moment 2 burrows were breached, Chinjun ceased drilling. Noticing no signs of insects, he set the drill aside against the cavern and Appo's wall. Clearing away the debris from the openings, he retrieved his weapon and prepared to await the emergence of the insects. Within 2 to 3 minutes, jumping insects began to appear at the openings. Chinjun had not anticipated their swift arrival. Could it be due to the depth of the cavern? He quickly seized his dagger and aimed at the inquisitive jumping insect peeking out, swiftly plunging it down. After confirming the insect and Appo's demise, he immediately tossed it into the sack behind him. Chinjun remained vigilant, intently observing the opening. The frequency and timing of the jumping insects and Appo's appearances from the depths had evidently accelerated, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. As soon as he dispatched one insect, another would promptly surface. This was only from breaching 2 burrows. He dared not imagine the number of insects that would emerge should all 5 burrows be breached, one after another. It seemed as though an endless stream of jumping insects was manifesting from beneath. However, Chinjun found himself invigorated by the prospect, as it felt akin to collecting insect coins for free. Soon, the sack was brimming with jumping insect carcasses. Yet, the entrance continued to yield more insects. Chinjun opened the previously filled sack of waste soil, continuing to stuff it with the carcasses. He persisted until the second sack was nearly full, at which point the number of jumping insects emerging from the burrow had noticeably dwindled. Now, they appeared only every few tens of minutes, and sometimes not at all. Calculating the time, Chinjun discerned that it was nearly time to return, as his energy and stamina had been significantly depleted. He needed to rest. Chinjun prepared to leave the cavern. Chapter 38. The outrageous bug coin. Chinjun utilized a third sack as a makeshift rope, securely tying the openings of 2 bags filled with the carcasses of jumping insects. With practiced ease, he patted the bulging sacks. His gaze shifted to a large stone position nearby. and he maneuvered it beneath the small wheels of the handcart, effectively immobilizing it to prevent any sliding once the handcart was loaded with the insect remains. Taking a deep breath, Shinjin began to transfer the two hefty bags onto the handcart, keenly observing the wheels and Appo's stability, which was greatly enhanced by the stone and Appo's placement. He then turned his attention back to the depths of the pit. With both hands gripping the electric drill, he placed it atop the handcart. As for his weapons, the bullet spear posed a certain risk, so he initially left it in the tunnel, while the stabbing blade and folding shovel were set atop the drill. Even though wielding the bullet spear would augment his strength, one hand alone could not push a fully laden handcart back to the surface. He resolved to expend a bit of effort. As the pit deepened, maneuvering the handcart became increasingly strenuous. Nonetheless, having tools for transport was far less taxing than dragging sacks across the ground. Before long, Shinjin returned to the pit to retrieve the bullet spear he had left behind. Upon reaching the surface, aside from the gaping maw of the pit, the surrounding wasteland had accumulated into small hills. Grasping the bullet spear with one hand and the handcart's handle with the other, he ascended the incline, finding the smooth terrain surprisingly effortless. Soon, he stood once more before his container. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. The heavy hatch swung open. Shinjin unceremoniously tossed the two bags of insect remains onto the metallic floor of the container, simultaneously untying the cords securing the sacks. He had no intention of reclaiming the insect remains just yet. His focus was on gathering stones. The sacks were so overstuffed that the insect carcasses spilled forth, a viscous green liquid staining a significant portion of the metal floor. Shinjin was reluctant to empty the sacks for stone transport, as doing so would risk contaminating them with the insect and Appo's bodily fluids, leading to unnecessary complications when he would later need to clean his hands after retrieving the stones from outside. Glancing at the nearby black tablet, he lightly tapped the screen, swiftly accessing the marketplace to procure a new sack for stone collection, leaving him with 2,415 insect coins. Armed with the new sack, Shinjin drew the handcart and weapons away from the container. Collecting 2 sacks of stones should suffice for the white worm generator for quite some time. With this thought in mind, he soon found himself before a heap of stones, an abundant resource indeed. He opened one sack and selected appropriately sized stones to toss inside, the sound of stones clattering against the handcart's base echoing in the air. Stones that were too large were unsuitable, smaller ones would suffice. As he walked and collected, Shinjin endeavored to gather as many stones as possible. However, just as the second sack reached halfway, a sandstorm loomed in the distance. Time was of the essence. Shinjin abandoned his collection. He could not linger in the storm. He hastened back to the vicinity of the container. First, he emptied the stones from the sack, stacking them on one side of the container for later use, while also extracting a few to fuel the white worm generator. With several stones in hand, he returned to the container, pushing the handcart and sack along. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. The howling wind surged from behind him, swirling dust into the container as Shinjin quickly ducked inside. 1 turn, 2 turns, 3 turns. The hatch sealed shut, isolating him from the tempest outside. He stepped over the insect carcasses strewn on the floor and made his way to the living area, where the white worm generator continued to function normally. The generator and Appo's glow had not dimmed to its lowest point, just as Shinjin had anticipated. Thus, he only retrieved a few stones. Cradling 3 stones, he placed one directly above the generator. The metallic gears slowly opened, revealing 2 or 3 stones still unburned inside. Shinjin seized the opportunity to replenish the generator's fuel, tossing in the stones he held. Although the white worm generator was not fully loaded, he planned to add more stones later. Seeing the generator reignite with a vibrant glow brought him back to the hatch area. Eagerly, he tapped on the black tablet's insect recovery station to check today's yield. However, he first needed to cleanse the insect bodily fluids from himself and his helmet, so he commenced scanning his entire body. Next, he addressed the weapon stained with the insect fluid, finally directing the skin towards the 2 bulging bags of insect carcasses. He began with the first bag to test the waters, and to his delight, a red light illuminated the sack. Successfully recovered jumping insect 37. Earned insect coins 2220, quite satisfactory indeed. Shinjin did not pause. He continued scanning the other bag of insect remains. Successfully recovered jumping insect 31. Earned insect coins 1860, adding the previous balance of over 2,000 insect coins. He now possessed a total of 6,495 insect coins. This was the first time he had amassed such a substantial sum, and he felt a thrill of satisfaction. It was the fruit of his labor. With these insect coins, he could easily acquire new equipment, expediting his excavation progress, or perhaps invest in defensive weaponry. Alternatively, he could save up to purchase that exceptionally expensive protective suit available in the marketplace. However, those were considerations for another time. Observing the rising balance of insect coins instilled a sense of security within Qinshan. He could remain sheltered within the container for an extended period without venturing outside. Such wealth bestowed him with confidence, even in this alien world. After his moment of elation, Qinshan continued to monitor the screen of the insect recovery station. With such a large quantity of jumping insects, surely new items would emerge, and he awaited the revelation eagerly. Before long, a notification akin to those announcing weapon acquisitions appeared before him, and Qinshan read it with earnest intent. Acquired weapon, TC-01 Model Revolver 1, includes 12 special bullets. Acquired weapon, Bullet Spear 2. Acquired food, Fluffy Crunchy Stick 2. Acquired food, Insect Milk Crispy Stick 1, a substantial haul indeed. Qinshan noted not only the familiar bullet spears and food items, but also the emergence of a new weapon. A revolver, how exhilarating. He immediately pressed the confirmation button on the screen, only to be met with the following display from the insect recovery station. No insect carcasses detected nearby. Qinshan beheld a pile of items materializing on the floor of his container, yet he did not rush to inspect them. Instead, he first removed his protective suit. Wearing it while examining the weapons would be cumbersome. With swift efficiency, he shed the suit and approached the TC-01 model revolver. It bore little resemblance to any revolver he had known. This one appeared remarkably hollow. Chapter 39. TC-01 Revolver. Qinshan crouched down, cautiously retrieving the weaponry and food scattered on the ground, making his way to the living area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. The most striking item was undoubtedly the TC-01 revolver, which Qinshan grasped tightly, examining it with meticulous care. The revolver was entirely cloaked in a deep black hue, with a gossamer-like layer enveloping it, imparting an exquisite, hollow appearance. Such craftsmanship necessitated the use of high-precision machinery. The most prominent feature was the barrel, constructed from a particularly thick insect leg, though the center had been hollowed out. However, the individual nodes revealed the origin of the barrel. Behind it lay the chamber, the most intricately hollowed section. The chamber boasted 6 slots, allowing it to hold 6 rounds of ammunition at once. From a distance, the chamber appeared to be composed entirely of black lines, yet each segment was crafted from insect legs. Every trio of uniformly thick and equal-length insect legs formed a compartment for specially designed bullets, and so forth. These legs were affixed to a black circular disc, the rear tightly positioned against the hammer and grip area. Below the chamber was the trigger. Unlike the usual curved trigger design, this trigger was uniquely fashioned. A sturdy insect leg connected it to the grip area, protruding like a stiletto beneath the crescent-shaped trigger. The crescent trigger itself was also made from insect legs, albeit shorter and thicker. The hammer bore a striking resemblance to the tip of a bullet, highly sensitive, as Qinshan was well aware. The grip was also fashioned from insect legs, with a greater density of legs in this area to enhance stability. As Qinshan held the revolver, he found its texture peculiar, yet the weapon felt remarkably light. Even a girl of delicate strength could wield the TC-01 revolver with ease. After scrutinizing the revolver, Qinshan's gaze shifted to the 12 dark bullets. As supplementary items, he casually picked one up for a closer inspection. This black bullet was a miniature version of the head of a jumping insect. Qinshan squeezed it. It possessed a degree of elasticity, yet was incredibly hard. With the tip mirroring the head of the jumping insect, a particularly hard point existed at the tip, which was crucial for the bullet's lethality. Each bullet was uniform in size, measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length. However, the internal composition of the bullets remained a mystery. Qinshan pondered. On the surface, they merely appeared to be copper-colored bullets from Blue Star with a different exterior. Would their secrets be revealed if opened? Given their limited quantity, he was uncertain if he could procure more in the future, so he decided to reserve them for now. In comparison to melee weapons, ranged weapons held a definitive superiority. After examining the new weapon and ammunition, Qinshan turned his attention to the other items. The bullet spear was familiar to him, and he had obtained 2 of them this time, indicating a high drop rate for this weapon. Possessing one for personal use sufficed, while the remaining 2 could be traded. As for the 2 food items, Qinshan found it perplexing to discern the purpose of their elaborate names, as their effects were nearly identical. One was a milky white insect milk crisp stick, while the other, covered in fine fuzz, was a fluffy crisp stick. Both food items were approximately 10 centimeters in length. The howling wind outside was relentless, and Qinzhen felt a pang of hunger. He reached into the plastic bag for a slice of toast. As he flipped through the tablet, 3 new notifications appeared in the information bar. They must pertain to the newly acquired equipment and items. Qinzhen was eager to discover the attribute enhancements provided by the TC-01 revolver. He clicked on the information bar to delve deeper. TC-01 revolver. Basic information, length 24. 5 centimeters, barrel length 12 centimeters, capacity 6 rounds, constructed from various parts of the jumping insect, astonishing lethality. Effects. Wearing this item increases agility by 5 points, strength by 1 point, penetration by 11 points, and vitality by 30 points. Usage instructions. It is advisable to fully load the chamber to prevent misfires in special circumstances. Maximum range is 100 meters. Beyond this range, penetration effects are significantly diminished. An increase of 5 points in agility and 1 point in strength. The attribute augmentation was the exact opposite of the bullet spear. The additional 10 points in vitality were noteworthy. Yet what truly captivated Qinzhen was the new attribute enhancement, penetration. In his personal information, the basic 4 attributes were strength, agility, constitution, and spirit. The emergence of a penetration attribute signified the presence of equipment capable of enhancing special defenses, distinctly different from the previously observed thick armor shield. Instinctively, Qinzhen touched the cool surface of the revolver. Possessing such a weapon would likely deter the more formidable insects lurking deeper within. He scrolled through the card before him, leading to the introduction of the food items. Insect milk crisp stick. Basic information. Length 11 centimeters, diameter 4 centimeters, made from the legs and abdominal secretions of flying insects. Rich in nutritious proteins. Effects. The insect milk crisp stick is a fast food item. Consuming one provides sustenance for 24 hours. Note: if you detect a strong milky aroma while consuming, do not be alarmed. Do not waste it by spitting it out. Simply consume it. Description. The insect milk crisp stick does not expire and poses no danger. Moreover, it features a rich array of flavors. Aside from the differences in appearance and texture, the effects were identical to the previous insect leg energy bars. Both provided 24 hours of energy supply and were categorized as fast food. Qinzhen quickly flipped to the last card, which also detailed food items, with effects mirroring the prior entry. Fluffy crisp stick. Basic information. Length 12 centimeters, diameter 2 centimeters, made from the legs and stomach fragments of flying insects. Rich in nutritious proteins. Effects. The fluffy crisp stick is a fast food item. Consuming one provides sustenance for 24 hours. Note: if you feel prickling sensations in your mouth while consuming, do not be alarmed. Do not waste it by spitting it out. Simply consume it. Description. Featuring a unique crispy texture paired with special embellishments. The fluffy crisp stick does not expire and poses no danger, including the few previously acquired. Qinzhen realized he could sustain himself for 5 days solely on these. However, given their non-perishable nature and ease of storage, they would certainly serve as reserves. After reviewing the information, Qinzhen reached for another piece of bread to eat, glancing at the current time, 2:26:18. 30. Remaining battery power, 100. Qinzhen accessed the shop, resolved to purchase some protein, fats, and vitamin-rich foods. With a slight increase in funds, he deemed it unnecessary to remain so frugal, spending 8 insect coins on a can of beef and 2 insect coins on 2 cucumbers. He nearly completed his dinner shopping for the day. Remaining insect coins, 64.85. Chapter 40. Jump insect obstruction pills, crisp and refreshing. The cucumber paired delightfully with canned beef and slices of toast, providing Qinzhen with a satisfying meal. While not extravagant, it offered a well-balanced nutrition profile: sugar, protein, fats, vitamins, and water, all in harmony. At this moment, Qinzhen pondered how to sell his 2 spears of ammunition. He first ventured to the free trade market to assess the situation. To his surprise, he discovered that others had beaten him to it, already peddling weapons crafted from jump insects. Not just one vendor, but 2. One, Wang Ziqing, was selling a insect bone greatsword, while also offering bullet spears at a price even higher than the previous insect bone greatsword, reaching 1,600 alien insect coins. Another familiar seller, Lin Tiankai, was also vending equipment related to jump insects. Having previously been the first to sell the stinger blade, he seemed to have grasped the local market dynamics quite well. Lin Tiankai was offering an item called jump insect obstruction pills, which piqued Qinzhen's interest. Upon clicking to view the details, He saw a high-definition image of 3 minuscule black pills. Jump insect obstruction pills, basic information. Black obstruction pills with a diameter of 5 cm. Crafted from the excretory organs and waste of jump insects in a specific ratio. Effect: the obstruction pills can drive away jump insects to a certain extent, as they are averse to their own waste. Quantity: 10. Price: 300 alien insect coins, seller and damp. Oppos. S-Note: I have arrived in the jump insect area. This item will be beneficial for you, effective, and reasonably priced. First come, first served. Upon reading the effects of the jump insect obstruction pills, Shinjin felt a surge of excitement. These pills were exactly what he needed. During his excavation, he had often found that the holes blocked with stones were easily breached by jump insects. However, with these pills, could he simply place one in the ceiling above him and be free of concern? Spending a little money for safety was a worthy investment, especially as he delved deeper underground, where the number of caverns would only increase. At 300 alien insect coins for 10 pills, or 30 coins each, the price was certainly reasonable. Given that Lin Tiankai was the sole seller, Shinjin quickly placed an order to avoid being outbid by others. At the bottom of the product card were 2 options, purchase and cancel. Shinjin operated his black tablet, selecting purchase. A confirmation window appeared, and he clicked to confirm. Processing purchase. Verifying product information. Checking your account balance. Congratulations! You have successfully spent 300 alien insect coins to acquire jump insect obstruction pills 10. As a red light flashed across the black tablet, the black pills he had seen in the image materialized before him. He counted them, 10 in total. With these pills, he could excavate freely the next day without worrying about the jump insect caverns above. Continuing to browse the trade information, Shinjin noted that Lin Tiankai was not only selling the obstruction pills, but also jump insect food. The offerings were similar to what he had obtained, albeit with different names: insect leg cheese sticks, insect leg toothpicks, insect leg crisps, a plethora of functional and edible items. Yet conspicuously absent were any weapons related to jump insects. Whether it was an issue of drop rates or simply a matter of choice, Shinjin did not dwell on it. He quickly turned his attention to selling his 2 spears of ammunition. Anticipating that listing both items together would deter buyers due to the high price, he decided to list them individually. With Wang Zicheng's price set at 1,600 alien insect coins for a similar weapon, Shinjin aimed to undercut him by pricing his spears at 1,100 alien insect coins. He believed that those seeking high attribute weapons would be inclined to purchase from him. This approach would allow him to profit while providing customers with a valuable asset. Navigating to the upper right corner of the free trade market, Shinjin initiated the listing process for his bullet spear. He clicked and entered the product editing page. Please scan the item you wish to sell. Pointing the scanner at one of his bullet spears, he prepared to list them one by one. Scan successful. Item recorded, bullet spear. Please edit your product information. As before, the weapon's information and attributes were automatically populated. Since he had scanned only one item, the quantity was also autofilled. 2 options required his input: set unit price, edit seller's note. He set the unit price at 1,100 alien insect coins. For the seller's note, he pondered briefly before writing. Coincidentally, high attribute weapons sold at low prices. After confirming his edits, a pop-up window appeared once more. Transaction successful. This system will charge a fee of 110 alien insect coins. Agreeing will allow you to list the item. Do you agree? Agree. Shinjin clicked without hesitation. Listing your item. Listing successful. You can view your item in the free trade market. With the listing complete, he quickly listed the second bullet spear, ensuring that the pricing and seller's note were identical. Thus, both spears appeared on the market almost concurrently. Just as he was about to exit this interface and check the regional channel, a notification appeared in his message inbox. He clicked to open it and discovered a private message from none other than Lin Tiankai. Why was he messaging him? Had there been an issue with the product he had just purchased? Chunjun felt a twinge of suspicion as he read the message. Lin Tiankai. Oh, what a coincidence. Did you just purchase the jump insect obstruction pills from me? Mind if we chat? Shinjun. Yes, I just bought them. Is there a problem? Please tell me. Lin Tiankai. Not at all. Those obstruction pills are incredibly useful. As long as you keep them close, you won't be bothered by jump insects. What I wanted to say is, I'm interested in purchasing your bullet spears. Would that be all right? Shinjin. Sure. I've already listed them in the free trade market. You can place an order directly. Lin Tiankai. I see them. That's why I reached out. What I meant was, could we conduct a private trade? We could add each other as friends and trade directly without going through the free trade market. thus avoiding the system's transaction fees. Oh, avoiding the fees. Chen Jun had never added anyone as a friend before, so he was unaware that such fees could be bypassed. Chapter 41. Private transaction with Lin Tian and Chen Jun paused momentarily, greatly appreciating the proposal to waive the transaction fees, especially considering that the fee amounted to a substantial 110 alien insect coins. I agree to a private transaction. No sooner had Chen Jun spoken than a friend request popped up from Lin Tianran. Chen Jun accepted the request, and Lin Tianran immediately sent a message. Thank you, my brother. I've actually caught quite a few jumping insects, but none of them have yielded any equipment. So frustrating. Lin Tianran continued. In essence, a private transaction allows friends to gift weapons or transfer alien insect coins. How about I offer you 1,000 alien insect coins in exchange for your bullet spear? 1,000 alien insect coins. In reality, after deducting the fees, Chen Jun would only receive 990. After all that, he realized he had merely earned an additional 10 alien insect coins, while Lin Tianran would save 100. After all this fuss, I and Amp, Oppos, VE only gained 10 alien insect coins. Do you still have those jumping insect barrier pills? Lin Tianran replied, indeed. Earning just 10 alien insect coins isn't enticing. I and Oppos, LL give you 2 jumping insect barrier pills along with 1,000 alien insect coins for a bullet spear. Is that agreeable? Agreed. Chen Jun then checked the friend gifting settings that Lin Tianran mentioned. In the friend's interface, there was a small hand icon next to Lin Tianran's name, indicating the ability to gift alien insect coins or items. Theoretically, anything could be traded through gifting. The advantage was the exemption from fees, but the disadvantage lay in the trust required between both parties. If either party were to back out, the other would suffer significant losses. Although the free trading market imposed fees, it offered a degree of security, preventing any deceit. As Chen Jun did not know Lin Tianran well, he decided to wait for the transfer of alien insect coins before gifting the jumping insect barrier pills and then providing him with the bullet spear. To demonstrate his sincerity, Chen Jun first delisted a bullet spear from the free trading market. The process was akin to listing an item. He simply clicked the small plus sign in the upper right corner to view his listed items. Chen Jun selected the bullet spear, and at the end of the information, a small cross appeared to cancel the listing status. Would you like to cancel the listing of the bullet spear? Chen Jun selected yes, and soon, the previously listed bullet spear reappeared before him, with only one spear still available for sale. No sooner had he delisted it than he received a message from Lin Tianran. Brother, you're quite swift. I'll send over the agreed alien insect coins and jumping insect barrier pills now. Please check your account. Okay, Chen Jun replied. And then he awaited Lin Tianran's action. Within mere seconds, he noticed his alien insect coin balance increase by 1,000, leaving him with 7,185 alien insect coins. The transfer from Lin Tianran had arrived. Following that, a flash of red light appeared before his tablet, revealing 2 small barrier pills identical to those he had purchased earlier. Everything seemed in order. Lin Tianran appeared to be a man of his word, not one to linger. Chen Jun clicked on Lin Tianran's name and then on the hand icon. 1. Transfer alien insect coins. 2. Gift items. Chen Jun clicked the second option. And just like when listing an item, he followed the prompts to scan the bullet spear with the red light from the tablet. In an instant, the recently delisted bullet spear vanished from sight. After a few moments of silence, Chen Jun received a message from Lin Tianran. Okay, I've received the weapon. Once Chen Jun confirmed that Lin Tianran had received the item, he refrained from further conversation and began searching for items he might need in the free trading market. As he perused numerous trading listings, Chen Jun noticed that Lin Tianran had newly listed 10 jumping insect barrier pills, priced at 300 alien insect coins. Just how many of these had he obtained? Chen Jun decided against purchasing more. The 12 barrier pills he currently possessed should suffice for a while. He then checked the status of his bullet spear listing. Although it had only been up for a short time, several inquiries had already appeared on the message board. Chen Jun, how manageable are jumping insects? I should reach the jumping insect area tomorrow. Any tips? Can you lower the price a bit? Your weapon is significantly cheaper than Wang Zicheng and Amp, Oppos, S. If the price could drop further, I'd buy it. This weapon looks impressive. The attributes are so superior, it surpasses my thorn blade. Chen Jun chose not to respond to the comments beneath the message board. Assuming those in need had already made their purchases, he continued browsing other trading listings, discovering a plethora of new flying insect-related weapons and items. Blade Tooth Spike, a dagger-like weapon resembling the thorn blade, crafted from the limbs and wings of flying insects. Insect skull staff, a lengthy staff without attribute enhancements. Made from the hard shell of a flying insect at the base, topped with a hollowed-out insect skull. Black back, curved blade. Offers slightly greater power than the thorn blade. Forged from the forelimbs of large flying insects, with a handle made of pure black hard material. Upon inspection, Qinzhen noted that only the insect bone greatsword could rival the jumping insect weapons. The attributes of the other flying insect weapons were rather unimpressive. However, the revolver he possessed was undoubtedly superior to the majority of weapons in the free trading market. Qinzhen had no intention of trading it away. The only drawback was the limited number of bullets. Finding nothing else of interest, Qinzhen exited the free trading market and entered the shopping mall. Although his balance of alien insect coins was still considerable, he had no particular desire to buy anything. After some contemplation, he ended up purchasing a large pack of toast. To be honest, he was growing weary of bread after eating it for days. Yet, its affordability made it tolerable. Additionally, the battery for his CX-1022 drill was nearly depleted. So he acquired a new one. He spent 10 alien insect coins on bread and 100 alien insect coins on the battery, leaving him with 7,075 alien insect coins. With that, he considered his shopping concluded. Qinzhen spent a little more time checking the regional channel. Region 1036, population, 7,625 10,000, from an initial count of 10,000. Over 2,000 had perished in this alien realm. Hours passed, and by 10:30 p.m., Qinzhen prepared to rest. However, before doing so, he needed to refill the fuel for the white worm generator to ensure a sound sleep. Qinzhen made his way to the hatch area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. He quickly donned his protective suit and dashed to the spot where he had stacked stones during the day. Goo-goo-goo vroom 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 from the dark expanse of the wilderness. A cacophony of agitation arose, dense and numerous. Qinzhen felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly increased his pace, transporting the stones back to the container. After sealing the hatch, Qinzhen filled the white worm generator with fuel, then returned to the hatch area to remove his protective suit. Having completed these tasks, he took his tablet back to his bedroom, glancing at the time before drifting off to sleep. 2:26 a.m. 11 o'clock p.m. Chapter 42, Dust Storm Awakening. Qinzhen swiftly rose from his slumber, the ambient temperature and humidity fostering a most comfortable sleep. Stretching his limbs with all his might, he heard the satisfying crack of his back. He then reached for the black tablet resting beside his bed, checking the information and time, 2:27:9:00. After a solid 10 hours of rest, he noted that since his arrival here, his sleeping hours had increased by 1 or 2. Whether it was due to the environment or his own exhaustion remained uncertain. Remaining battery power, 100. Glancing at the weather, he recalled the incessant howling from outside. Weather, temperature, 11:15 conditions, feels colder than actual temperature, intense ultraviolet rays, radiation levels alarmingly high, dust storm. Wind force, strong winds assessment. Exploration beyond a short distance is discouraged, caution against getting lost. Countdown to insect tide, 2 days, 1 hour, 50 minutes. A dust storm, indeed? An ominous feeling washed over Qinzhen. He promptly traversed the metallic door of his quarters into the living area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Before he could even prepare breakfast, he found himself captivated by the view outside. Now he comprehended the true meaning of a dust storm. The world beyond the box was enveloped in a dense, gray haze. The visibility was drastically low, perhaps less than 20 meters. Should he venture out today? Pondering for a fleeting moment, he reaffirmed his resolve. He must go outside. To remain indoors due to the weather might cost him thousands of insect coins. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself at the dining table, consuming toast paired with last night's leftover beef canned food and a bottle of mineral water. After hastily finishing his breakfast, he made his way to the hatch area. Before stepping out, he first fueled the white worm generator, donning his protective gear. Whoosh! As he opened the hatch, the fierce wind forcefully pushed him back into the box. The gusts were stronger than he had anticipated. He pressed his feet firmly against the ground and clung to the hatch to inch his way outside. Moving closely alongside the box helped him mitigate the force of the wind somewhat. He carefully picked up a few stones and returned to the box. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. In the living area, he ensured the white worm generator was well fed. He tossed one stone after another into the generator, relieved to see it glow again, allowing him to contemplate his strategy for the day. In such weather, with low visibility, it was easy to get lost outside. Was there a way to locate his box? He He needed a method to pinpoint the box's location at all times. The items in the marketplace might come in handy. He casually tapped the marketplace icon to search for useful tools. Colorful flags could serve as markers, perhaps, placing one in the ground at intervals. These small flags were quite affordable, costing 2 insect coins each. However, would they withstand such fierce winds? They could easily be uprooted. Using sticks was also not a viable option, as they would be difficult to locate later. The distance from his digging site to the box was merely 100 meters. A more prudent idea struck him, purchasing a 100-meter-long rope, extending directly from the box to the hole. Even in low visibility, he could follow the rope back to the box. Was such a length available? He searched the marketplace for ropes. There were safety ropes, climbing ropes, nylon ropes. A plethora of choices, and indeed, he found the desired length, 100 meters, albeit at a steep price. For safety and quality, he opted for a steel core safety rope, costing 120 insect coins, leaving him with 955 insect coins. He did not feel the pinch too severely. Items like ropes would eventually prove useful. In addition to the long rope, he spent 10 insect coins to acquire 4 iron cone anchors for securing his position. Once these purchases were made, he began organizing the items he intended to take outside. A handcart, 3 large burlap sacks, a folding shovel, a spiked blade, a bullet spear, a TC-01 revolver, 12 jumping insect barrier pills, and, most importantly, a power drill. Before setting out, he loaded the revolver with 6 bullets. The loading process mirrored what he had seen on television. The chamber rotated out, allowing him to insert each bullet individually. The revolver was strictly for emergencies. He placed the remaining 6 bullets on the dining table. He held the bullet spear in hand, while the rest were piled onto the handcart, ensuring that the revolver remained visible atop the cart. Wu Qingjin opened the hatch once more. The wind outside was fierce. He first pushed the handcart out, the weight of the power drill keeping the sacks from being blown away. With great effort, he secured the hatch and approached the side of the box. Finding a suitable anchor point, he chose a spot beside a pile of stones, extracting one of the iron cone anchors. He pressed down firmly, embedding it into the soil. Then picked up a nearby stone. Bang, 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 he hammered away diligently. Recognizing that this was his assurance of safety, he could not afford to be careless. Once he could no longer pull the anchor out with sheer strength, he stopped, fastening one end of the safety rope to the anchor. Gripping the rope, he gave it a tug to ensure its security. The other end he wrapped around his waist, securing himself. This way, he could explore the area in search of the hole without fear. Should he lose his way, he could always return by following the rope. Tying a taut knot at his waist, he pulled the hand cart away from the box. Although visibility was compromised, having ventured here several times, he had a general sense of direction. He hoped to discover the hole directly. Chun Jun's heart whispered a silent prayer as he embarked on his expedition. As the wind howled around him, he remained vigilant, gradually moving further from his box until it was no longer visible. The only connection he had with it was the safety rope around his waist. Continuing forth in the tempest, everything around him appeared indistinguishable, despite the fact that conditions were similar even on clearer days. Moreover, visibility was not as optimistic as he had initially thought. It was closer to 15 meters. He searched like a headless fly and suddenly felt a tugging force pulling him backward, an indication from the rope. With a length of 100 meters and a visibility of only 15 meters, if he could not see the hole, it meant he was off course. Adjusting his direction, he opted to veer right, striving to maintain maximum rope length. After less than a minute, he spotted some disturbed earth. Then, a small mound of soil came into view. It was the very mound he had excavated. Finally, he had found it. Chun Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 43. An unusual sensation. The mound of earth was meticulously excavated by Chun Jun from the subterranean layers. Steering his wheelbarrow around the side of the small hill, he successfully located the entrance to his burrow. Chun Jun, wary and vigilant, first procured a large stone and then unfastened the rope from his waist. The rope, not taut, was soon secured to a metal anchor point he had previously purchased, carefully selecting an appropriate position. With a series of thuds, the anchor was firmly embedded in the ground, allowing Chun Jun to fasten the other end of the safety rope to it. Thus, a direct path from the burrow to the container was established, ensuring that no matter how fierce the winds and sands might rage, he would not lose his way. Only then did Chun Jun turn his gaze towards the burrow. The excavation had reached considerable depths, and with the overcast weather, it was impossible to discern the conditions within the depths of the burrow from the outside. Exercising caution, he refrained from hastily pushing the wheelbarrow down. Instead, he retrieved the jumping bug obstacle pills from his sack and armed himself with a spear, preparing to venture inside for a closer examination. The first sight that greeted him was the cave entrance near the surface, where a few stones blocking the entrance had been shattered, while others remained intact. Qinzhen uniformly placed the jumping bug obstacle pills, the quantity being sufficient for his needs. He proceeded deeper, placing an obstacle pill at each cave entrance he encountered along the way, continuing until he reached the deepest part. As expected, the stone at the opening of the deepest jumping bug cave was shattered, yet he remained alert, not spotting any signs of the bugs. Unlike yesterday when the peculiar insects had been emerging from the cave, it appeared they had since retreated. Only his movements could potentially attract them back. Qinzhen placed an obstacle pill in the center of the opening and swiftly ascended to the surface to gather his tools. Before long, he returned to the depths of the burrow. Among the 5 cave entrances down below, having already breached 2, he intended to break through the remaining 2. The last one was not ideally positioned for capturing the strange insects. Preparing his electric drill, Qinzhen gripped its handle firmly and pressed the black button, drilling into the 2 unbreached openings. Indeed, at a certain depth, the walls of these insect caves became exceptionally hard, thankfully sparing him the labor of manual excavation. In no time, he had successfully drilled into fresh jumping bug caves. Setting the drill aside, he prepped a sack behind him for collecting the insect carcasses. He then picked up his stabbing weapon, opting against the spear due to its excessive power, which could easily reduce the bugs to a pulpy mess, making cleanup arduous. The revolver would be reserved for emergencies, considering his limited ammunition. Waiting patiently, he remained vigilant as the wind howled outside, the resonant echoes of the cave entrance filling the air. After a while, Qinzhen, maintaining a watchful stance, noticed the absence of any strange insects. Given the depth and density of the insect caves, based on his prior experience, he anticipated their appearance at this time. Could it be the weather? Or perhaps some other reason? As he pondered, a dark figure emerged from one of the insect caves to his side. It was here. Qinzhen tightened his grip on the stabbing weapon, prepared to strike as the bug emerged from the opening. With a decisive thrust, he pierced it. A gush of viscous fluid erupted, splattering onto his glass helmet, partially obstructing his vision. Yet, he paid it no mind. The appearance of the insect was promising news. He had made his first catch of the day. Swiftly, he bagged the carcass of the jumping bug and continued to fixate on the opening. Soon after, a second jumping bug made its entrance. Although it took a bit longer, it was still a fruitful endeavor. As time elapsed, however, Qinzhen's haul remained modest, having only collected over 20 jumping bugs, equivalent to 600 insect coins. This was far from sufficient. Moreover, the number of insects appearing in the caves had noticeably dwindled. After waiting for over 10 additional minutes without spotting any signs of the bugs, he resolved to abandon this location and pursue deeper excavation. To facilitate his ongoing operations, Qinzhen widened the opening of the insect cave until it aligned flush with the walls of the adjacent caves. He promptly set up the jumping bug obstacle pills. With the abundance of caves here, he found his supply of pills insufficient. Thus, he resorted to gathering stones to barricade the entrances that lacked obstacle pills. Having completed his preparations, he resumed his digging. The electric drill roared to life, its formidable bit colliding with the soil, expelling a considerable amount of debris. The confined space of the burrow necessitated frequent clearing of the waste as he drilled deeper. Transporting the debris proved cumbersome, so he piled it behind him, intending to load it into sacks once a sufficient amount had accumulated before transporting it to the surface. This cycle continued several times, and the burrow extended even deeper. Yet, a peculiar thought nagged at him. Since excavating the area rich in jumping bugs, he had yet to encounter any new insect caves at this depth. Strange, Qinzhen mused, pressing on with his endeavors. The drill buzzed relentlessly, drowning out the howling winds outside. After an indeterminate duration, he recalled hauling out 2 or 3 loads of debris. Suddenly, a larger lateral cave appeared before him. He refrained from breaching it at once, observing the raised portion, indicating that the diameter of this insect cave was at least 1 meter, if not more. This was significantly larger than the caves of the jumping bugs and flying insects. And Qinzhen instantly recognized it as a new insect cave. A blend of excitement and caution washed over him. The emergence of new insects heralded fresh opportunities, more insect coins, and potentially formidable weapons and equipment. However, such a large cave would likely house formidable adversaries. He decided to create a small opening to gauge the situation. Gripping the drill's handle, he held his breath and focused intently, hoping to keep the breach modest. Within moments, he ceased the drill's operation, and the shattered earth tumbled into the cave. Hastily, he set the drill aside and observed the interior for any movement. His limited line of sight revealed no signs of the insects, and the sounds emanating from within were also unremarkable. However, visibility was poor. He could only see a small section below the opening. Adjusting the length of his spear to its maximum, he cautiously extended it into the cave. He could hear his own breathing, and as he probed the interior, he encountered some resistance. This was not the mere obstruction of rock, but rather something seemed to grip the tip of the spear. Chapter 44. The turtle-like insect. It must be the alien creature hidden within the cavern. Qinzhen forcefully jabbed the bullet spear, feeling the immense strength of the unknown insect as it resisted him. Qinzhen struggled to pull the spear free while the creature attempted to drag him into the depths, resulting in a stalemate. With one foot pressed against a hard protrusion of the cave and the other bracing for stability, he leaned forward to lower his center of gravity. As he did so, he felt the spear inching closer to him. Suddenly, the force on the spear vanished. The creature concealed within the cave relinquished its grip. Qinzhen stumbled a few steps but quickly regained his footing, the spear retracting to its shortest form. At that moment, Qinzhen noticed a dark mass emerging at the entrance of the cavern. It resembled a tentacle, but not quite. The dim lighting obscured its true nature. He could only see a black appendage about the thickness of a small arm stretching out from the opening. Adjusting his grip on the spear, he prepared to launch it at a moment's notice while casting a glance at the creature's movements within the cave. This alien insect moved with remarkable slowness, in stark contrast to the agile jumping and flying insects. Soon, he observed the black appendage propping itself against one side of the cavern, revealing half of the insect and Apos' body. The most striking feature was the alternating light and dark patches arranged uniformly across its abdomen. Qinzhen felt a sense of familiarity. These patches resembled those on the shell of the blue star turtle, indicative of a hardened exoskeleton. He was certain that this creature would be exceedingly difficult to kill. Nevertheless, he immediately pressed the end of the bullet spear. Bang! The spear shot forth, striking the insect in an instant. However, contrary to his expectations of the creature being shattered, only a small section of its body was pierced. A small stream of thick green liquid oozed from the wound. Yet it did not hinder the insect's movements as it continued to crawl out, still moving with its characteristic slowness. Qinzhen retracted the spear and launched it again, repeating the cycle 2 or 3 times, leaving only a few minor punctures on the creature's body. It became evident that dispatching this insect in a short span of time was utterly impossible. The bullet spear, capable of shattering stone, was rendered ineffective against this creature. Taking a step back, Qinzhen contemplated how to eliminate it. For the time being, the stabbing blade appeared futile. His only option stronger than the bullet spear was the TC-01 revolver he retrieved from his bag. However, he did not rush to fire. The insect had fully emerged, its size exceeding his expectations, nearly matching half of his own body length. With such a sturdy shell, it surely harbored a weakness. The flying insects could not alter their flight path, and the jumping insects experienced a brief pause after each leap. The weak points of the flying insects were in their abdomens, while the jumping ones were in their heads. But where lay the weakness of this creature? Remaining calm, Qinzhen closely observed the unknown insect. Its slow movements allowed him to easily evade its attacks. The front was dominated by that black appendage, with the entire body covered in hardened patches. Initially, he was at a loss for an approach until he noticed that the insect consistently avoided exposing its tail. If Qinzhen shifted to the side, the creature would adjust its body angle rather than launch a strong attack. It maintained the distance of its tail from him, indicating something amiss. It preferred to forego an opportunity to attack rather than expose its tail, suggesting that its weakness was likely located there. Qinzhen began to deliberately maneuver the insect closer to the surface, creating space for himself to slip behind it. Although the turtle-like insect was intentionally evading, it fell for Qinzhen and Apos' ploy and began to move slowly upward. This was the moment he had been waiting for. After dodging its final attack, he seized the opportunity to leap into the gap between the insect and the cave wall, swiftly positioning himself at the creature and Apos' tail. As he beheld the scene before him, the reason for its evasion became clear. A small area at the tail lacked the protective hardened shell, exposing its flesh. The pale gray, wrinkled body was nestled between the shell layers. The insect began to adjust its body, but it was too slow. Qinzhen aimed for the vulnerability and immediately launched the bullet spear. With a swift thrust, the spear penetrated the creature's body, contrasting sharply with its previous strikes against the armored patches. This time, the spear pierced cleanly through, traversing from the tail into its interior. Qinzhen heard a cry of agony. The spear, now coated in thick green liquid, was retracted, leaving a substantial gash in the insect's body. from which viscous fluid gushed forth. This strike had undoubtedly severed the creature and Apo's lifeblood. Before long, the insect lay motionless against the ground, confirming the location of its weakness. Remarking on the insect and Apo's remarkably hard shell, Qinzhen proceeded to verify its demise. He then examined the earlier wound, noting no new creatures emerging. It appeared that this was the sole one. Standing in a well-lit area, he scrutinized the insect further. It measured approximately 80 centimeters in length. Its body not particularly large, but rather flat. Relative to its length, it appeared slim, measuring around 20 centimeters in thickness, marking it as one of the larger specimens encountered thus far. Its entire body was encased in patchy armor, save for the tail region. A distinct black line divided the abdominal and dorsal shells, revealing 4 pairs of legs evenly distributed on either side, short and thin. As for the head, it was crammed into a small space, featuring pebble-sized eyes, a mouthpart, and a solitary appendage resembling a crab's claw. Through slightly clearer light, Qinzhen discerned a gap in the middle of the claw, indicating it was indeed a claw-like limb, also armored, which had earlier hindered his ability to strike at its head. Qinzhen concluded that this insect was a mutated extraterrestrial turtle. Before long, he heard the sound of more creatures crawling. He had no time to clear the corpse of the insect and hurriedly glanced back at the wound. A black appendage emerged again from the opening. Chapter 45. The beetle. Qinzhen steadied himself as yet another tortoise-like creature began to crawl out slowly. Aware of its sluggishness and the vulnerability of its tail, he chose to wait patiently. He was far more agile than the creature once it exposed its tail. He could strike its weakness from behind. They remained in this stalemate for several seconds, but to Qinzhen and Apo's dismay, the creature seemed to have learned. It merely revealed the upper half of its body, waving its claw-like forelimbs, showing no intention of fully emerging from its lair. This posed a dilemma. Qinzhen attempted to provoke it into attacking by tightening his grip on the bullet spear and aiming at the creature huddled in the opening. Bang! The bullet spear shot forth swiftly, striking the creature as anticipated. However, much like before, it only sustained minor injuries. It appeared that subduing this creature would require considerable effort. Nevertheless, Qinzhen persisted, thrusting his spear at it repeatedly. Curiously, regardless of his attempts, the creature refused to emerge, seemingly resigned to remaining at the cave and Apo's entrance. Several areas of its head had been pierced, using thick green fluid, yet it remained vibrantly alive, its large forelimbs still thrashing about. Qinzhen dared not approach too closely. Aware of the strength behind those limbs, he decided to resort to using his gun. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Qinzhen retrieved his revolver. Initially, he had intended to conserve ammunition, which was why he had resorted to using the spear for provocation. The creature remained stuck at the cave's opening. Qinzhen took out his hollowed revolver and aimed at the creature and Apo's head, allowing himself ample time to steady his aim. He pressed the web of his right hand firmly against the grip to maintain balance, fully aware of the significant recoil firearms can produce. Having little prior experience with guns, he approached this task with utmost caution. Once he was prepared, Qinzhen slowly squeezed the trigger with his index finger. Bang! The hollow revolver emitted a sharp shriek. Unlike any gunshot he had ever known, reminiscent instead of a firecracker soaring through the air. With a squelch, a torrent of pus erupted before Qinzhen's glass visor. As the bullet penetrated the creature and Apo's head. While the wound was not large, it was certainly deep, allowing the bullet to exit through a small hole in its body. Qinzhen was convinced that the bullet had shattered its internal organs. Following the shot, the creature remained motionless. To be certain, Qinzhen prodded its carcass with his bullet spear. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed that the web of his right hand had gone numb from the recoil of the revolver, a testament to its formidable power. A few moments later, he holstered the revolver and began preparing to bag the 2 large creatures. He retrieved an empty sack from the handcart and carefully maneuvered the creature closer to the ground into the burlap bag. With a grunt, Qinzhen heaved the creature, finding it far heavier than he had anticipated, more so than the heaviest stones he had previously lifted. After considerable effort, he managed to secure one creature in the bag and return to the deepest part of the cave. The second creature remained at the opening, and coaxing it out required some strength, but ultimately, both creatures were successfully bagged. Their considerable size occupied half the sack and Apo's space, with a maximum capacity of 4 such creatures per bag. After a brief respite, Qinzhen resumed his watch at the opening. If one creature appeared, it was likely that more were lurking within the cave, given that it had only recently been excavated. After waiting for about 10 minutes, he caught sight of the black forelimb re-emerging, and excitement surged within him. The creatures were practically delivering themselves. As before, he attempted to entice the creature out, ready to resort to the revolver if necessary. Time slipped by, exceeding 2 hours. Chun Jun had expended 2 rounds of ammunition and secured 3 large creatures. Including his previous haul, he had amassed a total of 5 sizable creatures, along with half a sack of jump insect carcasses, having consumed 3 bullets in the process. The expenditure of ammunition weighed heavily on him, as he pondered when he might replenish his stock. After another 10 minutes of waiting with no creatures in sight, Chun Jun decided to return to the container. His stamina was waning, and he sensed that the light outside was dimming. He gathered his belongings in preparation to leave. Without suitable stones to cover the opening of the creature's lair, he ultimately abandoned that notion. Given the slow movements of the creatures, even if they emerged into the cave, it would not pose a significant threat. The jump insect caves were blocked by jump insect barrier pellets or stones, providing reassurance. Chun Jun placed 2 bags of creature carcasses at the bottom of the handcart, followed by the power station and tool sacks, and then began pushing the cart towards the surface. The effectiveness of the jump insect barrier pellets was evident, as no jump insects had disturbed him near the surface. Upon returning to the surface, the sky remained shrouded in a gray haze, rendering direction undiscernible and visibility even lower than before. Chun Jun quickly spotted the anchor point he had secured to the hillside earlier that morning, the safety rope firmly tethered. He needed no further navigation. Following this path would lead him back to the container. With the handcart in tow, he started his return journey. As the winds and sands intensified, Chun Jun felt as though he were being swept along by the gusts. He adhered to the safety rope at his feet, and soon, the container reappeared before him. Following the safety rope, he reached the pile of stones beside the container, taking some to feed the white worm generator before heading back to the hatch. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Chun Jun returned to the container, circling. Once, twice, thrice. The hatch closed once more. He located the tablet and activated the creature carcass recovery function, determining that he first needed to cleanse himself of any residual creature fluids. He conducted a full-body scan, followed by scanning all his weapons and tools. The drill and bullet spear were primary targets, as they bore significant traces of creature fluid. Since he was still clad in protective gear, Chun Jun opted to discard the stones into the white worm generator first. He briskly walked to the living area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. The light from the white worm generator dimmed considerably as Chun Jun placed the stones at its apex. The generator's maw opened, and he tossed all the stones he held into it before returning to the hatch area. Next came the moment of harvest, which filled Chun Jun with anticipation. With only 5 of these large creatures, would they yield anything substantial? He first aimed at the sack containing the jump insects and 1 large creature for scanning. Successfully recovered jump insects 23, earned creature currency 1380. Successfully recovered beetle 1, earned creature currency 600 beetle. The name seemed fitting. Wait a moment. 600 creature currency for 1? Chun Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated such a bounty, considering that each jump insect was worth only 60 creature currency. He hurriedly scanned the next sack. Successfully recovered beetle 4, earned creature currency 2,400. Remaining creature currency 11325. In addition to his excitement over the substantial increase in creature currency, Chun Jun noticed a notification window had appeared on the tablet. It detailed the equipment obtained from the recovered creature carcasses. Chapter 46. The Prism Shield. A series of pop-up windows flickered across the black tablet, and Chun Jun, without a moment to spare to remove his protective suit, immediately began to examine them. Numerous notifications appeared. Acquired weapon, Prism Shield 1. Acquired armor, JK-01 Close-Fitting Armor 1. Acquired weapon, Bullet Spear 1. Acquired weapon, TC-01 Revolver Special Bullets 12. Acquired food, Armor Fragment Compressed Biscuits 2. Acquired food, Crunchy Insect Leg Sticks 3. Acquired functional item, Jumping Insect Obstruction Pills 4. Chun Jun was elated as he reviewed the bountiful rewards. In addition to familiar weapons and items, he had also received an abundance of equipment produced by the beetles. Initially, he had thought the quantity of these strange insects was limited, making it difficult to obtain equipment. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the high drop rate. Was it perhaps related to their size and numbers? Without dwelling on it, he clicked the confirmation button on the tablet, and a plethora of gear materialized on the metallic floor. Hastening to the hatch area, Chun Jun twisted the glass helmet off and switched off the oxygen supply on his forearm, successfully removing the protective suit. He noted the gauge on the oxygen tank. There was still some oxygen left, but it would not suffice for his next outing, necessitating the purchase of a new tank shortly. After setting aside the glass helmet and protective suit, Qinzhen's gaze fell upon the pile of equipment, most prominently the prism shield. This shield was impressively large, measuring nearly 1 meter in length and 50 centimeters in width. Its size was not the only striking feature. The surface shimmered brilliantly, refracting light into various colors under the illumination of the box's LED strips. The front of the shield resembled a rainbow prism, capable of bending light sources, while the back was quite ordinary, a dull gray with distinct patches, undoubtedly the exoskeleton of a beetle. He propped the large shield upright. Although substantial, it was lighter than he had anticipated. Next, he examined the JK-01 close-fitting armor, a somewhat transparent yet modeled soft armor, shaped and sized like a shoulder pad. Qinzhen reached out to touch it. It was soft and lightweight, reminiscent of the sugar coating on a candied hawthorn, feeling as though it could be torn with minimal effort. Could this truly provide any form of protection? Pondering this, he tucked the armor under his arm. The bullet spear was a weapon he recognized at a glance. To his surprise, he had acquired bullets for a revolver without the actual firearm. He wondered if others experienced similar occurrences. Nevertheless, it was good news. He could replenish his TC-01 revolver's ammunition simply by capturing jumping insects. With 12 new bullets added to the existing 21, Qinzhen felt he no longer needed to conserve his shots so stringently. He gathered the 2 types of food and the jumping insect obstruction pills and made his way to the living area. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. He piled everything onto the floor, placing the food items together with those obtained previously. The shield was rather large and took up space when laid flat. So Qinzhen leaned the prism shield against the wall, turning its shimmering face inward to minimize glare. Finally seated, he began to peruse the information on the tablet. The information display revealed numerous red dots, each corresponding to the weapons he had just acquired. He casually clicked on the topmost notification to learn more. Prism shield. Basic information. Shield length 102 centimeters, width 52 centimeters, thickness 2 centimeters, crafted from the polished exoskeleton of a beetle, with an inner layer closely adhering to the beetle's inner membrane, providing a uniform texture. Effect. Increases the wearer's strength by 10 points, constitution by 3 points, armor by 10 points, and vitality by 110 points. Usage instructions. Can partially block blunt force, slashing attacks, and ranged weapon fire. Additionally, the prism surface can reflect light sources. Wait a moment. As Qinzhen reached for a slice of toast, he abruptly halted. Were these attributes not a tad exaggerated? An increase of 10 points in strength and 3 points in constitution alone could easily overshadow the majority of weapons available in the current free trading market. Furthermore, there was an additional armor boost. The shield's armor rating was 10 points, while the revolver's penetration was 11 points. This implied that the shield would not withstand shots from the revolver. After a brief comparison, he concluded that even so, the shield's potency was undeniable, especially with its 110 points of vitality bonus. Qinzhen and Appos' initial vitality was only 100 points. Equipping the shield effectively doubled his life force. Truly, this shield was a remarkable find. He then resumed his meal, taking a hearty bite of the toast while glancing at another equipment notification. JK-01 close-fitting armor. Basic information. One size fits all. Weight 50 g, made from the abdominal shell membrane of a beetle, capable of withstanding some attacks. Effect. Increases the wearer's strength by 3 points, constitution by 1 point, and vitality by 50 points. Usage instructions. The close-fitting armor possesses excellent elasticity, can be worn on the body, and has a degree of self-repair capability after sustaining damage. In comparison to the prism shield, this armor and Appos' attributes appeared much more reasonable. However, relative to the majority of current weaponry and equipment, it still stood as a formidable asset. It weighed a mere 50 grams, lighter than a sharpened blade, roughly equivalent to the weight of a single egg. The key advantage was its ability to enhance attributes and its self-repairing feature. Undoubtedly, this piece of equipment was commendable as well. Qinzhen lifted the JK-01 close-fitting armor, stretching it between his hands to examine it against the light strip. The armor was quite transparent, and he made an effort to stretch it slightly, noting its commendable elasticity. Thus far, he was thoroughly satisfied with both pieces of equipment he had encountered. As he delved deeper underground, these armors and shields were precisely what he needed, more accurately, what those from Blue Star required. Understanding the jumping insect obstruction pills, he quickly skimmed past to investigate the compressed biscuits. Armor fragment compressed biscuits. Basic information, length 4 cm. With 4 cm, thickness 1 cm, made from the patterned exoskeleton of a beetle, compressed using a special technique, crispy and delicious. Effect: consuming one compressed biscuit provides 24 hours of active energy. Note: if the texture is overly hard, this is normal. It is advisable for those with weak teeth to consume with caution. There was nothing particularly special here. The effects were similar to those of other food items. And as long as there were no side effects, Chun Jun was indifferent to the rest. He swiped to the final notification awaiting his attention, not about weapons or equipment, but rather a pop-up for the Insect Codex. Chun Jun clicked to view it. Chapter 47, the reboot of the capsule, Insect Codex, for Beetle. Original name, Margolia Single-Claw Beetle. Description: measuring approximately 75 centimeters to 95 centimeters in length. The average adult spans around 80 centimeters and can weigh up to 20 kilograms. It possesses 4 pairs of slender legs and a claw-like forelimb, with its entire body encased in hardened carapace, achieving a coverage rate of 95. The tail and head are devoid of armor plating, which constitutes its Achilles heel. This creature inhabits deep, spacious underground caverns, typically residing at depths of 8 to 15 meters, preying on smaller insects. Characteristics: the beetle boasts formidable defensive capabilities, yet its movement is relatively sluggish. The tail and head represent its fatal vulnerabilities, necessitating caution during encounters to avoid being ensnared by its forelimb. Indeed, nothing has ever escaped from under its grip. Even if its forelimb is torn off, it proves futile. Upon concluding his reading, Chun Jun sniffled. It appeared that the most perilous aspect of the beetle was its forelimb. Once caught, escape would be exceedingly difficult, and he resolved to exercise utmost caution in future encounters. After perusing the Insect Codex, no new notifications emerged in the information bulletin. Chun Jun extended his hand into the plastic bag containing toast, consuming a slice in mere bites. His hunger undeniable. With a semblance of financial abundance, he accessed the shopping mall. He procured another large bag of toast for 10 insect coins, acquired 2 cucumbers for 2 insect coins, and spent 6 insect coins on a specially crafted large ham, concluding his purchases. His remaining balance stood at 11,307 insect coins. Before long, the supplies he had ordered materialized before him, yet he had yet to indulge in them as he returned to the mall. He ordered an oxygen tank for 500 insect coins, reducing his balance to 10,807. Satisfied that he had acquired all necessary items, Chun Jun turned his attention to the sizable ham on the table. Having satiated his hunger, Chun Jun let out a contented belch. Of the previously listed bullet spears, only one had been traded by Lin Tianran, while the other remained unsold. Was the price still too steep? He glanced at the time displayed on his tablet. 2/27/19:00. Subsequently, he ventured into the free trading market, where he discovered that his bullet spear had indeed not sold. He noted an influx of jumping insect-related weaponry in the market. It was not solely limited to flying insect armaments. Beyond himself, Wang Zicheng, and Lin Tianran, there were now an additional 20 to 30 sellers, all offering wares associated with jumping insects. Just 24 hours prior, such a multitude did not exist. Though Chun Jun could comprehend the shift, capturing jumping insects was not excessively challenging, as their habitat lay between 3 and 6 meters underground, a depth that was not insurmountable. Utilizing tools, he had already ventured into deeper territories. As he surveyed the weaponry on offer, he observed that bullet spears were most prevalent, with their prices significantly deflated. The cheapest bullet spear was listed at 588 insect coins. It was no wonder his own spear had failed to attract buyers, with alternatives available at lower prices. His spear was overlooked. Chun Jun, quick to adapt, decided to adjust the price of his listed bullet spear, realizing that maintaining it at 100 insect coins would likely yield no sales. He promptly opted to delist and recalibrate its price. Alongside the bullet spear he had acquired today, he listed 2 weapons on the free trading market. He set the price at 550 insect coins, fully aware that this decision merely exacerbated the vicious competition within the market. Yet it was the only recourse to ensure a sale. Otherwise, in due time, his items would become as commonplace as the initial weapons, rendered virtually worthless. As anticipated, mere minutes after relisting, 1 bullet spear was successfully sold. A notification window appeared before Chun Jun. Your bullet spear has been purchased by Guo Xiaojie, earning you 500 insect coins. Please check your account. He cast a glance at his insect coin balance, confirming that the transaction had been processed. dismissing the notification. His focus returned to the trading market. In addition to the bullet spear, there were now piercing long spears, sword thrusts, and telescopic insect leg staffs. A plethora of weaponry related to jumping insects. Most were offensive in nature, comprising both ranged and melee options. In terms of consumables, a deluge of insect leg products emerged, akin to mushrooms after a rainstorm. Chunjin swiftly bypassed these food items. Numerous functional items also appeared, including jumping insect obstacle pills, heightening insect leg supports, bullet head rivets, and so forth. The heightening insect leg support was a remarkably simple device designed to be placed at the foot's base, providing the illusion of increased height. Chunjin, finding such equipment trivial, quickly disregarded it. Among the weaponry, the only item that caught his eye was the black needle, which, from the image, resembled a slender rapier. It bore a striking resemblance to the weapons wielded by fencers he had seen on television. Black needle, basic information, length 120 cm, handle length 25 cm. Blade crafted from jumping insect legs, tip fashioned from the head's apex of a jumping insect, handle constructed from a combination of jumping insect heads and legs. Effect, grants the wielder an increase of 7 agility points. Price, 600 insect coins. Seller, Huang Tiange, seller and imp. Oppos, S-Note, a limited edition weapon, only this one exists. Providing exceptional agility. Setting aside other considerations, the boost to agility was indeed significant, though it solely enhanced that particular attribute. Were there even a slight augmentation to any other attribute, Chunjin would certainly contemplate acquiring it. After perusing the free trading market, he turned to the World Channel to see if any news was circulating. Is there anyone willing to spare me a few hundred insect coins? I am utterly destitute. On the brink of starvation, please transfer some funds, and I shall serve you as a loyal servant. Beggar, begone. Do you believe I am the wealthiest individual here? My insect coins are abundant enough to crush you. I doubt it. Let me taste the waters with a mere V50. Oh, how distressing. Why does this cursed mall not sell cigarettes? I haven't and Oppos, tea smoked in days. Cigarettes? Chunjin pondered for a moment. Despite the mall and Oppos' extensive inventory, it appeared that such items were indeed absent. He, being a non-smoker, found little concern, yet he empathized with the seasoned smokers from Blue Star. As he continued to observe, a shift in conversation among the participants piqued his interest. Did you see the announcement in the information bulletin? What does it mean? I just checked. It seems to indicate that the capsule has been updated with new modules, and we need to restart the capsule and the tablet according to the instructions. Really? I had and Oppos. T noticed. How complicated. Restarting the capsule, will that even work? It won't just crash, will it? What does it mean to reboot the capsule and the tablet? Chunjin, perplexed by the lack of prior notifications, suddenly noticed a small red dot appear in his information bulletin. He hurriedly clicked to investigate. It was a system announcement pop-up. Good evening, Blue Star inhabitants. The first insect tide is approaching. To assist you in overcoming this challenge, I have prepared some new modules. Of course, these can only be utilized after the capsule reboot and tablet update. The update will commence promptly at 2000 hours. At that time, you must follow the prompts to proceed. Lastly, ensure you don protective gear before commencing the update. Chunjin immediately glanced at the time. Less than 10 minutes remained until the update would commence. Chapter 48, Box 2. 0. Upon reading the news, Chunjin immediately commenced his actions. Uncertain of how long the update and reboot would take, he replaced the newly purchased oxygen tank behind his protective suit. He unfastened the strap securing the oxygen tank and removed the nearly depleted tank from the slot on his back. With practiced ease, Chunjin swiftly replaced it with the new oxygen tank. Following the instructions displayed on the information board, he donned the external protective suit. Although he had yet to secure the helmet, pressing the switch on his arm, Chunjin heard the hissing sound of gas. The new oxygen tank was functioning properly. He stood beside the black tablet, watching the time tick away, drawing closer to 2000 hours. 1958. With both hands, he donned the helmet, twisting it until the slots on his protective suit and helmet aligned perfectly. 1959. Chunjin focused intently on the information board, poised to follow the instructions. 2000 hours. The moment the clock struck the hour, a small red dot appeared on the information board, prompting Chunjin to click on it immediately. You may now reboot your box and simultaneously update your tablet. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, no. Chunjin clicked yes, akin to affirming a prompt for an application. However, upon confirming, the entire box suddenly plunged into darkness, the lights above extinguishing. Clutching the tablet tightly, He neglected to ascertain what was happening as various prompts began to appear on the screen. The update has officially commenced. Please verify your insect currency balance and the status of the free trading market. If all is correct, please click Confirm. Subsequently, his balance and the bullets he had listed for sale appeared. This step appeared to be a verification of personal assets. After reviewing, Chunjun clicked Confirm. Alright. The update will last approximately 10 minutes. Please refrain from operating the terminal during this time. Updating. 2 pop-ups flashed across the black tablet before the screen went dark. Chunjun remained still, gripping the sides of the tablet. Soon, a continuously rotating white circle appeared at the center of the screen, indicating the current progress at 2. This scene reminded Chunjun of the update reboot screens that occasionally appeared on Blue Star computers, evoking a familiar sentiment. Silently, he awaited the completion, enveloped in darkness, with only the sounds of the wind outside and his own breathing for company. 15. With nothing else to occupy his time, Chunjun fixated on the black tablet before him. The 10 minutes felt longer than he anticipated, but fortunately, the update was nearing completion. 98. 99. The white circle and Oppo's rotation slowed slightly. 100. As the tablet displayed the completion of the update, a dull thud resonated around the box. It was not the sound of an external impact, but rather a noise emanating from the metallic walls. Something within the box had changed. In the blink of an eye, the box brightened, the lights illuminating once more. Chunjun surveyed his surroundings, inspecting the metallic walls and the box. They appeared unchanged, offering no visible indication of transformation. His attention then shifted to the tablet in his hands. Update complete. Box reboot successful. Welcome to Box 2.0. After these 2 succinct pop-ups, Chunjun found himself on the main page of the tablet, akin to a menu. Indeed, 2 new sections had been added. He recalled the previous sections clearly. The mall, Box Steward, Personal Information Inquiry, Regional Channels, Free Trading Market, Insect Corps Recycling Station, Weather Log, and Information Bulletin. Now, in addition to these 8 sections, there were the box expansion and combat facilities. The icon for box expansion resembled a small house with an arrow, akin to standalone villas. The combat facilities were represented by a small gear icon. Now, all 10 sections bore distinct icons for differentiation. Chunjun first opened the Box Steward. The contents remained unchanged. The temperature, humidity, and oxygen concentration were still at their previous values. With the update and reboot complete, he set the tablet aside and twisted the glass dome to remove his protective suit. After placing the suit back in its original position, he took the tablet to the living area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Both sections warranted exploration, and Chunjun casually clicked on one. Box expansion. As he entered, he was greeted by a 3D model of the box, accompanied by various small operation icons on the left. With a gentle touch, he manipulated the 3D model, which could rotate in all directions, allowing him to examine it from every angle. Not only that, but the model could also be enlarged and reduced, facilitating a closer inspection of desired details. There were also 2 buttons labeled Cross-Section View and Cloud Exploration, conveniently positioned among the left-hand operational icons. Upon clicking Cross-Section View, the 3D depiction of the box was sliced open, revealing its internal areas. The Cloud Exploration offered a subjective personal perspective, enabling him to navigate the box's interior from the tablet. However, these features were merely appetizers. The main course lay within the expansion section, prominently positioned in the upper left corner. Chunjun clicked on the expansion section, and red areas appeared on the 3D model, indicating expandable zones. Next to the hatch area, a cleaning room emerged, situated where Chunjun had placed his protective suit. On the opposite side of the living area, adjacent to the kitchen and bathroom, a storage room appeared. Furthermore, at the far end of the small bedroom, another red area labeled Massage Spa Room emerged. Currently, only these 3 red areas indicated the maximum extent of his potential expansions. Chunjun clicked on the red area for the cleaning room, prompting a few lines of red text to appear on the tablet, detailing specific information and descriptions. Cleaning room, basic information, length 2 meters, width 2 meters. Height equal to the box height, constructed from specialized steel glass. Function, capable of identifying and automatically cleaning protective suits and weaponry of sand and insect bodily fluids. It can also facilitate rapid recycling of insect corpses via the insect recycling station. Expansion requirement, 1,000 insect currency. Would you like to expand the cleaning room? Yes, no. Indeed, it required insect currency, which Chunjun had anticipated. He examined the cleaning room's functional description, recognizing that spending 1,000 insect currency merely offered convenience. He could efficiently recycle insect corpses with the tablet and scan for insect residue on his body, albeit at a slower pace. However, expanding this facility for 1,000 insect currency seemed unnecessary. With limited insect currency readily available for expenditure, Chunjun directed his attention to another expansion project, the storage room. Storage room. Basic information. Length 3 meters, width 2.5 meters, height equal to the box height. Constructed from materials consistent with the box and Oppos, surrounding materials, all of which are specialized radiation-resistant alloys. Function. Storage of goods. Expansion requirement. 1,000 insect currency, Chapter 49, XT-01 Anti-Insect Automatic Electromagnetic Gun, Storage Room. Chunjun murmured softly. Currently, he possessed only a few pieces of weaponry, which could easily be accommodated within his living area, rendering the expansion of a separate zone unnecessary. Although the two expansion options were not particularly costly, requiring merely 1,000 insect coins, Chunjun dismissed the notion of extending the storage room and opted for the final expansion option, a massage therapy room. As with the previous two expansions, a series of red text appeared on the tablet. Massage therapy room. Basic information. Length 4 meters, width 3 meters, height flush with the container. Constructed from materials identical to those surrounding the container, all comprising a special radiation-proof alloy. Function. Includes a therapeutic pool, effective in alleviating fatigue and loosening muscles. Expansion cost. 2,000 insect coins. The therapeutic pool seemed to offer some benefits. However, at a cost of 2,000 insect coins, it was rather steep. Had it been priced at 1,000, Chunjun would have likely proceeded with the expansion. After all, restoring his body to optimal condition would enhance his efficiency in capturing insects. The storage room, cleaning chamber, and massage therapy room were all conveniences afforded by the expenditure of insect coins. For Chunjun at this moment, it was wiser to invest his insect coins judiciously. He closed the container expansion module. Indeed, combat-ready facilities were his priority. The peril posed by the unprecedented insect tide remained a mystery to Chunjun, yet the system had specifically updated this section, underscoring its significance. Chunjun accessed the combat-ready facilities, where 3 gray square boxes were arranged in the center of the screen. Upon closer inspection, each gray box contained a distinct image. He tapped the first box, prompting a slightly larger information box to emerge, illuminating the gray box in the process. Chunjun was then able to discern the image within. It was a track, resembling the tracks of a tank. Container mobility tracks. Basic information. Crafted from a metal alloy with balanced properties of toughness, elasticity, plasticity, and hardness, capable of adapting to the container and Oppos' length, with 1 track on each side. Function. The cumbersome container will no longer exist. Mobile containers are the optimal choice, allowing for a more dynamic container. Description. Once the mobility tracks are installed, the container can move at a maximum speed of 30 km/h and can change direction. The operation of the tracks will consume container power and may require periodic maintenance due to potential wear. Installation cost. 3,000 insect coins. The prospect of mobility tracks caused Chunjun and Oppos' eyes to light up. He was eager to install this facility. The distinction between a movable and immovable container was profound. Previously, Chunjun had been concerned that excavating too close to the container could place him in danger, prompting him to dig at a distance. However, if the container could be mobile, the situation would be entirely different. He could even excavate around the container, merely needing to maneuver it later. Additionally, the placement of his container was quite awkward, given the surrounding terrain and proximity to the insect nest. The price was within an acceptable range. Chunjun could afford the 3,000 insect coins. Nevertheless, he hesitated to install the mobility tracks immediately, as 2 gray boxes remained unexamined. Who knew what other superior facilities might await him? He then lightly tapped the second gray box. The illuminated image revealed a mesh of small dots, reminiscent of a fishing net, with the nodes glowing a bright blue. Subsequently, relevant information appeared in a pop-up window. External electric net for container. Basic information. Constructed from materials with exceptional conductivity, capable of covering the entire container except for the door area. Function. It serves as a protective layer for the container, capable of releasing 1000 V high-voltage electricity. Description. Activating the external electric net will significantly consume container power. However, its efficacy in repelling insects is remarkable. Electrocute. Electrocute those pests. Installation cost. 1,000 insect coins. Another formidable weapon, Chunjun marveled. The existence of an external electric net indicated that during an insect tide, the insects would indeed assault the container, he pondered. The installation cost was reasonable at 1,000 insect coins. The only drawback was the substantial power drain upon activation, which might trouble others. Yet for Chunjun, who possessed power generation equipment, this was a trivial matter. The external electric net was a necessity. It would likely play a crucial role during an insect tide. Releasing his finger from the screen, Chunjun turned his attention to the final gray box, hopeful for further surprises. Through the illuminated area, he discerned the last box contained a gun, not a revolver or rifle, but rather a substantial firearm with a fixed base. Chunjun scrutinized the accompanying information. XT-01 Anti-Insect Automatic Electromagnetic Gun. Basic information. Constructed from a highly durable alloy, exhibiting exceptional high-temperature resistance, the gun measures 2.22 meters in length. With a base made of alloy sheet measuring 1 meter by 1 meter, designed to mitigate the impact force of the gun. Function, once successfully installed. It requires no manual operation. It will automatically identify and shoot at the insects. Description. The XT-01 Anti-Insect Automatic Electromagnetic Gun utilizes container power as its energy source. Capable of releasing high heat rays to autonomously attack insects within a 200-meter radius of the container. Installation cost, 1,000 insect coins. After reviewing the description of the third combat-ready facility, Chunjun immediately resolved to install all three. Spending 1,000 insect coins on an automatic firearm, although it did not enhance attributes like the revolver he currently possessed. Its ability to automatically identify insects was immensely powerful. Overall, the three installable facilities within the combat-ready section appeared exceptionally formidable. Chunjun couldn't help but wonder about the nature of the insect tide. Simultaneously, he recognized another concern: energy. Such weaponry would necessitate the container's power as a driving force. Yet he was uncertain about the power consumption of these facilities. However, given their immense potential, it was likely that even the giant white worm generator would struggle to keep up. Furthermore, there were certainly more combat-ready facilities beyond these three, with additional updates expected in the future. If only he could acquire another power generation device soon, Chunjun mused. Consequently, he tapped the first gray box labeled Container Mobility Tracks. Beneath the basic information was the option to install or cancel. Chunjun selected Install. A prompt then appeared on the tablet. Installing Container Mobility Tracks will take 1 minute. Preparing for installation. Confirming and deducting insect coins. Remaining insect coins, 8307. Installing Container Mobility Tracks. Chapter 50. Installation of Combat Readiness Facilities. A rumbling sound reverberated as the container began to tremble violently. Chunjun could distinctly perceive the transformation occurring within the entire structure. Suddenly, he heard a buzzing noise emanating from beneath his feet, accompanied by a tingling sensation that coursed through the soles of his feet. Moments later, he felt himself being elevated. Undoubtedly, the mobile tracks of the container had been successfully installed. Although Chunjun remained somewhat bewildered by the rapid succession of events, the environment soon fell silent, returning to its initial state, while a new pop-up appeared on the display. The mobile tracks of the container have been successfully installed. The container can be controlled via the Combat Readiness Facility module. Chunjun clicked to confirm. And at that moment, the first gray box illuminated completely. Unlike the previous interaction where he merely touched it. This indicated that he could now delve deeper into the operations for moving the tracks. With a surge of excitement, he clicked to enter. A vast expanse of black materialized on the screen, flanked by buttons reminiscent of game controllers. Even the most oblivious observer could discern the operational mechanics at a glance. On the left, four glowing keys represented the directional arrows: forward, backward, left, and right. To the right, only two buttons were present, one featuring a clockwise circular arrow and the other an anti-clockwise circular arrow. Chunjun hesitantly pressed the forward arrow. The rumbling resumed. Albeit at a slow pace, yet Chunjun could feel the container indeed moving. However, the surrounding darkness obscured any visible changes, compelling him to rely solely on his senses. Subsequently, he experimented with the backward arrow, the left turn, and the right turn, all functioning flawlessly. Though exhilarated, Chunjun endeavored to maintain the container and Oppo's original position. As for the two glowing buttons on the right, he first pressed the clockwise arrow. A mechanical hum resonated from beneath him, distinct from earlier sensations. As he perceived the container executing a parallel rotation, the same experience occurred with the anti-clockwise arrow. These two buttons allowed for rotation without altering the container and Oppo's location, merely changing its orientation. Qinzhen nodded in approval. Indeed, his container had come to life. Its agility was commendable, and perhaps by tomorrow, he could maneuver it near the cave. After experimenting with the newly installed mobile tracks, Qinzhen exited the operational interface, preparing to install the remaining 2 combat readiness facilities. He clicked on the second gray box, labeled External Electric Net for the container. Swiftly, he pressed the Install button, prompting an immediate notification to appear. Installation of the external electric net requires 10 seconds. Preparation underway. Confirming and deducting alien bug coins. Balance of alien bug coins. 7307. Installing the external electric net for the container. In the blink of an eye, Qinzhen heard a series of crackling noises emanating from outside the container, akin to countless small stones bombarding its surface. Although he felt no electric shock, he understood that the external electric net had been successfully installed. 10 seconds was remarkably swift. Concurrently, the second box illuminated, prompting Qinzhen to investigate further. External electric net for the container. On-off. Voltage adjustment. 1000 V. Degree of damage to external electric net. 0. This interface was relatively straightforward, featuring 2 buttons to modify the external electric net and one that visually represented the damage level. The external electric net was set to on by default, prompting Qinzhen to experiment with the second button. Adjusting the voltage resembled modifying the volume on a smartphone from Blue Star. He could drag the small dot to control the electric net's voltage. He initially slid it to 0, gradually moving it to the maximum of 1000 V. Yet there were no immediate changes within the container. The true test would come when the alien bugs approached. For now, he opted to deactivate the external electric net, intending to reactivate it when necessary. With only 1 combat readiness facility remaining, Qinzhen clicked on the final gray box. He quickly pressed the Install button. Installation of XT-01 anti-bug automatic electromagnetic gun requires 30 seconds. Preparing for installation. Confirming and deducting alien bug coins. Balance of alien bug coins. 6307. Installing XT-01 anti-bug automatic electromagnetic gun. In stark contrast to the previous installations, which were accompanied by considerable commotion, this installation was notably quieter. Save for a subtle noise above. The panel, being an automatic electromagnetic gun, displayed only essential information. XT-01 anti-bug automatic electromagnetic gun. On-off. Degree of damage to XT-01 anti-bug automatic electromagnetic gun. 0. Unlike the external electric net, Qinzhen assumed this device was in the on and oppos state by default. With a detection range of 200 meters, he would be alerted should any alien bugs appear. This automatic weapon not only had the capability to eliminate bugs, but also functioned as a warning system. Qinzhen was curious about the weapon's firing capabilities, but would have to wait until encountering an alien bug to discover its power. Upon completing the installation of these 3 combat readiness facilities, Qinzhen and Oppos' alien bug coins plummeted from over 10,000 to 6,000. Nevertheless, he deemed this expenditure to be exceedingly worthwhile. Taking a deep breath, he carried the tablet to his small bedroom. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Having satisfied his hunger, Qinzhen reclined and began browsing the free trading market and regional channels. Region 1036. Population 7,225. 10,000. Is there anyone willing to lend me some alien bug coins? I only need a modest amount. I just wish to install an electromagnetic cannon on my container. I implore a kind-hearted individual to assist me. Surely this isn't expensive. It only cost 1,000 alien bug coins. What have you been doing all this time, unable to gather enough funds? Have you installed all the weapons and equipment? I believe it is essential to install them, as the updates that introduce these facilities indicate their usefulness. If possible, it is best to install them all, just as I have. Ah, truly a wealthy magnate. The discussions predominantly revolved around the newly updated modules and the installation of combat readiness facilities. Just as Qinzhen was preparing to check the market trends, a notification caught his attention. Your bullet spear has been purchased by Zhang Qinyu, receiving 500 alien bug coins. Please check your balance. Remaining balance of alien bug coins, 6807. Finally, all listed weapons had been sold. Qinzhen continued to explore the free trading market, astonished to find that the previously abundant weapons had been acquired by others. Particularly, the inexpensive weapons with significant attribute enhancements, especially the newly introduced jumping bug weapons, had nearly all been purchased. Currently, the market was filled predominantly with unwanted items, such as blade weapons, items of little consequence. However, Qinzhen did not encounter Wang Zicheng's listings for the insect bone giant sword and bullet spear. They were likely snatched up at a low price or removed from sale. It appeared that many were vigilant, all eager for powerful weapons to defend themselves against the impending bug tide. Shinjin continued to peruse the offerings, glancing at the time, almost midnight. 2:27:23:58. He promptly closed the tablet, preparing for sleep. Chapter 51. Cannons targeting mosquitoes in the midst of howling winds. Shunjun was abruptly awakened. Not by the gentle caress of dawn, but by the fierce gusts that rattled his surroundings. While a mild breeze might have posed no trouble, the ferocity of the wind was a different matter altogether. In his hazy state, he could distinctly sense the container quaking violently. This unsettling sensation jolted him upright from his bed. A quick glance at the time revealed it to be 2:28 a.m. He had slumbered for 9 hours. He then checked the weather log for the day. Weather, temperature, 15°C, 17°C conditions, perceived temperature elevated, intense ultraviolet radiation, severe radiation levels, localized sandstorms. Wind force, strong winds. Assessment, frequent activity of anomalous insects. Deep exploration is not advised. Insect tide countdown. 1 day, 1 hour, 50 minutes. A sandstorm, indeed. Just yesterday, he had installed the movement tracks on the container, and now they would come in handy, sparing him from traversing the tempest alone. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Shinjin passed through the metallic door and entered the living area, swiftly consuming breakfast. The dim light emitted by the white worm generator signaled a critical fuel shortage, prompting him to replenish it first. He hurried to the hatch area and donned the JK-01 close-fitting armor. The armor was modified for direct wear. After outfitting himself with protective clothing and a glass helmet, he dashed to the container and Oppo's side, retrieving the stones he had previously collected. Upon returning to the living space, he cautiously tossed the stones inside, relieved to see the generator and amp, Oppo's light glow orange once more. Shinjin removed the glass helmet but remained clad in protective gear. He intended to position the container directly over the previously excavated pit, concealed among the small mounds of earth he had unearthed. It would be challenging to dig to the same depth elsewhere. Thus, he resolved to deepen one specific spot. Having tasted the rewards of his labor, he knew that deeper anomalies held substantial wealth. Moreover, with the day's weather indicating heightened insect activity, he seized the opportunity to harvest. Having devised a simple strategy, Shinjin settled by the window, noting that visibility was even poorer than the previous day. He activated the strategic equipment and simultaneously opened the control interface for the container's movement tracks. To his surprise, the previously dark screen revealed a live feed. The tablet displayed the exterior view of the container, specifically from the hatch area, where the signs of activity were most evident. With a camera-like device in the hatch area transmitting visuals to the tablet, maneuvering the container became remarkably convenient. Initially, he had planned to guide the container using the limited view from the window, but this new capability was a boon. He swiftly began maneuvering the container, first retreating until he could see the pile of stones, along with the anchor point affixed nearby, secured by a safety rope leading to the pit. Aligning the container parallel to the anchor point, he focused on the slender rope visible on the screen, making his approach with precision, despite the container shuddering. The external winds lacked the strength to topple it. The initial movement was slow, and to accelerate, he would need to double-tap the forward arrow or another directional key. Shinjin first attempted to increase speed before reverting to a normal pace, mindful that excessive velocity would cause the tablet's display to shake, obscuring the view of the safety rope. As the container continued on its path, Shunjun discerned peculiar sounds above him. The electromagnetic cannon seemed to be charging. Though it was his first encounter with such a sound, he could unmistakably identify it as the unmistakable noise of the cannon powering up. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed from above, followed by a white-blue beam shooting forth, vanishing into the swirling dust. Though he could not discern what had been struck, he was certain it was an anomaly. Jumping insects and armored creatures rarely ventured to the surface. It was likely a flying insect. Though invisible, Shinjin envisioned the scene. Given the diminutive size of flying insects, it felt akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. In an instant, the cannon discharged again. Shinjin lamented that he had seen nothing, marveling at the efficiency of the automatic targeting system. Soon after, he observed the screen displaying interconnected small mounds of earth. The pit was within reach, prompting him to find a suitable position for the container. He maneuvered carefully, ultimately positioning it between two earthen hills, effectively cloaking most of the container from view. With that settled, he prepared to venture into the pit to capture anomalies. He first visited the marketplace to purchase a flashlight, spending 10 insect coins, leaving him with a balance of 6,797. The pit had reached a considerable depth, making it difficult to discern anything with the ambient light. Thus, a flashlight was indispensable until he reached an area illuminated by glowing particles. Before descending into the pit, Qinjun thoroughly checked his equipment. He deemed it essential to carry the shield for safety, especially given the numerous enhancements it provided. The stabbing blade would not be necessary, however. He needed to bring the bullet spear and a fully loaded revolver. Additionally, he readied the tools for excavation: a power drill, a shovel, sacks, and handcart. Lastly, he packed several jump insect barrier capsules, as some entrances to the jump insect burrows were blocked by stones, necessitating their replacement with these capsules. Having prepared thoroughly, Qinjun donned his glass helmet once more and pushed the handcart out of the container. This was the first time he had seen the container and Oppo's entirety from the outside since its modifications. Upon exiting the hatch area, he encountered a nearly 40 centimeters height difference due to the added tracks, which elevated the hatch. Such challenges were trivial to him. After securing the hatch, he stepped back to observe the container. The tracks stood at a height of 40 centimeters, resembling those of a tank, encompassing robust wheels. Both tracks and wheels appeared solid, crafted from durable materials. The external electric net resembled a fishing net draped over the container, though the most conspicuous feature remained the automated electromagnetic cannon, strategically positioned above the hatch area. Upon witnessing the combat-ready installations he had financed with insect coins, Qinjun entered the pit. He activated the flashlight, casting its beam to the deepest recesses of the hole. So far, all appeared well, devoid of any strange noises. Some stones previously blocking the entrances to the jump insect burrows had been penetrated, yet no sign of the insects was visible. Continuing deeper, he reached the breached jump insect burrow and promptly set the barrier capsules in place. In the blink of an eye, he turned his gaze to the depths of the pit. Unlike before, within the beam of the flashlight, a dark forelimb had fully emerged. Chapter 52. The active alien insects in the beam of the flashlight. A beetle had completely emerged, just as Qinjun was retrieving his weapon and shield from the cart. Another beetle followed closely behind the first. These beetles appeared remarkably lively, advancing towards Qinjun's direction, while he could effortlessly dispatch a single beetle with a bullet from behind. The presence of two, one in front and one behind, rendered that strategy impractical, as it would expose him to a pincer attack. Qinjun abandoned the idea of conserving ammunition and raised his revolver from a distance. The flashlight illuminated the scene clearly. The alien insects were far enough away, granting him ample time to aim. Bang! With a gentle press of his index finger on the trigger, a dark projectile pierced the head of the first beetle. As its elongated legs ceased their slow movement, the beetle collapsed lifelessly. While assessing the situation, Qinjun noticed the second beetle turning sideways, its slender legs climbing the earthen wall of the tunnel, traversing over the corpse of its fallen comrade like a gecko. He was taken aback by the clumsiness of the beetle displaying such agility. However, he quickly realized that, in addition to the one scaling the wall, two more beetles were advancing towards him from the direction of the first beetle's body. So many alien insects. Instead of feeling fear, Qinjun experienced a surge of excitement. This corroborated the information he had gleaned from the recent weather log regarding the heightened activity of alien insects. Bang! Bang! Qinjun fired twice, eliminating the leading two beetles. He then adjusted his aim at the beetle climbing the wall. Bang! Another shot rang out. In less than 2 minutes, he had dispatched 4 beetles, something he could scarcely have imagined just the day before. However, his revolver now held only 2 rounds. Qinjun heard the faint sounds of more alien insects crawling behind the 4 corpses. The rustling noise filled the tunnel, and due to the obstruction of the beetle bodies, he could not discern how many more insects lurked deeper within. The area illuminated by the flashlight had also diminished significantly. Buzzing sounds reached his ears. The familiar drone of flying insects. Where were they? He searched intently, questioning whether they originated from behind the beetles or the side cave of the jumping insects. The answer was both. In an instant, figures of flying insects emerged from the previously obscured jumping insect cave. Simultaneously, smaller flying insects began to approach from deeper within the illuminated area. These alien insects were capable of traversing various caves, which did not surprise Qinjun. The real challenge lay in how to confront such a multitude of flying insects alongside the advancing beetles. As he contemplated this dilemma, 2 or 3 flying insects swooped toward him. Noticing their blade-like forelimbs, Qinjun did not evade but instead positioned his prismatic armor shield before him. The large surface of the shield effectively deflected the attacks of the flying insects. He could feel their impact against the shield. With a swift push of his left hand, he advanced the shield and quickly sidestepped, Meanwhile, his bullet spear was poised, ready for action. With the dual advantages of the prismatic armor shield and bullet spear, Qinzhen felt his movements become notably lighter. Swish, swish, swish. The bullet spear darted into the bodies of the flying insects, causing them to erupt in a spray of vibrant green fluid upon impact. The substance splattered onto the spear and shield. In the blink of an eye, 10 more flying insects appeared. Focusing on these swift-moving threats, Qinzhen employed his previous tactic. He first used the large shield to block the onslaught of flying insects, and once they were momentarily stilled, he methodically dispatched them one by one with the bullet spear. In no time, despite remaining stationary, he found himself surrounded by 2 to 3 dozen corpses of flying insects. The prismatic armor shield and bullet spear were now obscured beneath a layer of the vibrant green fluid. Just as he relaxed, having not felt any further impacts against the shield, he moved it aside to reveal 2 large beetles looming before him. Swish, swish. Qinzhen retreated 2 steps, thrusting the bullet spear forward with urgency. The foremost beetle suffered a devastating blow to its neck, bursting forth a deluge of pus. This strike held greater power than before, undoubtedly a result of the enhancements from the prismatic armor shield. If this was the case, using the bullet spear to kill beetles became a viable option, albeit more laborious. With a series of thrusts to the same vulnerable area of the beetle's body, Qinzhen expanded the wound significantly. The effect was quite pronounced, as more viscous green fluid mixed with dark liquid oozed forth. This was the first time he had witnessed black liquid flowing from the interior of a beetle. It seemed he had ruptured some of its vital organs. Relentlessly, he continued his assault, transforming the beetle before him into a grotesque form, creating a large gaping hole around its head. Though it was physically demanding, he persisted, delivering no fewer than 10 thrusts. Soon after, the other beetle, stepping over its fallen companion and Apos' body, swung its formidable forelimb directly at him. Qinzhen hastily raised his shield to block the incoming attack. Bang! The force of the blow was far more substantial than that of the previously encountered flying insects, leaving Qinzhen and Apos' left hand somewhat numb from the impact. However, this heavy strike rendered the beetle's head area unprotected. Seizing the opportunity, Qinzhen aimed at the beetle's retracted head, and with a swift thrust, he struck. A spray of viscous green liquid erupted along the sides of the bullet spear. Having grown accustomed to such scenes, Qinzhen felt no revulsion. Rather, it signified the impending arrival of 600 alien insect coins. Without the protection of its robust forelimbs, the beetle's head proved relatively vulnerable. Qinzhen continued his thrusting motions until the beetle lay lifeless against the ground. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously moved his shield aside, for he had not heard any further sounds of alien insect activity. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted a heap of insect corpses, with no sign of life remaining. Once more, he switched on the flashlight, striving to illuminate the farthest reaches of the tunnel. The end was littered with dark, lifeless bodies of alien insects. Aside from a few that still twitched, all those that had emerged from the cave had been dealt with by Qinzhen. He exhaled deeply, observing the glass shield now covered in a layer of dust. These insect carcasses needed to be cleared promptly, as they obstructed the tunnel passage, preventing any further movement. After ensuring no alien insects were lurking deeper within or in other caverns, Qinzhen began to bag the corpses at his feet. He started with the larger and more valuable beetles, followed by the smaller flying insects. Swiftly, he organized and counted the alien insect bodies, a total of 6 beetles and 35 flying insects. With the bag securely packed, Qinzhen struggled to push the bulging sacks toward the exit of the tunnel. Chapter 53. The trembling earth, the howling wind, and sand outside nearly toppled Qinzhen and his handcart. This gust was far more ferocious than the one encountered earlier. With determination, Qinzhen grasped the handle of the cart and ascended a small dirt mound, subsequently steadying himself against the cart as he descended another slope. He arrived at the front of the capsule and strode directly to the hatch. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. The heavy hatch slowly creaked open. Qinzhen lifted a bag of alien insect corpses from the cart and discarded it onto the metallic floor. Due to the height difference of the tracks, he exerted considerable effort. All 3 bags of insect remains were moved to the hatch area. Qinzhen, neglecting to retrieve them, gripped the bottom of the sack with both hands. With a forceful yank, the corpses spilled onto the floor. The dark gray surface instantly transformed into a deep green hue. He closed the hatch once more, carrying the empty sack as he pushed the cart back into the burrow. As he peered out from the burrow and Apos' entrance, 2 flying insects surged forth, nearly striking him. Just as he prepared to confront them, a strong gust swept by, carrying the insects far away. Chun-Jun re-entered the burrow, and without the need for a flashlight, he observed clusters of alien insects crawling up from the depths. There were beetles and, for the first time, jumping insects. The buzzing of flying insects echoed through the cavern. The second wave of alien insects was far more numerous than the first, prompting Chun-Jun to hasten to his weapons cache. Seizing the opportunity before the insects could catch up, he swiftly moved close to the burrow's entrance, where the light was ample, allowing for a quick retreat if necessary. With a decisive kick, he sent the handcart tumbling out of the burrow, deeming it unnecessary and obstructive. He immediately raised his prismatic shield. In an instant, 2 or 3 flying insects collided with him, while 4 or 5 others flew directly behind him. The powerful wind outside whisked the insects away from his back. These flying creatures, unable to alter their trajectory mid-flight and traveling at great speed, would simply be blown away by the gusts if they ventured behind him. This was one of the reasons Chun-Jun chose to confront them here. He had no concern about their swift movements encroaching upon his rear. He forcefully pushed the shield forward, dispelling the bothersome insects, and brandished his bullet spear. In mere moments, he had skewered several of the flying insects before his eyes. Subsequently, he noticed some jumping insects approaching him, hopping eagerly from the ground. They were slightly faster than the beetles, utilizing their agility within the spacious burrow. Not far off, 3 jumping insects poised themselves for an attack. Chun-Jun noticed their intent and positioned his shield in front of him, bending his legs to crouch behind the shield. The sound of the jumping insects' impacts was sharper compared to the dull thud of the flying insects, perhaps due to the unique shape of their heads. The force of their collisions was substantial, akin to that of the beetles' legs. Chun-Jun managed to cope, though his fingers gripping the shield trembled slightly, tingling with fatigue. Employing his previous strategy, he pushed away a few jumping insects, seizing the moment of their temporary confusion to swing his bullet spear. Each jumping insect burst with a pop, a thin spray of ichor splattering onto his protective visor. He spotted a dozen more of these jumping insects nearby. Raising his shield once more, he quickly observed that 2 or 3 jumping insects had evaded the shield, leaping directly behind him, embedding themselves into the burrow and Oppo's earthen wall. Chun-Jun was unperturbed. He drove his bullet spear through the hole created by the jumping insects, feeling the satisfying resistance of impact. In an instant, the shield was once again bombarded by the relentless assault of jumping insects. Chun-Jun attempted to retreat a couple of steps, feeling the strong wind at his back. He then withdrew the shield, allowing the bullet spear to dart like a dragon among the jumping insects. The walls of the burrow and the spear itself became stained with a rich green. Just as one wave of conflict subsided, another emerged. The previously sluggish beetles now surged towards Chun-Jun's feet, entering from the uppermost part of the burrow. With determination, he struck at the beetles. Gripping the bullet spear tightly and thrusting downward with precision, he aimed for the head of one beetle, stabbing repeatedly. The number of alien insects continued to swell. After dispatching the beetles at his feet, he noticed more emerging from the depths of the burrow. Time was of the essence. With the more agile flying and jumping insects yet to appear, Chun-Jun resolved to dispose of the insect corpses nearby by tossing them into the capsule. He could not bear the thought of leaving behind the bodies of the insects he had slain. He placed his weapon outside the burrow and moved swiftly, targeting the valuable large beetles to transfer outside. In a fluid motion, he bagged them and placed them on the handcart. Within minutes, all the insect corpses surrounding him were cleared away, except for those that had perished in the smaller cavities. He had no time to extract them individually. For beetles, 28 jumping insects, 17 flying insects. Against the fierce wind, Chun-Jun hurriedly transported the insect corpses to the hatch area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Familiar with the process, he leapt onto the capsule and Oppo's metallic floor. He yanked the sack containing the insect remains, gripping its corners tightly before swiftly pulling. The corpses tumbled onto the pile of alien remains. Having completed this task, Chun-Jun returned to the entrance of the burrow. Yet, he scarcely had time to assess the situation within the burrow when an unsettling sensation washed over him. Standing still, he took a moment to listen. Aside from the roaring wind and sand, the earth was trembling. A sense of foreboding gripped Chun-Jun. He recalled the tremors felt when the gas vent had opened previously. Could there also be a gas vent beneath his feet? Time slipped away as the tremors persisted. If a vent were to open here, he would need to operate the capsule immediately. However, an inexplicable unease lingered in his heart. If it were indeed a gas vent, the underground activity should be far more intense. When the previous fin opened, he could hardly remain upright, yet now he felt no such instability. Suddenly, the electromagnetic cannon atop the capsule charged and fired, unleashing a searing white beam into the chaotic sandstorm. Chen Jun began to grasp the situation, a connection between the cannon's activation, the tremors of the ground, and the inundation of alien insects surging from the burrow. A multitude of insects was now active on the surface. Realizing the urgency, he decided to abandon his hunting plans in the burrow, grabbing his weapons and equipment before heading back to the capsule. As he prepared to leave, he cast one last glance into the depths of the burrow. In the dark recesses, a rather tall and furry figure loomed in the middle of the cavern. Chapter 54. The thorny round shield before him lay a humanoid aberration, a creature reminiscent of a spider, indelibly etched in Shinjin and Appo's memory. Deeper within, other aberrations began to manifest. At this thought, an involuntary urgency propelled Chun Jun to hasten his steps, racing towards the box with fervor. Identity verification successful, please proceed. With a surge of determination, Chun Jun exerted all his strength to open the hatch, tossing the hand truck inside with one hand. Following it, he unceremoniously threw in tools like electric drills, along with an array of weapons, all in a flurry. Where crackled the overhead electromagnetic cannon charged once more, directing its energy towards the distance as Chinjin swiftly dove into the box. One rotation, 2-3. His movements were swift. He first closed the hatch, disregarding everything else, and seized the black tablet to commence operations. Navigating to the control interface for the box's mobility tracks, Chinjin adeptly maneuvered the box away from the immediate area, referencing the visuals provided before the hatch. Where crackle the electromagnetic cannon fired again. Chun-Jun adjusted the angle of the box, steering it away from the direction of the cannon's discharge. A double tap on the forward arrow caused the entire box to shudder, the mechanical sounds resonating from the tracks. Chun-Jun felt a slight jolt as the box and Appo's speed surged to a new level. Before long, he had vacated the area, yet his precise location remained a mystery, surrounded as he was by an endless expanse of swirling yellow sand. However, a silver lining emerged. The electromagnetic cannon had ceased firing, indicating no aberrations had appeared within a 200-meter radius. At this juncture, Chun-Jun exhaled in relief, surveying the disheveled hatch area, preparing to reclaim the remains of the aberrations. He began by cleaning the I-core from the tools, the hand truck, electric drill, and spear-like projectiles. Although the electric drill was inoperative, it had nonetheless acquired I-core from the metal base during the previous tumult. Once all tools and weapons were cleansed, he placed them neatly to one side of the hatch area. Next, he turned his attention to himself, particularly the glass helmet, which warranted meticulous cleaning. Ultimately, he regarded the corpses of the aberrations strewn across the hatch area. The scanning red light from the aberration recovery station could not entirely envelop the bodies. Chun-Jun raised the tablet high, striving to reclaim as much as possible. Successfully recovered beetles 10, awarded aberration coins 6,000, successfully recovered jumping insects 28. Awarded aberration coins 1680, successfully recovered flying insects 52, awarded aberration coins 1040. After the comprehensive scanning concluded, Chinjin glanced at the pop-up notifications on the tablet interface. The base of the box had reverted to its dark, metallic luster. Despite the perils encountered, the haul had been substantial in under 2 hours. He amassed nearly 10,000 aberration coins. Aberration coin balance, 15517. Chinjin slowly exhaled, then remembered he had yet to remove his glass helmet. Upon discarding the helmet, he followed suit by shedding his protective suit, placing it back in its designated spot. With such a plethora of aberrations, the gear obtained must be plentiful, he mused. Chun-Jun fixed his gaze upon the interface of the aberration recovery station, and after a brief wait, the notification window appeared. Acquired armor, JK-02 exoskeleton heavy armor 1. Acquired armor, JK-01 form-fitting armor 1. Acquired weapon, thorny round shield 1. Acquired weapon, bullet spear 2. Acquired weapon, TC-01 revolver special bullets 24. Acquired weapon, spike staff 1. Acquired weapon, stabbing blade 5. Acquired food, crispy insect leg sticks 3. Acquired food, cream-filled milk sticks 3. Acquired food, crispy insect leg sharks 3. This time, the array of weapons and equipment was the most abundant Chinjin had ever witnessed, a direct result of the vast number of aberrations reclaimed. Amidst some familiar gear, numerous new items also caught his eye. Chun-Jun quickly scanned through them, then promptly clicked the confirmation button, prompting the entire trove of equipment to materialize. The instant the weapons and gear manifested, Qinzhen's attention was drawn to the newly unveiled shield. Dubbed the Thorny Round Shield, its peculiar design was striking. The shield itself was relatively small, a circular form with a diameter of less than 50 centimeters. Yet, the most conspicuous feature was the claw-like appendage protruding from its center, as if it had sprouted from the shield itself. The remainder of the shield and Oppo's surface was adorned with fragmented fillers. This sight reminded Qinzhen of the shattered beer bottles that once adorned the walls of his grandparents' yard, serving as a deterrent against intruders. The debris on the shield was composed of fragments from the beetles. Was the emergence of such an item related to his own shattering of the beetle and Oppo's form? Cradling the shield in both hands, he noted that the reverse side was rather conventional, equipped with a hand grip. It thus appeared that the shield was not only defensive but also capable of offensive maneuvers, albeit its size limited its protective capacity. In addition to the Thorny Round Shield, the JK-02 exoskeleton heavy armor was equally eye-catching. Unlike the previous form-fitting soft armor, this heavy armor exuded a sense of solidity. It comprised only the upper body section, with the front displaying clear patches of beetle carapace. The back was indistinguishable from the front. Openings on the left and right sides, as well as at the top and bottom, allowed Qinzhen's arms to extend through. He could envision himself encased within it, akin to being ensconced in a turtle shell. Qinzhen paid little heed to the other weaponry and equipment. The revolver had yielded an abundance of ammunition, allowing him to wield it with greater abandon. The box remained in motion, and as long as Qinzhen refrained from issuing new commands, the mobility tracks would continue based on his previous actions. He contemplated relocating the gear to the living area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Bang as the metallic door to the living area swung open. A low hum resonated from above. The electromagnetic cannon had fired once more. Qinzhen, clutching the tablet along with several pieces of equipment, approached a table adorned with windows. Had the aberrations caught up so soon? He had just adjusted to the highest speed available. If they had truly pursued him, he would be at a loss. Opening the mobility tracks once again, Qinzhen scrutinized the visuals relayed before the hatch. Were crackle this time. He discerned clearly that the cannon's firing trajectory was not directed backward but forward. A pincer movement? Qinzhen pondered the optimal direction for escape when the hum of another shot rang out. He promptly paused the box and Oppo's motion in the blink of an eye. A similar sound echoed through the distant sandstorm. In a breath, a searing white light streaked past the window, aimed at him from behind. This was undoubtedly not his electromagnetic cannon. There were others amidst the sandstorm. Almost immediately, the cannon above erupted again, targeting the front. The electromagnetic cannon autonomously locked onto the aberrations, and the box was flanked by foes. Moreover, another individual was similarly pursued by aberrations from behind. In conditions of severely limited visibility, Qinzhen glimpsed a metallic, angular object appear on the tablet and Oppo's display. That was a box, someone else and Oppo's box. Chapter 55. The giant. The image on the tablet became increasingly vivid. Another tracked box emerged starkly, leaving Qinzhen no time to react. Bang! A searing beam of light once again shot past him. With no way forward or backward, Qinzhen urgently adjusted the box's direction and darted to the side. He swiftly clicked the left arrow, causing the box to completely realign and begin moving in the opposite direction. A low, mechanical hum resonated through the tracks. And at the same moment, another box followed closely behind, both racing in unison. The last glimpse Qinzhen caught of the other box was through a glass window, after which he could only faintly hear the mechanical sounds trailing behind, along with the sporadic discharge of the electromagnetic cannon. He fixed his gaze on the tablet's display. The sandstorm obscured visibility, rendering the terrain ahead nearly indistinguishable. Should he encounter large boulders or small ravines, evasion would be impossible, and he would have to jolt through them. Compared to the treacherous landscape, Qinzhen was far more concerned about the monstrous insects pursuing him from behind. The electromagnetic cannon atop the box had not ceased firing, discharging shot after shot. Yet, if he were to halt recklessly, the overwhelming horde of insects within the sandstorm would surely devour his box whole. After wandering aimlessly for a while, Qinzhen began to notice changes in the tablet's image. It became increasingly clearer, with visibility extending far into the distance. Was the sandstorm coming to an end? Before him lay an expanse of wilderness, yet in the distance, rolling outlines emerged, a chain of hills, with visibility improving. Qinzhen resolved to glance back at his pursuers. He maintained the box and Oppo's forward trajectory, moving towards the hills, while the entire box began to shift laterally on its tracks. Moments later, through the window, Chun spotted the box that had been tailing him. Aside from the absence of an external electric net, it was fully equipped with other combat facilities. Peering further back, he beheld a staggering multitude of monstrous insects, tens of thousands, perhaps even more. Most of the area within his line of sight was overrun with these creatures, and at the horizon where earth met sky, a writhing black line of insects stretched across the landscape. Beetles, jumpers, and flying insects skimmed just above the ground. There were even types of insects Qinjin had never encountered before, all frantically pursuing him and the other individual. Initially, Qinjin contemplated using the box's external electric net to dispatch the insects. However, it became clear that if he did not eliminate these creatures quickly, he would be consumed himself. He promptly adjusted the box and Oppo's direction, returning his gaze to the front, driving forward at maximum speed. Qinjin was uncertain when this relentless chase would cease, or when the insects would relent, knowing that the box's energy would inevitably deplete. With a crackle and a hiss, the electromagnetic cannon above unleashed another volley. Qinjin glanced out the window as fragments of rock erupted from the ground beside the box. Boom! A massive boulder arced through the air, soaring over the top of Qinjin's box and crashing down on the other side. Another thunderous boom echoed, leaving Qinjin bewildered. Seconds later, two more colossal stones hurtled towards him from the same location. The sight was terrifying. If he continued on this path, he would surely be struck. He quickly redirected the box to veer left and accelerated forward. Qinjin's eyes remained fixed on the murky sky outside, watching the two boulders soar. An unsettling sensation gripped him. Something was using stones to attack their box. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted behind him as he swiftly turned the box around. The box that had been following him was struck by a boulder, exposing its front end. Qinjin caught a glimpse of the other individual, panic-stricken, covering their mouth and nose with their hands. The box ground to a halt, billowing thick black smoke from the tracks in front. As the distance grew, Qinjin could no longer see that person. Whether it was a figment of his imagination or not, he felt he could hear their cries for help. Qinjin's box twisted at an angle as he pressed onward, noticing that the vast swarm of insects had already caught up to the stationary box. He fixed his gaze on the throng of dark insects that completely enveloped the other box. They swarmed beneath the tracks, atop the box, and covered every conceivable surface. Offering a silent tribute for the lost individual, Qinjin continued his journey, knowing there was little else he could do, as the horde of insects still pursued him. Qinjin glanced back at the location from which the boulders had been hurled, revealing a chilling sight. A colossal, humanoid black arm lay sprawled on the ground, dragging a skull with it. There must be a massive cavern at that spot. Such a creature had undoubtedly emerged from within. Once the gigantic humanoid monster fully emerged from the subterranean depths, Qinjin beheld its true form. It was not merely a giant insect, but rather a grotesque amalgamation of countless insects shaped into a human figure. The skull, arms, shoulders, and legs were all composed of swarming insects, perpetually in motion. Insects crawled from its abdomen to its arms, while others burrowed into the eye sockets of the skull. As the creature moved, insects continuously fell from its body, while thousands more clambered up its ankles to reconstruct its form. The details of the giant and Oppo's ankles were obscured, resembling two massive mounds of insect pupa intertwined. Such a monstrosity existed. A chill coursed through Qinjin, igniting within him a steely resolve. It seemed fortuitous that he had chosen the left path. Had he opted for the right, he would now be at the mercy of that giant. He had to escape this area at all costs. Qinjin glanced at the tablet. He still had some distance to cover before reaching the hills he had initially spotted. More critically, the white worm generator had shifted to a dull gray hue rather than the vibrant orange it had been. The movement of the tracks and the consumption of the electromagnetic cannon had drained a considerable amount of the box and Oppo's energy, clattering and jostling. Qinjin navigated a rough stretch of terrain, yet he dared not reduce his speed. The hills, devoid of insects, remained his sole beacon of hope. After being pursued by the insects for over 10 minutes, all the while evading the boulders raining down above, Qinjin could not afford to relax for even a moment. However, upon cresting a modest hill, he was left utterly dumbfounded. At the foot of the hills lay countless dark specks, not insects, but boxes, hundreds of them clustered together. An even more unsettling thought gripped him. Had they all been driven here by the relentless swarm? Chapter 56, JK-02 Exoskeleton Heavy Armor. Time swiftly passes, and the relentless army of aberrant insects leaves no room for Qinjin to pause. He accelerates the box, hurtling down from the small hill. And as he descends the slope, the speed of the box intensifies. At this moment, Shinjin notices not only the boxes of others in his previous location, but also a dozen or so boxes cascading down from a nearby hill, trailing plumes of dusty yellow smoke from their moving treads. The aberrant insects have yet to catch up, and in a moment of inexplicable impulse, Shinjin opens the regional chat channel. Region 1036, population 5225, 10,000. The most striking change is the population count. Yesterday there were over 7,000, and now only 5,000 remain. In merely a few short hours this morning, over 2,000 souls have perished. What on earth is happening? How can there be so many insects? Isn't the countdown for the insect tide still ongoing? Who knows? I'm at the foot of the hill, and I see many people gathered here. Are you being pursued by the aberrant insects? Once you reach here, did they stop chasing you? How do you know? It's just like that. When I arrived, I noticed the insects had ceased their pursuit, which puzzled me. Me too. Gradually, a multitude of individuals began to share their experiences, undoubtedly echoing the same ordeal, being chased by the aberrant insects until they reached this place. Those who survived are fortunate. Those without installed box treads, or who chose the wrong escape route, are likely long gone. The mechanical sounds echoed once more as Chun-Jun adjusted the box's perspective. Glancing behind him, apart from the swirling yellow dust like the others, he could discern no sign of the black line of insects in the distance. Much like the observations of others, it seems the aberrant insects are fearful of this location, not witnessing any changes, and with no electromagnetic cannon firing. Chun-Jun began to return the box to its normal angle, steering it towards the gathering of boxes. He had never before encountered such a multitude of boxes. It was his first time witnessing so many congregated together. An inexplicable sense of belonging enveloped Chun-Jun. Indeed, humans are social creatures. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally discerned the expanse filled with countless boxes. Identical boxes lay haphazardly, lacking any semblance of order. Some were fully equipped, boasting the latest combat facilities, much like Chun-Jun's own box. Others bore only treads and external electric nets, while some featured treads and automated electromagnetic cannons. However, without exception, all these boxes were outfitted with moving treads. As Chun-Jun observed the images transmitted to his tablet, he noted not only the clustered boxes but also some daring individuals emerging from them, clad in protective suits, standing amidst the gaps between boxes. Groups of 3 to 5 began to converse, seemingly relieved to have found companions. At first glance, aside from the earlier harrowing chase, this scene appeared almost serene. The mechanical sounds emanated from the treads as Chun-Jun maneuvered the box to a suitable stop. He adjusted the angle of the box, casting his gaze towards the dusty slope he had just ascended, still apprehensive that the aberrant insects might pursue him. At this moment, Chun-Jun finally settled down. The white worm generator exuded a pale gray hue, likely on the verge of depletion within an hour or two. He had observed the surroundings, noting the availability of stone fuel. However, venturing out to gather stones and returning with a load could raise suspicions among others. What if he encountered those of ill intent? Here, laws are non-existent, and human nature would be laid bare. Chun-Jun resolved to observe the situation a while longer. Sitting at a metal dining table, he swiped through his tablet, noting not only prompts regarding the recovery of equipment from the aberrant insects, but also several notifications appearing in red. He glanced once more at the slope, where wisps of yellow smoke spiraled downward. These were the boxes. As for the aberrant insects, he had yet to see any. Chun-Jun clicked on the first pop-up, which contained information about the equipment. JK-02 exoskeleton heavy armor. Basic information. Length 85 cm, with 53 cm, thickness 166 cm. Crafted from the exoskeleton of a beetle, retaining its mottled characteristics, lined with the soft, warm membrane of the beetle's abdomen. Effect: increases the wearer's strength by 8 points, constitution by 3 points, armor by 5 points, and vitality by 80 points. Usage instructions: the exoskeleton heavy armor is worn over protective clothing. While it offers commendable defense, it does impede mobility to a certain extent. Chun-Jun swiftly skimmed through the equipment's information. In terms of attributes, it fell slightly short compared to the previous crystalline armor shield. Yet it surpassed the form-fitting armor he wore. It could be considered a middle ground between the two pieces of equipment. As for the usage instructions, Chun-Jun felt that the heavy armor was less convenient than wielding a shield. Its sole advantage lay in the comprehensive protection it afforded without the need for constant vigilance. After perusing this equipment, the peculiar shield reappeared before him in image form. Thorn Circle Shield. Basic information. A circular shield with a diameter of 45.6 cm, thickness of 2 cm. Crafted from the hard back of a beetle. The center of the shield features a limb capable of long-range attacks, and the entire surface is covered with fragments of the beetle and Apos' head. Effect: increases the wearer's strength by 5 points, constitution by 5 points, and vitality by 50 points. Usage instructions: in addition to withstanding attacks, this shield possesses significant offensive capabilities, crafted by a master of terror. The shield's most notable feature is its ability to launch attacks, yet exposing a significant portion of one's body remains perilous. After reviewing the shield's introduction, he encountered another piece of equipment known as the Spiked Lance. Spiked Lance, basic information, length 130 cm, tapering from the finest point at the front to the thickest at the end, with diameters ranging from 0.1 cm to 5 cm. Crafted from the hind legs of various species of jumping insects, it serves not only as a weapon but also as a walking stick. Effect: increases the wearer's agility by 5 points and vitality by 20 points. Usage instructions: the tip of the lance is exceptionally sharp. Handle with care to avoid injury. Chunjin nodded at the description of the spiked lance, planning to sell it at a low price once the situation outside stabilizes. Just as he prepared to continue scrolling through his tablet, he caught sight of a shadow approaching. A man clad in protective gear stood beside his box, gesturing towards Chunjin through the glass window. He raised a thumb, indicating the hatch door, while simultaneously forming words with his lips. Chunjin discerned the intention to open the hatch, and he focused intently as several boxes trailed yellow smoke, racing past them. Chapter 57. Chaos. The man's expression bore no malice, yet Chunjin had no intention of simply opening the hatch. They exchanged glances through the window for a few seconds, during which the man gestured again, this time pointing not at the hatch but at the tablet in Chunjin's hand. Understanding his intent, Chunjin accessed the regional channel on the tablet, only to discover that a group had already begun to form. Brother Wang, it had to be my brother Wang. Initially, I had my concerns, but now I felt a sense of reassurance. Following Brother Wang was undoubtedly the right choice. Where is Brother Wang? Do I need to step out of the pod? Chunjin's vision blurred slightly as he scrolled through the messages on the regional channel, tracing the source of the information. Our appearance here is no mere coincidence. The alien insects are far too formidable, and our strength is grossly inadequate. Our weaponry is utterly insufficient. We must band together, pooling our collective strength, and judiciously allocating our weapons to combat these alien pests. My name is Wang Qianlong. You may call me Dragon Brother or Brother Wang. If you need weapons, seek me out. Wang Qianlong. Chunjin thought he was Wang Zicheng. This name was unfamiliar, and he had never encountered it in the free trade mall before. As he continued to read, the situation became clearer. Wang Qianlong was providing weapons to those who lacked them, initially suggesting they communicate via private messages. Adding friends would allow for the transfer of alien currency and the exchange of weapons. However, someone proposed that meeting face-to-face would be more respectful towards Brother Wang and facilitate communication, as it seemed inappropriate to take someone's weapons without a proper exchange. Thus, some bold individuals ventured out of their pods to meet Brother Wang, while the more timid chose to message him privately. How many weapons will be needed for so many people? Chunjin pondered. This Brother Wang was shrouded in mystery. The man in front of the window stood for a moment, observing Chunjin's lack of movement towards the hatch before departing alone, likely in search of someone to accompany him to Brother Wang. Chunjin cast another glance outside, noticing more pods beginning to slide down from the hillside. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he realized something was amiss. At the hill's summit, where the pods had traversed, a dense mass of black lines began to appear. The alien insects were closing in. A tidal wave of alien creatures surged forth, and many others, like him, took note of the unfolding scene. Buzzing filled the air as numerous nearby pods activated, plunging the area into chaos. Boom. In the distance, Chunjin witnessed two pods collide violently. The front tracks and hatch deformed upon impact. A second later, a figure clad in protective gear rushed past his pod in a panic. It was the man from before. Chunjin quickly maneuvered his pod back to its original position. The screen displayed the hatch's perspective, revealing a scattering of hundreds of individuals in protective gear racing between the pods. He initiated the movement of his tracks, steering away from the approaching alien threat. The multitude of pods made navigation difficult, prompting him to push his pod aside, heading closer to the base of the hill. The ground trembled violently, the tranquil atmosphere of moments prior now a mere fade. Each individual began to frantically pilot their pod, with those at the center of the chaos losing their sanity. Like headless flies, they crashed into one another, many pods reduced to splinters. Witnessing this, Chun Jun retreated further from the crowd, his heart racing with anxiety. Hundreds of pods activated, enveloping the area in a cloud of yellow dust, obscuring the center from view. The cacophony of clashing metal resonated all around. The mechanical hum emanating from below was soon accompanied by the deafening roar of hundreds of electromagnetic cannons firing in unison. The pods on the fringes were now less than 200 meters from the alien horde. Shinjin felt a surge of panic. It wouldn't be long before he too was pursued. Moreover, resources were critically low. The alien currency he had collected was needed to purchase energy for his pod. Suddenly, the earth began to fracture, and Shinjin felt his pod rise as the ground buckled beneath him. He quickly altered his pod's trajectory, careening downwards. Not only his position, but the entire area was becoming riddled with upheavals. Through his window, Shinjin observed the ground splitting apart, revealing the emergence of the massive alien forms, the giants of the alien insects. These colossal creatures erupted from the ground, a black arm of alien insects extending towards Chunjin's pod. He beheld this immense appendage up close, observing the smaller flying insects writhing along its surface, serving as the outer layer of skin. The jumping insects connected at both ends, their hind legs providing explosive power, functioning as muscle. The larger beetles formed the interior, strung together by a long, dark red, centipede-like creature. This alien form was unlike anything Chunjun had ever encountered. It had a segmented body reminiscent of an earthworm, a deep crimson hue, with countless legs lining its sides. Stretching several meters in length, it served as the skeletal structure for the giant's arm. The alien giant was not a disordered pile of insects, but rather adhered to a strict hierarchy. The flying insects extended their forelimbs, acting as sharp spears at the forefront. Suddenly, the electromagnetic cannon atop Shinjin's pod began to gather energy for a shot. A searing white light pierced through the center of the alien arm, incinerating dozens of insects in an instant. However, the gaping hole was only visible for a fleeting moment before being filled by the writhing mass of insects once more. It was futile. Shinjin realized that his current weaponry could not possibly annihilate the giant. Boom. The alien arm swung down towards Shinjin's pod. He hurriedly maneuvered to evade the strike, but was still struck. The end of his pod was slammed by the alien appendage. A buzzing noise erupted behind him as the light strips overhead blared red. Dozens of insects crawled past his window. Shinjun maintained the movement of his pod, swiftly activating the external electric net. As the net engaged, the surface of his pod crackled with a cacophony of sounds. Buzz. With the electromagnetic cannon and external net working in tandem, Shinjun remained tense. After several seconds without the dark arm moving nearby, he peered through the window, only to see alien giants emerging across the entire area. They erupted from the ground in disarray, launching indiscriminate attacks on the pods. One giant seized a pod with its insect arm, crushing it as though it were a mere stone before casting it away into the distance. Shinjin swallowed hard, urging his pod to retreat swiftly, distancing himself from the battlefield. Chapter 58. Collapse with each step taken. The terrifying forms of the aberrant insect giants erupted from the depths below. Shinjin, fully concentrated, maneuvered the box to evade these colossal beings, utterly drained of energy. Countless dark figures emerged from the ground, plunging the crowd into a state of sheer panic. More than once, Shinjin narrowly escaped, almost struck down by the outstretched arms of the aberrant insect giants. The air was filled with a metallic clangor, and from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a box being completely crushed under a giant and Apos' massive foot. Swarms of aberrant insects engulfed the box, reducing it to an indistinguishable mass of remnants. Compared to the previous days, this was the true brink of life and death. The electromagnetic cannon above charged once more, targeting a giant that had just emerged with half of a skull from the earth. A shot struck true at the center of its forehead. The black skull swayed momentarily in the air but did not topple. Almost immediately, the resilient black aberrant insects filled the gap left by the cannon's onslaught. Shinjin navigated perilously between the towering giants, witnessing others in even graver predicaments. Not far off, two giants emerged from the ground, one on each side. The earth beneath began to fracture, and with no time to detour, Shinjun had no choice but to dash between the two giants. In a moment of inattention, a falling rock struck the side of his box, causing it to lurch violently. Shinjun nearly lost his grip on the tablet, and when he regained focus, the box was already beneath the feet of the aberrant giants. Here, the weight of their presence was palpable. In his peripheral vision, he saw countless writhing insects clinging like muck to the ankles of a giant. More insects poured out from the cavernous openings of the giant, all in a frenzied state. The electromagnetic cannon continued its relentless assault, and to his right, a colossal black arm swung down from the sky. Reacting swiftly, Qinjin adjusted the box to slip beneath the insect's arm. However, another black arm loomed before him. The box emitted a sharp metallic wail as the overhead lights flickered incessantly. He observed the area directly above the box collapsing and distorting. The sound of crackling echoed overhead, followed by the final hum of the electromagnetic cannon. This shot struck the bloated foot of the giant on the left, piercing through the filthy ankle and causing it to lose its balance instantly. A massive form began to topple towards Qinjin and Appo's S-box, initially at a slow pace, then accelerating beyond his ability to react. Despite his frantic attempts to escape, the giant's enormous body collided with him. Qinjin and Appo's eyes widened as he found himself surrounded by swarms of aberrant insects. The external electric net was functioning at full capacity, enveloping the box in a peculiar rhythm. Countless insects surged past his glass window. All he could see were insect legs, forelimbs, and heads, alongside the tablet's display showing the hatch area crawling with various aberrant creatures. Though enveloped by insects, the box and Appo's speed did not seem to diminish. There was a chance to break free. Qinjin's determination strengthened as a slender red arthropod crawled past his window. In that fleeting moment, he beheld something extraordinary. Behind this slender red insect was a sphere formed by no less than 10 similar red creatures, emitting a faint red glow that stood out against the darkness. What was this? The heart of the aberrant giant? The 10 or so red insects moved incessantly around the glowing sphere. A realization dawned on Qinjin. Could this red sphere be the core of the aberrant giant? With this entity, the insects moved with such remarkable coordination. Moreover, this glowing sphere resided within the giant and Appo's body, visible only because the box was traversing through it. In an instant, the luminous sphere shifted directly above the box. Simultaneously, the display on the tablet brightened, revealing metallic surfaces between the gaps of the black insects. Seconds passed, and the surroundings finally became clear. He had broken free. Qinjin saw no aberrant insects through the tablet or the side window, only the sound of the earth shattering behind him. Ahead, there were no massive pits left by the giants. He quickly distanced himself from that area, adjusting the box and Appo's angle to observe behind. The two black giants he had just passed were shifting away to another location. The battlefield was rife with chaos, and as he gazed at the giants, he felt he could still perceive that glowing red sphere. In less than 10 seconds, everything changed once more. All the aberrant giants on the battlefield ceased their movements simultaneously. The air was filled with the chaotic sounds of electromagnetic cannons firing erratically and the box colliding, while the insects fell silent. Confusion enveloped Qinjin as he scrutinized the battlefield. The giants remained motionless, as if obeying some unseen command. Simultaneously, several boxes like his own seized the opportunity to retreat from the battlefield. Amidst the chaotic sounds of cannon fire, Qinjin caught a glimpse of an unusual glow on the distant horizon, where the sky met the earth. His gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. First, it shimmered in a pale yellow, then transformed into an orange-red akin to evening clouds, and finally into a rich orange hue. This glow was not static. It pulsated with motion, soon illuminating the sky with an orange tint. Qinjin felt as though he could hear nothing. Even the booming sounds of the electromagnetic cannons had faded. On the nearby open ground, he witnessed massive stones being hurled up and down. Were larger aberrant giants emerging? No. It appeared more like. Before he could contemplate further, a fissure stretched from the distance and appeared directly beneath the box. In an instant, the ground shattered like ice, riddled with cracks. All around him, the landscape was filled with these fissures, and a resounding rumble echoed from deep underground. Simultaneously, the ground began to collapse, countless rocks disintegrating, and all fragments began to plummet. The box, the aberrant giants, everything in this area began to give way. Qinjin and Appo's first instinct was to escape the opening chasm, but upon witnessing the earth collapsing further away, his heart raced uncontrollably. This was no mere chasm. It was a massive earthquake. Frantically, he activated the box, yet before he could move a few meters, he felt a distinct sensation of falling. Through the narrow window, he beheld countless fragments mixed with black aberrant insects plunging alongside him. Their boxes, debris, everything around began to descend, as if all that had existed previously was but an illusion built upon fragile ice. The surroundings grew dark, the overhead lights flickering erratically. Eventually, the lights ceased to emit their faint glow, plunging Qinjin into complete darkness. He rolled within the box, clutching the nearby table and chair to prevent himself from slipping to the floor. With a resounding crash, Chen heard the sound of gravel cascading to the ground, followed closely by a violent impact reverberating from beneath the crate. He felt as though his head had been subjected to a cannonade, resonating with a persistent buzzing. His vision darkened, and consciousness slipped away. Chapter 59. Repairing the pod. Cough, cough, cough. Amidst a fit of violent coughing, Chen gradually regained consciousness. He crawled along the cold metallic floor, the overhead light flickering incessantly. The white worm generator before him was nearly extinguished. He sensed something warm in his throat and coughed again onto the metal surface, a pool of warm blood immediately appearing. Where's the tablet? Chen groped around and found his tablet under the corner of the dining table, fortunately undamaged. The screen was still lit, displaying the interface for the pod and Oppos, movement tracks. While the hatch area was shrouded in darkness, save for the illuminated buttons controlling the pod and Oppos, movement. Chen and Oppos, breathing quickened as, through the flickering lights. He discerned irregular pits and depressions surrounding the pod. More importantly, he was uncertain of his whereabouts. He accessed the pod and Oppos, management interface on his tablet. Eager to ascertain the pod and Oppos, status. Pod remaining power, 22. Pod damage level, 42. Intelligent control area. Internal pod temperature, 20. Internal pod humidity, 30. Internal pod oxygen concentration, 21. Pod lights, on-off. Pod heating, on-off. Pod humidification, on-off, with insufficient power. The white worm generator was inactive. Chen promptly visited the marketplace to purchase 50 pod power, spending 500 anomalous coins and leaving him with 15,017 coins. Next, he needed to repair the pod, indicated by a small wrench symbol next to the damage level. He clicked the icon. Repairing the pod will cost 200 anomalous coins. Proceed with repair? Without hesitation, Chen confirmed the action. These coins were essential. If the very pod he depended on for survival were to fail, he would be left with no means to endure. Confirming and deducting anomalous coins. Repairing the pod. This process will take 10 minutes. Please wait. Remaining anomalous coins, 10,817. After a minute following the pod's repair, the lights within the pod flickered back to life, allowing Chen to finally see his surroundings. Peering through the window, he observed a scattering of debris. The vastness of the area was indeterminate, but outside, darkness prevailed. Suddenly, amidst two stones, a jumping insect slowly ascended into view. In a flash, the jumping insect collided with the glass window before Chen, yet the glass remained intact, devoid of cracks or scratches. Alongside the jumping insect, he noted the presence of flying insects. These small anomalies were scattered throughout the rocky terrain. Desiring clarity on the current situation, Chen assessed the quiet surroundings and limited visibility. The previous giant insect had vanished, and the smaller anomalies now moved instinctively, which was a positive development. The overhead electromagnetic cannon was still inactive, even in this insect-laden environment, though he hadn't observed it. He surmised that the cannon and tracks had also sustained considerable damage. The tablet displayed the repair window for the pod. Gradually, he settled down to rest, and 10 minutes swiftly passed. Pod repair completed. Pod damage level, 0. With the repairs concluded, Chen looked up at the pod's ceiling and previous depressions, all restored to their original state. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He then proceeded to the combat readiness module to inspect the damage levels of other equipment. Pod movement track damage level, 31. External electric net damage level, 50. XT-01 model anti-insect automatic electromagnetic gun damage level, 83. Each piece of combat equipment exhibited varying degrees of damage. Chen deemed the electromagnetic cannon unnecessary for immediate repair, given the abundance of anomalies present. The noise generated by the automatic cannon could draw more insects. However, the tracks required urgent repair to facilitate the pod and Oppos' movement. The external electric net was also worth attempting to repair, as it could be effective against nearby anomalies. Chen first checked the cost to repair the movement tracks, which amounted to 930 anomalous coins. The external electric net was slightly cheaper, requiring 500 coins. He commenced repairs on these two combat facilities, which took less time than the pod repair, approximately 5 minutes. Remaining anomalous coins, 9,387. Just as he completed the repair on the external electric net, Chen activated it, ensuring that ordinary anomalies could not approach. He then picked up his tablet to maneuver the pod. Rumbling sounds echoed as stones tumbled from the pod and Oppos' top, making the terrain uneven. Shinjin aimed to position the pod on a flatter surface before making further plans. The mechanical sounds resumed as he navigated the pod for 2 to 3 minutes. Yet he still hadn't found a suitable place to halt. Finally, Shinjin resolved to venture outside for a better understanding of the situation. Information gleaned from within the pod was inherently limited. Moreover, he urgently needed stones to fuel the engine. Preparation was essential. So he donned his protective suit before heading to the hatch area. Identity verification successful. Please proceed. Dressed in his protective outfit and glass helmet, Shinjin donned the JK-02 model exoskeleton armor over his suit. Though the armor felt cumbersome, safety was the paramount concern. He equipped himself with a prismatic shield and selected a fully loaded revolver and a bullet spear as his weapons, not intending to stray far. He left behind the sack and took a flashlight instead. He circled around the pod once, twice, thrice, as the heavy hatch opened once more. Before he could step outside, a flying insect buzzed directly in front of him. Without hesitation, the bullet spear dispatched the insect in an instant. With several pieces of equipment, Chunjun and Appo's strength attribute had increased by over 20 points. Subsequently, he switched on the flashlight and stepped out of the pod, opting to keep the hatch open for easy re-entry. Using the flashlight, he scanned the vicinity. In the limited visibility, he could only discern rubble and dust, along with scattered dark anomalies. The area was remarkably expansive, entirely composed of stone debris. As the beam of the flashlight swept across, he glimpsed something unusual and turned the light in the opposite direction. A massive opening appeared before him, not horizontally aligned within the wall, but slanted downwards. It didn't resemble a tunnel excavated by humans. Rather, it seemed akin to an insect lair. The flashlight continued to illuminate the area, revealing numerous such entrances hidden among the debris. Suddenly, a jumping insect collided with his heavy armor in the darkness. Chunjin swiftly eliminated the insect, feeling only a slight impact, and scathed. First, he needed to gather stones for fuel, so he bent down and began tossing suitably sized debris onto the pod's floor. Chapter 60, a comprehensive explanation of the insect tide. What is the insect tide? With a rhythmic clatter, Chunjin selected appropriately sized stones and tossed them onto the metallic floor. Each sweep of the flashlight revealed small, dark silhouettes nestled among the rubble. Eagerly, Chunjin gathered the stones, and once he deemed he had collected enough, he casually tossed the prism armor shield onto the metallic surface. Supporting himself against the floor, he leaped up. Despite the weight of the heavy armor, he nimbly ascended, kicking aside the stones at his feet. He grasped the metallic handle behind the hatch and swiftly closed it. With a resounding thud, the metallic door sealed once more. Chunjin then removed the cumbersome armor, placing it beside the hatch area, contemplating donning it again for his next excursion before dashing back to the living quarters with his stones in hand. Identity confirmation successful. Please proceed. Before long, under Chunjin and Appo's provision, the white worm and Appo's generator emitted a warm orange glow once more. He exhaled a steady breath, regaining a semblance of calm. First, he returned to the hatch area to remove his glass helmet and protective suit, then settled back in the living quarters. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Chunjun hurriedly activated his tablet. If he were in such a predicament, surely many others in that area were facing similar fates. Area 1036, population 3225 10,000. The good news was that the regional chat channel still had active participants, albeit with sparse messages. Can anyone help me? I and Appo's broken my leg and cannot move. My box is trapped under the rubble. If this continues, I will die. Where are you? Is anyone there? Help! Help! I see a gigantic alien insect. The insect tide has arrived early. The messages echoed Chunjun and Appo's suspicions. It seemed everyone was experiencing a similar plight. The area was littered with rubble, and the massive alien insects lurking underground had yet to reveal themselves. As for the early arrival of the insect tide, Chunjun glanced at the information bulletin, where 2 red dots still glimmered. The first was an introduction to food items, which he had not previously finished reading, and upon reaching the second pop-up, he discovered it pertained to the insect tide. A comprehensive explanation of the insect tide. What is the insect tide? Description: the insect tide is a catastrophic phenomenon characterized by the periodic abnormal activity of alien insects. During an insect tide, the same type of alien insect becomes excessively violent, actively attacking and consuming all anomalies. The duration of an insect tide is unpredictable, lasting anywhere from several hours to 1 or 2 days. Moreover, the timing of the insect tide varies for each type of alien insect. Introduction. In addition to the rampancy of certain types of alien insects, the insect tide is often accompanied by catastrophic events, such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and so forth. Function. The activity of the insect tide is often related to changes in the insect nest and Apo's center, serving as an external manifestation of the nest regulation and transformation. For instance, earthquakes caused by the movement of tectonic plates. Supplement. Following the insect tide, local alien insect resources will be depleted. Additionally, alien insects not native to the area will emerge, often posing extreme danger, potentially even more so than the catastrophic events of the insect tide itself. This insect tide has arrived early. Once the insect tide concludes, please proceed immediately to the incubation pool and move on to the next terrain for survival. Shinjin stroked his chin, finding the pop-up window's explanation of the insect tide quite elucidating. It appeared that the multitude of dark alien insects in the collapsing ground were natural phenomena occurring during the insect tide. The fundamental cause lay in the changes at the center of the insect tide. Furthermore, the mention of local terrain piqued his curiosity. Was there another terrain beyond this one? As Shinjin pondered, his gaze lingered on the final prompt, the incubation pool. This indicated that after the insect tide, he would need to leave this terrain for another. But where exactly was that? The notion of various alien insect types suggested that the ones he had encountered thus far were merely the tip of the iceberg. He had to reach the incubation pool, though he had no prior concept of it. He recalled a place he had visited before. It was where he first encountered the white worm, a cavern containing a greenish pool. Could that be the one? Time was of the essence, and he needed to set off at once. The deep caverns on the ground appeared exceedingly perilous. Shinjin activated the box once more, and unlike before, the module displaying the tracked movement no longer merely depicted the hatch area. Instead, a green dot had appeared. Shinjin confirmed he had never seen this small point before. Did it emerge after he viewed that information? Alongside the green dot, he noticed a faintly outlined white path connecting the box to it. It seemed that by following this designated path, he could reach the incubation pool and subsequently proceed to the next terrain for continued survival. Following the path and Apo's guidance, Shinjin maneuvered the box, shifting it in a new direction. Navigating the uneven terrain of rubble, he traveled slowly and carefully. As he followed the white path, Shinjin soon recognized something amiss. The cavern he had glimpsed earlier with his flashlight now loomed before him. The diameter of this cavern reached 7 to 8 meters, spacious enough to accommodate 2 or 3 boxes side by side. However, the module and Apo's path directed him to enter this cavern. Perhaps it contained a route to the incubation pool? Despite his reservations, Shinjin realized that without adhering to this path, finding the incubation pool would be impossible. The answer was clear. He had no other means to locate it. Moreover, given the seismic upheaval, the terrain had transformed entirely, rendering his previous memories obsolete. The opportunity for survival lay right before him. He pressed the glowing forward button, and the box gradually entered the expansive cavern. Contrary to his expectations of complete darkness, the surrounding walls were speckled with scattered luminescent patches, allowing him to see ahead. The path, though sloped, was far more comfortable to traverse than the rubble outside, at least not as jarring. A mechanical hum resonated beneath the box. Shinjin quickened his pace, eager to reach the incubation pool. Remaining in this cavern for even a second posed extreme danger. As the box twisted within the cavern, the labyrinthine terrain nearly disoriented him. But the white path's guidance kept him grounded. Arriving at a junction, the white path indicated a right turn. Shinjin adjusted the box accordingly. The ample space within the cavern allowed for such maneuvering without issue. Moments later, he found himself at yet another junction, unable to recall how many he had encountered. Following the indicated direction, he turned left. As he operated the box, strange sounds mingled with the mechanical clanking of the tracks, growing increasingly closer. Shinjin felt a sense of unease and promptly halted the box. In the darkness, he discerned a faint scrubbing sound, as if something were rubbing against the wall. Swish, swish, swish. Chapter 61. The black cyst, a rustling sound echoed through the darkness, its clarity penetrating even the confines of the box. Shinjin held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the dimly lit corridor, where he could discern only a small area. He strained to locate the source of the sound by ear. To the left, to the right, unusual noises emanated from both sides of the junction. There was more than one exotic insect. With wide eyes, Shinjin felt a surge of tension. According to the white path and Apo's guidance, he needed to turn right. Should he consider avoiding the unknown insects lurking within this cave? If he were to turn back now, the sound of the moving tracks would certainly draw the insects, and he was and amp, Oppos, T certain his box could outpace them. The planned route indicated that the hatching pool was not far off. Resolutely, Qinzhen decided to forge ahead. He promptly accessed the combat readiness module. Previously, he had refrained from repairing the electromagnetic cannon, fearing its noise would attract the insects. Now, however, its functionality was paramount. With deft movements, Qinzhen swiftly clicked the repair button. The cannon was restored at the cost of 830 insect coins, leaving him with a balance of 8,557. The harmonious whir of mechanical gears resonated through the box and amp, Oppos, S ceiling as the automatic electromagnetic cannon sprang back to life. Yet, the moment the cannon was repaired, it began to charge. With a whoosh and a heartbeat, the energy beam shot forth from above the box, piercing through the darkness towards the left side of the junction. The dim cave illuminated for merely an instant before fading back into obscurity. Qinzhen immediately activated the box. The sound of the cannon's discharge would surely attract more insects. The box executed a rapid right turn, colliding with the cave wall due to the speed. Unfazed, Qinzhen double-tapped the acceleration button, propelling the box along the designated white path. The previous cannon fire targeted the left cave, indicating that the insects there were closer. A loud bang. The cannon fired again, and Qinzhen's ears rang. It was aimed backward as the insects pursued him. Anxious, he realized he was caught between a pincer movement. However, in the following minute, the cannon fell silent. The pursuing insects likely had not followed or had been eliminated by the cannon and Oppos' assault. Slightly relieved, Qinzhen momentarily lost focus when the cannon fired once more. A brilliant, scorching white light appeared at the center of the screen, a small point racing into the distance. Captivated by the radiant point, Qinzhen, aided by the white light and the cave's existing dim glow, gained a clearer view of the cave's topology. The cave's walls were not smooth but rather jagged, marked by sharp, uneven teeth, likely gnawed out by the exotic insects. The volume of work required for such a feat was undeniably immense. The white light gradually faded into darkness, as if striking something. In quick succession, the cannon fired again, revealing a dark mass not far from Qinzhen's line of sight. Distinctly contrasting with the surrounding earthen walls, he deduced that it was likely an insect, yet he could not afford to halt. Instantly, he activated the external electric net of the box, setting the voltage to maximum, and charged forward without reducing speed. As he drew nearer, the screen revealed the colossal form of the insect. Its black, rounded body nearly filled the cave, devoid of visible mouthparts or limbs, or any features resembling other insects. Merely a mass of black. As he approached, Qinzhen realized he was only observing a portion of the insect and Oppos' body, which lay sprawled across the cave. Perhaps its head and tail were further away. The white path indicated a straight route ahead. He needed to bypass the insect and Oppos' body horizontally. A sudden bang. The cannon discharged at close range, causing the black mass to quiver before a small hole was seared into it, revealing the faint glow from the other side of the cave. This tactic was feasible. With enough cannon fire, a path could be carved out. Estimating the necessary number of shots, Qinzhen slowed the box and Oppos' speed appropriately. Thus, the box inched closer to the insect, the cannon continuously charging and firing, again and again. After 5 or 6 shots, Qinzhen finally beheld a considerable opening he could surge through. The insect and Oppos' enormous size rendered it a stationary target, its only weakness being its lack of mobility. He had yet to glimpse any other parts of its body. Suddenly, the box accelerated, the external electric net crackling. Within 10 seconds, he was perilously close to the insect. The screen displayed only a mass of black. Fragments of blackened flesh lay strewn about, the center charred black, with tendrils still connecting to the top and sides. Numerous black cysts emerged from the wounded area, each measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter. The quantity of these black cysts was astonishing, each popping out from the insect and Oppos' injured cross-section. This was unlike anything he had previously encountered. This insect lacked internal organs, instead housing these peculiar entities. Qinzhen found this rather strange, yet the box's speed did not wane as it drew ever closer, the front edge now brushing against the suspended black viscous substance. With a whoosh, he unexpectedly found it easier than anticipated to burst forth from the insect's body. The glass window was smeared with dark substance, which trickled down incessantly. Having caught a glimpse of the insect's cross-section, the enigmatic black cyst appeared even more bizarre. Remaining any longer was fraught with uncertainty. but thankfully he was now closer to his destination, the hatching pool. Chunjin sped past. From the current situation, all seemed relatively favorable. At this rate, he would reach his destination in less than 10 minutes. However, he did not let his guard down for long. As the cannon above discharged once more, this time aimed at the rear. Had the insect that had been trailing him finally caught up? Chunjin cursed under his breath. He quickly assessed the situation ahead, confirming there were no insects, and spun the box at top speed. Bang! Another powerful shot from the cannon. And Chunjin seized the opportunity to observe the situation behind him. Sure enough, an insect was pursuing him. But it was not the one that had been behind him all along. Rather, the positions of the cysts had shifted. The black cysts began to shatter one by one. And Chunjin witnessed several elongated insects wriggling out. The cross-section of the previous insect now teemed with these elongated forms. They still lacked mouthparts and limbs, yet somehow appeared to function as a singular entity. Chunjin paused for a second, and those elongated insects began to reassemble. Chapter 62. The incubation pool. Countless segmented aberrations emerged from the obsidian vesicles. The lifeless body of an aberration that lay across the junction swiftly shriveled. As these segmented forms represented the true essence of the aberration's corporeal structure, time seemed to elapse in the blink of an eye. As the initially thigh-thick aberrations morphed into monstrous entities nearly matching the cavern and Apos' diameter. Had that aberration been granted a second life? Chunjin could only ponder this incredulous scene in his mind. Now, the aberration and Apos' rounded head was completely aligned with Chunjin and Apos' capsule. The previously unremarkable segmented forms gathered into a singular entity, though they retained their initial lack of distinct features. Bang! A resonating hum emanated from the top of the capsule, as the automated electromagnetic cannon ruthlessly fired upon the reconstituted aberration. Following the searing white light, Chunjin witnessed the transformation of the aberration's head. A series of interlocking sharp fangs adorned its oral region. The outermost circle of these fangs reached a diameter nearly equal to that of the cavern, with countless fine, razor-sharp black teeth protruding around the oral apparatus. This was merely the outer layer of the mouth. As Chunjin observed, new mouths appeared at intervals within, each slightly smaller than the outermost one, yet equally menacing in their sharpness. Layers upon layers of maw nested within one another, leaving Chunjin unable to discern their total number. The electromagnetic cannon and Apos' brilliance quickly faded, striking the upper part of the aberration and Apos' head. Although it made contact, it failed to inflict any significant damage. Chunjin shuddered at the thought. If such a creature were to pursue him, both he and the capsule would undoubtedly be crushed to oblivion by those jaws. Suddenly, the monstrous aberration began to writhe, a sound Chunjin had heard before. But experiencing it at such close proximity was still a jarring revelation. Flee. The thought echoed in his mind as he realized his speed was insufficient. The capsule maintained its position, as Chunjin focused on the movements of the aberration behind him. According to the white path indicated on his tablet, the incubation pool lay not far ahead. The rumbling intensified as the colossal creature accelerated. Its massive, unwieldy black form scraped against the rocky walls, dislodging countless small stones that tumbled down the crevices between its body and the walls. Compared to the aberration giants encountered on the ground, Chunjin found this behemoth far more terrifying, for here, there was no avenue of escape. He could only forge ahead. The electromagnetic cannon charged once more, inevitably striking the aberration's head. In an instant, the searing beam breached the aberration's body, creating a small aperture as the extreme heat melted through its flesh. Yet, this effect was fleeting, as the aberration and Apos' form rapidly restored itself. The cannon was effective, yet its power was insufficient. If only the cannon and Apos' force were greater, or the heat more intense, perhaps there would be a chance. In the current predicament, Chunjin was merely stalling for time, but that was adequate for now. As the pursuit continued for several seconds, a change occurred when the capsule approached another junction. Mechanical sounds resonated from the side passage and through the side window. Chunjin glimpsed another capsule racing towards him. The noise from the aberration had completely drowned out the mechanical sounds. Otherwise, he would have perceived it sooner. The two capsules narrowly avoided collision, with Chunjin swiftly surging ahead, while the other capsule drifted into position behind his. Then, an exhilarating sight unfolded before him. A massive aberration trailed closely behind the second capsule. Oblivious to one another, the two aberrations collided with a thunderous crash. The entire cavern trembled slightly, prompting Chunjin to worry whether the tunnel could withstand the impact until he reached the incubation pool. One aberration's body abruptly bisected the other, Chunjin faintly heard the chilling sound of the monstrous jaws gnawing at the incapacitated form. Thus, both aberrations became immobilized, blocking the junction of the tunnel. Watching the distance between them increase, Chunjin breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking the other capsule. Although it was a mere coincidence, he had indeed momentarily escaped danger. The two capsules sped past, the second capsule closely following Chunjin. Yet he could not discern the situation within due to the door and metal walls separating them. Soon, Chunjin began navigating his capsule back to its original position, as there was no longer a need to monitor the situation behind. Just as his capsule was about to turn, he caught a glimpse of something unusual, a massive form suspended against the cavern's upper wall, gradually burrowing into it. This was perplexing. Chunjin did not recall observing any other openings in the wall's upper section when he had passed through earlier. Upon hearing faint, crystalline sounds mingling with the mechanical noise, realization struck him. The colossal entity was not penetrating the cavern. Rather, it was actively gnawing its way into a new tunnel. But would it arrive in time? Could it catch up with them? Chunjin dared not speculate, silently focusing on the white path ahead. They were nearly there, perhaps just a few minutes away. The subsequent stretch of path was relatively smooth, and the automated electromagnetic cannon above the capsule remained dormant. Occasionally, he would spot sudden openings appearing at the capsule and Oppo's side. Yet no aberrations emerged, until he beheld something familiar, the sticky, self-repairing walls, indicating the incubation pool was imminent. The wall and Oppo's diameter aligned with that of the opening, its middle section having been torn apart, while the edges remained stubbornly in the process of mending. Someone had already reached the incubation pool before him. Chunjin showed no hesitation, zipping through the wall with a whoosh, entering a larger cavern where his capsule came to a halt. Surrounding the cavern were 24 familiar viscous walls, and at the center lay the same vibrant green substance. However, both the size of the walls and the cavern had changed, likely due to seismic activity. Additionally, Chunjin heard mechanical sounds emanating from behind other viscous walls. Among the 24 walls, several had been shredded, some still undergoing repairs, while others stood intact, with tracks visible around the incubation pool. Glancing down at his tablet, Chunjin confirmed he had arrived at the designated location. But where were the others? Where were those who had previously reached this place? Although he had arrived at the incubation pool, how could he proceed to the next terrain indicated on the tablet? Before long, the capsule that had been following Chunjin slowly came to a stop, aligning side by side with his near the incubation pool. As Chunjin surveyed his surroundings, he could only deduce one conclusion. The key to their predicament lay within the verdant depths of the incubation pool. However, before he could react, ominous sounds reverberated from above. The rumbling intensified as several fragments of rock plummeted from directly above the incubation pool, crashing into its depths with a resounding thud. The cavern ceiling had been breached, and the electromagnetic cannon above their capsules began to charge. A sense of foreboding washed over him as a dark mass emerged from the breach, clinging to the rocky surface. Chapter 63. Entering in single file, the box beside Chunjin was the first to react, moving towards the viscous wall. The humming of the box resonated throughout the cavern, the vibrations notably intense. Through the hatch, he witnessed the head of the alien creature appear for mere seconds before being struck by two beams from the electromagnetic cannon. The beams of white light hit the lower end and one side of its head, causing the charred slime to stretch in the air like melted chocolate. A thick black liquid dripping directly into the incubation pool. However, contrary to Chunjin's expectations, upon contact, the black liquid did not disperse. Instead, it vanished as if burdened by an immense gravity, sinking without a trace. To further perplex him, the massive stone that had just fallen did not disturb the surface of the pool. Logically, such a large rock should have splashed some of the green liquid in the pool. Chunjin found the incubation pool increasingly mysterious. However, this sense of astonishment was fleeting, as he needed to deal with the alien creature that had already emerged halfway from its confines. As he carefully maneuvered the box, the dark monster twisted its body, its head suspended from the cave and Oppo's ceiling, leaving an uneven mark from its hardened mandibles. Now, the creature was nearly pressed against the cave and Oppo's ceiling, moving towards the position of the two boxes. If such a creature was guarding the incubation pool, the path to the next terrain would undoubtedly become perilous. The immediate task was to lure it away and then return. Yet, it was uncertain whether allowing the box to enter the incubation pool was indeed the route to the next terrain. So far, only stones and black slime had fallen in. If a box were to enter the incubation pool before him, he would feel considerably more at ease. Bang! Bang! The automated electromagnetic cannon fired again, creating two small holes in the alien creature's body. However, the attack proved futile. The creature emitted no sound of distress, indicating that such assaults posed no threat to it. Although he could not see behind him, the sounds indicated that another box had retreated to the slime wall. Qinjun opted for the adjacent slime wall, which was the closest to his box and free of congestion. He reversed the rear of his box, tearing open the almost repaired slime wall once more. Wet fragments of the slime wall slid past the window, leaving behind repugnant particles, reminiscent of some secretion from an alien creature. In an instant, the alien creature descended from the cave ceiling, its massive form resembling an exceptionally thick black rope. Qinjun accelerated the retreat of the box, and the display indicated that it had fully exited the cavern. The cave appeared slightly different, yet was still filled with luminescent pebbles, and he could not discern the whereabouts of the other box. This wall and the subsequent cave section were entirely isolated. With a resounding crash, the alien creature's body slammed against one side of the cave, and Qinjun could only observe the situation from the opening of the slime wall. The upper half of the slime wall was entirely covered by the black body, revealing a gap at the bottom. Thus, the alien creature blocked Qinjun and Appo's path back. He slowed the box's speed, as the creature seemed disinclined to pursue him, instead guarding its position. This was troublesome. Qinjun's initial plan to lure the creature out had completely failed. He needed to find a new escape route or force his way through. As he pondered, the electromagnetic cannon atop the box fired again, striking the alien creature's body against the slime wall. Instantly, a cascade of thick black liquid poured down from it, obscuring the view of the interior even further. Taking a detour was exceedingly dangerous, given the presence of such creatures in the outer cave. A forceful advance would require perfect timing. In his moment of uncertainty, through a narrow gap, he saw the slime wall directly in front of him being breached. A box surged into view, immediately followed by a shot from the electromagnetic cannon. The alien creature before him was struck, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, plunging his vision into darkness. However, the darkness lasted only a few seconds. As the alien creature shifted, he could see the situation clearly once more. Due to the recent attack, the creature's attention was redirected, turning towards the newly emerged box. This was fortuitous for Qinjun, providing him an opportunity to slip through. Concurrently, the box that had retreated earlier burst forth again, evidently sharing the same intent as Qinjun. He too accelerated, his box re-entering the cave. Thus, 3 boxes encircled the alien creature from 3 directions, yet Qinjun did not feel they held the advantage. It was paramount to quickly ascertain the situation regarding the incubation pool. Qinjun focused his gaze on the center of the pool, where a green mass occasionally released bubbles from below. These bubbles, of a murky green hue, floated to the surface and ruptured uniformly, some lingering momentarily before bursting. This phenomenon resembled an underground spring, suggesting that air existed beneath the incubation pool. Qinjun's earlier hypothesis solidified. Entering the incubation pool indeed led to the next terrain. His box began to inch closer to the green mass, but the adjacent box seemed to have sensed the same opportunity. It surged ahead of him, directly breaking through the stones surrounding the pool. With a splash, the front half of the box plunged into the green liquid. The remaining mechanical treads rubbed against the pool's edge, and in an instant, the entire box leaped into the liquid. Captivated by the sight, Qinjun hastily double-tapped the acceleration button, the bottom of his box humming heavily before it catapulted forward, landing beside the incubation pool. With a splash, Qinjun maneuvered his box, entering in single file. The screen displayed a murky green hue, obscuring all else. Soon, the window on one side of the box revealed that the majority of it was submerged. The viscous green liquid rapidly enveloped the window, and afterward, from any angle, all that could be seen was an expanse of dark green. He attempted to maneuver the box, but the treads remained unresponsive from the moment he entered the liquid. They had ceased to function. Qinjun sensed himself sinking, the surroundings growing increasingly dim, so much so that even the green liquid began to darken, devoid of any light source. Suddenly, an incongruous black worm appeared at the side of the window, emerging from a dark, gelatinous sac. The black tail writhed back and forth, sending a chill down Qinjun and Appo's spine. Initially, there was but one, but soon dozens of these elongated creatures emerged. They did not launch an attack. Instead, they simply swam alongside Qinjun's box until the surroundings became utterly dark, rendering him unable to see the black worms any longer.